Good morning, Tallahassee. I'm student meteorologist Ian Mutchler here for a very special edition of FSU Weather. We are tracking the landfall of major Hurricane Ian as it approaches the west coast of Florida. As you can see, overnight, this storm has rapidly intensified into nearly Category 5 strength. Current advisory puts it at 155 miles per hour as it is approaching the Fort Myers and potentially the Sarasota-Tampa area. We'll have to watch as that approaches the coast. Looking at our water vapor imagery, we're seeing a big chunk of moisture over that hurricane. As we can see, dry air intrusion is really not a problem for this storm as it approaches the coast. Zooming on here to the sea surface temperatures, as we can see, waters are ample for intensifications. All this water here is boiling, which is why the storm was able to intensify so fast overnight. Again, that IR satellite, as we can see, that large central dense overcast over this west coast of Florida. As we can see, these are cold cloud tops, indicating a very strong system. Latest advisory puts it at 155 miles per hour. We are moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour and a very low pressure of 937 millibars. So this is a very bad situation that is developing for the west coast. As we can see, that aircraft recon has been flying overnight, currently pulled a pressure of 935 millibars on that last pass, along with flight level winds of 173 miles per hour. So this is a very dangerous situation. Just about every threat is associated with this. We've got winds, we've got storm surge, and a very heavy rainfall potential here for the west coast of Florida. So this is a very dangerous situation we have developing here. Again, we're going to look at that radar. As we can see, that tight band of thunderstorms around the eye. That is our eye wall. That is where we're going to find the strongest winds in the hurricane. That is what we're most concerned with here. That is going to be approaching the coast right now. As you can see, the far eastern part of that eye wall is starting to make landfall here on near the Fort Myers area. So this is a very dangerous situation, as we can see. Right here, zoomed in. That is where we're talking about right here. That eastern part of the eye wall, northeastern quadrant, typically where we do find the strongest winds. That is starting to make landfall right now as we speak. So very, very dangerous situation. If you are in these areas, still in these areas, please take cover, hunker down. You're going to get through this, all right? But it's going to get intense here for a bit. Again, moving on, Hurricane Ian tracks. It is going to track to the general northeast across the peninsula of Florida, potentially over Orlando as a Category 1 hurricane. So that's certainly something we're going to have to watch. Dumping lots of rain as it goes, as it has already in the past couple of days. As we can see, these spaghetti models are in quite agreement, as we can hope, given the short time frame. Not something we've had through most of its lifespan, but we're seeing a northeast track through the peninsula of Florida up towards the Carolinas, so potentially even a threat up here towards the South Carolina, Georgia coast. And again, these forecast wind speeds is going to bring dangerous wind speeds to the west coast of Florida and potentially to central Florida and maybe even the eastern coast of Florida. And there is a potential for it to strengthen as it re-enters the Atlantic and heads back towards the Carolina coast. And lastly, we're going to look at our rainfall forecast. So we can see off the scale readings here for the north central coast or peninsula of Florida. As we can see, over 20 inches of rain we're seeing across the peninsula of Florida, so a very dangerous situation we have developing. We hope everyone who is in the path is safe and knows their plan. But after that, I'm going to be sending things over to Aaron for the wall.
Situation happening across Southwest Florida, where we have the eye wall that's starting to approach Sanibel, Port Charlotte, Charlotte Harbor, that whole area near Lee County and southern part of Sarasota County, and into Charlotte County as well. But as of the 11 a.m. advisory, you can see the storm is starting to approach Southwest Florida here with winds of about 155 miles per hour. Now, this is considered still a Category 4 hurricane, but it's only 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5. So in terms of the category ranking, don't pay attention to that. It's going to be the same damage no matter what, if it's a low-end Category 5 or an upper-end Category 4. But it's right, you can see the cone is still forecasting to shift over into South Florida, so Orlando might see some flooding as well, with potentially some devastating inland flooding up to 20 inches possible in inland spots. Now, zooming on radar, as Ian was mentioning earlier, the eye wall is starting to approach the Sanibel Island here, which is a very popular resort area across Southwest Florida here, Captiva down to Fort Myers Beach. If you're anywhere between Port Charlotte down to about Bonita Springs and northern part of Naples, you need to get into that interior room right now and treat this as a tornado warning, because the eye wall is going to be strong. It's going to go through that area and cause some severe historic damage here across the area. So do keep that in mind. Treat this as a tornado warning here across northern part of Naples over towards Port Charlotte. And here, of course, we're seeing all that water being shoved into the bay there. So Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, over towards the Rotunda and Placida here, again, has a chance of seeing some very strong flooding. And here's that storm surge forecast graphic from the National Hurricane Center, we're seeing potentially near Charlotte Harbor 12 to 18 feet of storm surge possible in the harbors here. So this is very devastating storm surge. And right now, if you're thinking about leaving, please don't, because it is it's too late at this point. We have hurricane force conditions extending all the way up into the coastline here. So at this point, try and get to the highest point as you can in whatever structure you're at, but don't attempt to flee because it is kind of too late at this point. Points northward, we'll see Tampa a little bit less than we were seeing before. So this is better news for Tampa than we were talking about perhaps a couple of days ago. They might see some storm surge, especially on the eastern-facing coastline. So Pinellas County over to McDill might see some of the upper end of that storm surge. But for the most part, most of the water will be being shoved out of the bay there in Tampa Bay. And they're probably going to see between 4 to 6 feet. Further north to about the Suwannee River, we might see some storm surge of about 3 to 5 feet there. And then places to the south, so Naples down through about Monroe County there, we might see some 8 to 12 feet. And then, of course, we've already seen that storm surge down in the lower Keys. So Key West, I've already seen, as of last night when I was watching the storm coverage there, they were showing storm surge of around 3 feet there. So it's still, and of course, Key West, since it's very low to the relatively for sea surface down to the height, I should say, it's very susceptible to storm surge there. So please be aware. But if you're anywhere along the Florida West Coast, make sure you get to the highest possible ground you can, because this is a very serious situation. And with that counterclockwise flow around the storm, that will put all that water into these bays and inlets here. Again, right now the biggest impact looks like will probably be in Cape Coral over towards Port Charlotte. And most of the area here, so about Naples as well, we're seeing that onshore wind coming on from the Gulf of Mexico from the southwest, and that's going to shove all that water into the Naples area. And here's our inundation graphic here. We could see inundation, almost all of Cape Coral potentially could see a lot of inundation there, up towards the Peace River into Fort Myers as well, and up into Port Charlotte with all that water being shoved into the bays and inlets. And then as for Tampa, we're going to see water being shoved out of the bay because of that counterclockwise spin around the center of low pressure. We'll have that water being pushed out of the bay. And so we actually see not much in the way of storm surge there, but potentially along the eastern-facing coastline of near St. Petersburg over towards McDill and Bayshore here, which is really susceptible to flooding. Let's see, we'll take a look at some storm reports. Not seeing any local storm reports quite yet across the area. We do see a wind gust report, but it looks like it's out to the Atlantic Ocean here, and nothing on the Gulf side. So as for if we're looking at the National Weather Service Tampa Bay graphics, we can see catastrophic storm surge again, inundation 12 to 16 feet above sea level is possible around the Port Charlotte area and places down towards Bonita Beach, which is just north of Naples. But catastrophic damage is certainly looking very likely across the area, unfortunately, for our friends down in southwest Florida. And again, the other story too is that rainfall. We're expecting potentially upwards of 10 to 15 inches of rain possible over towards the I-4 corridor, and in some spots even more than that, 20 plus inches. So this is very catastrophic, and make sure if you can it's kind of too late now, but to wrap up those storm preparations, we're starting to see that those tropical storm force or hurricane conditions, especially across southwest Florida and all the way up into Tampa too, where we're starting to see some rain falling, and it's going to continue on for the next several hours or so. But we're expecting to see much in the way of tropical storm force conditions upwards to near Tampa and places north of that, and then as well into southwest Florida, where they're going to see the major brunt of it. So very catastrophic indeed for the area. But now we'll turn things back over to the wall with Chandler.
Thank you, Aaron. Again, this is a very dangerous situation. Like Aaron mentioned, storm surge and flooding are two of the main priorities, but we will take a look real quick at the strong winds that are getting ready to come ashore in southwest Florida. You can see the reds and greens. That just symbolizes what winds are coming towards and away from the radar. Green is coming towards the radar, red is going away. So again, like Aaron was mentioning, offshore flow up towards Tampa Bay is coming and wrapping around, and then onshore flow towards Fort Myers. And what that means with onshore flow, again, is you have that strong storm surge as basically the storm makes its push towards the coast. And so places like Marco Island and Fort Myers are under extreme threat from the storm surge. and of course the wind as well. Wind is at approximately 155 miles per hour, too shy from Category 5 strength, but that is more semantics than anything else. This is a very dangerous situation. You can't detect the difference between 155 and 157. So again, treat this as a very dangerous situation regardless of the category of the storm. So if you live anywhere in Fort Myers, Marco Island, go ahead and make sure that you're away from your windows. Hopefully your windows are already boarded up, but again, stay within the interior parts of your home, preferably away from elevation as well, so don't go too high into your home unless you're dealing with storm surge. If you are dealing with storm surge and you can get to a higher part of your home, do that, especially if you live in places like what Aaron mentioned over there by Port Charlotte and that other inlet in Fort Myers. But if you're in a one-story home, make sure that you put all your supplies in your attic, all your emergency supplies, and make sure you have some sort of heavy tool or equipment that you can use to penetrate the roof of your house if you are in a storm surge region that has storm surge issues. Like Aaron was pointing out earlier, there's a lot of those areas, especially close to the coast. So if you live very close to the coast, go ahead and take your supplies, get ready to get to the highest part of your house or to the roof if need be. Because we do have, on top of storm surge, we have actual flooding. This huge eye wall is very packed with a lot of rain rates. If we can switch over to rain rates real quick, we can really see some of these really strong downpours associated with Hurricane Ian. And again, with these downpours, they're going to continue to last for the next several hours. So you're going to see a lot of accumulation with this storm. Again, it's going to be a very dangerous situation if you do live anywhere from Port Charlotte all the way down to Fort Myers. What we actually see right now is correlation coefficient and then velocity, but we can get up reflectivity real quick. There we go. So again, a lot of the cases with radar is we actually have a harder time refining tropical rainfall because tropical rainfall is a little bit smaller in droplet size. So the fact that this radar is detecting super heavy rainfall rates suggests that it's even heavier than what's actually on radar. So again, if you are about to experience this strong storm as it comes aflow, we're going to have serious issues. But we're actually going to go over to a tornado warning that's up towards the top of our screen. Here we go. Now we're going to zoom in. So with these tropical storm type tornadoes, they're really rain wrapped, of course, and you're not going to be able to see it, and it's going to be a very quick spin up. So if you live anywhere from Wauchula down to Arcadia, this is a tornado warning, and you do need to make sure that you're already inside, already in the interior most part of your house or building that you're in, away from windows. Again, it's kind of hard to see, but again, it's going to make its way towards the northwest, which is an odd direction, but of course for hurricanes that can be expected. The tornado warning will last until 12:15 p.m., so it's going to be a brief one, of course, but still, if you live anywhere along US 17, you should be taking cover, and you really can't see too much of the difference in wind direction with this graphic, but that's because it is a very quick spin up. There's a little bit of a difference in correlation coefficient. What that means is that you have something aloft, some sort of debris that is different than the rainfall. So it's a different size than what you have with rain droplets. And you can actually see that a little bit with what we saw earlier. And again, we also see a little bit more of that with this other graphic as well. So we have a little bit of a debris signature right here, and that is traveling its way towards US 17. So if you live along US 17 or you know somebody that lives along US 17 from Wauchula down to Arcadia, they should be taking shelter, extremely taking shelter. Obviously, they're going to be dealing with the hurricane itself, but they should also be aware that there might be a stronger than normal part of the storm as this tornado makes its way towards US 17. We'll take a more broad look again at the storm, just so that we can see the overall nature. Again, the eye wall is now making its way onshore towards Fort Myers. This eye wall is the heaviest part of the storm, the strongest part of the storm, heaviest rain, strongest winds, and of course, this is when the storm surge really gets going. So if you live in Fort Myers, you guys have a tornado watch actually issued as well, so you guys could see a possible issue when it comes to the tornadic threat as well. And then even this orange square right here shows extreme wind. And again, with this storm, we're seeing winds that are going to be upwards above 115 miles per hour, which is the threshold for extreme wind. So if you live anywhere from Port Charlotte down towards Fort Myers, you guys are going to experience a very strong storm, a very dangerous situation. Again, all the different threats that come with a hurricane include inland flooding, storm surge, tornadic potential like we see up here, and then again, even after the storm, we have issues with power outages, heat. If you guys are going to, if you are living here in Fort Myers still and you didn't choose to evacuate, the next step will be to prepare for the power outages that will come. But again, storm surge, inland flooding, tornadic potential are three of the biggest threats, of course, along with the wind that's actually in this eye wall itself. Now we're going to probably take things over to Aaron, and he's going to give us more detailed information on the storm.
That's right, and I'm looking at several airports across Southwest Florida. So Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte Airport here. Right now, as of the last ASOS update, they were showing winds east at 35 and gusting up to 61 miles per hour. So that's approaching tropical storm force conditions here at Punta Gorda, and this is in Charlotte County. This is not too far from where they project landfall to happen. In Fort Myers, this is Southwest Florida. This is a little bit off to the south of Punta Gorda there. They're showing winds around 31 miles per hour, gusting up to 54. So still fairly weak at this time, but that's going to increase, especially as the eye wall starts to approach the coastline. And as for Southwest Florida International Airport, again, we'll see that 31, 54 mile per hour here. And for Tampa International Airport, which is further to the north, seeing winds a little bit weaker there, around 16 miles per hour, but they have that offshore wind there in Tampa. Now we'll go look at a few live cameras across the Florida West Coast. This is brought to you by Bay News 9. You can see some of that inundation starting to occur. This is in Tampa, Bradenton, so they're seeing an offshore wind, so not much in the way of any type of storm surge. And as we get, it's not until we get to about Collier County, which is, of course, where Naples is at, and that's going to be off to the south of where that eye will make landfall. You can see there, at least there is some flooding happening there. Then, at least right now, it doesn't look like it appears to be significant, but that's going to, of course, change as we get throughout the next several hours with that persistent offshore wind. And this also is another camera. I'm not sure exactly where it's at. It looks like it's also probably near the Punta Gorda area where it's showing some pretty rough seas out there across much of the area. So we'll try and look for other cameras here. So overall, same story, a pretty nasty day out there in Southwest Florida. So don't go on the beaches. That's a terrible idea right today. As we'll continue to see life-threatening storm surge across much of the southern part of where the eye will make landfall. So likely, again, over towards the port or the north of Sanibel, over towards Inglewood. But now I'll pass things back over to Robert at the wall.
Right, thank you, Aaron. Of course, an important thing to say, please don't go out on the beaches around here, even if the water, particularly in the Tampa Bay area, has receded. It is not a good idea to go out there because that water will come back with the storm surge. Again, right now the eye wall about to make landfall here close to the Fort Myers, Sanibel Island into Cape Coral area. A lot of lightning with this eye wall. That's a sign this is a very strong storm, very strong hurricane here. 155 miles per hour sustained winds at the last update. Gusts up to 190 in some locations. So a very, very dangerous situation here. Again, I want to emphasize it is a Category 4, but it's right on the boundary between Category 4 and Category 5. That's why we're so concerned about this storm. At this point, it doesn't matter on which end of that it is. It's a dangerous storm. Significant storm surge expected here in Fort Myers and Cape Coral, all the way up to Port Charlotte, maybe even up to Tampa Bay. So again, if you're in that area right now, you have to shelter in place. What you need to do is you need to try and get into your second floor if you have one in your home. Make sure you have tools to be able to cut through your roof if possible, inflatables, things to keep you above the water because this is a very dangerous, life-threatening and dangerous situation. Right here, what this box is, this is an extreme wind warning. These are exceedingly rare, only issued by the National Weather Service in situations where it is above 115 miles per hour sustained winds. And this is right here right into Fort Myers, right into Cape Coral, where that extreme wind warning is issued. Of course, many in Florida might remember, particularly in this area of the state, what an extreme wind warning is. We had one issued for Hurricane Michael. This is another damaging storm here. And again, where if you're in this area, that means that you are going to see sustained winds above 115 miles per hour or at 115 miles per hour. So again, make sure you're taking care of yourself. If you have family in this area, you know they haven't evacuated yet, please check in with them. Make sure they know what they need to do at this point, shelter in place, and be prepared to head to a second floor if possible, because this is a very damaging situation with this storm surge, up to 12 feet in some cases and even higher. And right here, this is where this eye wall is about to make landfall. Looks like between Sanibel here and this island just west of Cape Coral, that's where we're looking for that landfall location. Another thing to remember here is, particularly in Cape Coral, but with a lot of cities here in Southwest Florida, a lot of neighborhoods have canals going through them. So even though you're significantly inland, like in this part of Cape Coral here, you still have direct access to the Caloosahatchee River through Fort Myers and Cape Coral. So that means that you will be seeing this storm surge almost directly if you were right on the river. Very damaging situation here. So even if you think you're inland, you are still at an extreme risk for storm surge. And the storm surge warning goes far inland here, all the way to the city of Fort Myers. Very important to emphasize that if you are anywhere in this coast area, even if you're not directly in the Fort Myers to Cape Coral area, if you're up towards Port Charlotte, if you're down towards Naples, if you're even up towards the southern part of Tampa Bay, that is where we're watching for that significant storm surge. Could be up to 12, 15 feet in some cases. That's about as high as a street pole. That means that you are going to see this going through houses, through neighborhoods. Very damaging situation. Let's go back to that tornado warning if we can. We do still have that one that's in effect right close here to Placid Lakes and a little southwest of Sebring. This is again, this is one of those situations where we have just quick spin up tornadoes. That's where we see here. These storms, tornadoes quickly form and they quickly weaken, but again, you don't want to take this for granted here. It is in effect until 12:15 Eastern time, so we have about another 25 minutes on this tornado warning. Damaging situation here again. If you already are seeing tropical storm to hurricane force winds here, but now you have a tornado, which is essentially just a tightened couplet of those stronger winds. And this is moving off towards the northwest, as Chandler pointed out earlier. It's not usual motion for a tornado, but with a hurricane, we do see northwestward flow in this section of the hurricane. So we get a tornado warning until 12:15 p.m. The center is about northwest of Placid Lakes and southwest of Sebring here, and northeast of Arcadia. You can see a little bit of rotation here on velocity. Not a very strong couplet. You don't usually see strong couplets of these kinds of tornadoes. But again, right into this area is where we're watching for that circulation. If you could put on spectrum width quickly here, that's a way you can also see tornadoes in a tropical system. So probably somewhere in this area. It is a little bit weaker than it looked earlier, and we are not quite as concerned about this one, but it's still a tornado warning. So if you're anywhere in this box, if you are east of Arcadia, southwest of Sebring, you still need to be sheltered in that lowest level interior room, away from outside walls and windows. Make sure you are taking care of yourself. And if you could just go back to zoom out the entire hurricane, I want to point something out real quick. We're talking about this tornado warning. I'm going through our usual precautions about how this is, you need to go to that lowest level interior room. But if you're anywhere in this area of the hurricane where these stronger hurricane force gusts are getting up to 115 miles per hour, that's essentially a sustained tornado. That's why this is such dangerous conditions. Anyone in this area needs to be sheltering as if they are sheltering for a tornado, because these wind gusts are going to be strong, they're going to be damaging, they're going to have a punch with them. But you need to also take into account, if you're here in Cape Coral and Fort Myers, and anywhere where the storm surge is very high, you need to also be going to higher ground. So you have a little bit of conflicting information here. You need to just assess which threat is stronger for you, if you have a higher storm surge threat or a higher wind threat. That's why it's so important to have evacuated already, because you have so many different phenomena at play here and so many damaging and life-threatening phenomena that it is, again, a very life-threatening and damaging situation here as we go towards Fort Myers. So again, we have a tornado warning for Placid Lakes. We have a tornado warning for we have an extreme wind warning for Fort Myers and Cape Coral. I'm going to pass things off back to Aaron real quickly to talk more about this storm.
That's right, and we'll continue on through the setup and how this storm is playing out. So rainfall is going to be another serious concern across much of the central part of Florida, and that's the reason why we have this, because we have a stationary front that's set up across the I-4 corridor. And what that's going to do is all that moisture that's being shoved at that front by the tropical cyclone, by Ian, has nowhere else to go but rise and then condense and then fall as rain once it gets heavy enough. and cause all that flooding. And that is the reason why we're forecasting upwards of potentially 20 inches of rain here in some spots near the Tampa Bay area. So we'll see widespread 10 to 15 inches of rain across much of the I-4 corridor. So Tampa, Orlando, over towards Daytona potentially, and then again, those isolated spots where we'll see the potential for upwards of 20 or so inches of rain, which is of course devastating and something we haven't seen very often here across Central Florida. Most of the rain will probably stay, at least in terms of our local area, will stay off towards the east of Tallahassee. So here we're not expecting much of a flooding threat at all, if any. But again, the bulk of that is going to be between about the mouth of Tampa Bay up to about Jacksonville and south towards Orlando and Melbourne, the Daytona area. So if you haven't yet, make sure, especially the further north you go into Jacksonville, you might have a little bit of time left until the tropical storm conditions come in. Make sure you drain those pools, make sure you drain and get as much, have the least amount of impacts as much as possible from potentially inland flooding too, because this is not just a storm surge threat, this is also an inland flooding threat across much of the central part of the Florida Peninsula. Now the Weather Prediction Center is putting a high risk of at least a 70% chance of seeing a flash flooding threat across much of the area, and that includes from about Clearwater down to about the Naples area and over towards just around Melbourne and the Patrick Air Force Base in that area across the eastern coast of Florida. And then that extends all the way up to Jacksonville. So this includes Orlando, St. Augustine, Daytona Beach, over towards Jacksonville, and even inland too. So places like Gainesville, Alachua, that area might see, Ocala might see some of that flash flooding, even around the rivers too, like the St. Johns River. You can even see a 3 to 5 foot storm surge, and we'll cover that here in just a moment. So we'll go towards our latest advisory. So this is the 11 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center. It is showing that storm that is approaching the southwestern coast of Florida here, approaching near the Port Charlotte in the Punta Gorda region of Florida. That's where we expect to see the most damage here from the winds, because right now it is 155 mile per hour Category 4 hurricane. But again, I don't want to stress too much about the category, because at this point it's only 2 miles per hour shy from Category 5. So 157 mile per hour Category 5 is not going to be any different than a 155 Category 4 hurricane. So don't take the category into consideration at this point. Right now, all you have to do is just prepare for winds that are very strong, around 155 miles per hour. And as Robert mentioned earlier, there is a high wind warning in effect for the southwest part of Florida there, north of Naples, and that's normally not issued unless there's winds of about 115 miles per hour or greater. And of course, we'll see that with that eye wall moving onshore. And it's only been issued a handful of times in the past, so it's rarely used across much of the Weather Service. And we zoom into our interactive look here with the cone. We're starting to see that those really strong winds in going into the Cape Coral area. So hurricane conditions right now are starting to begin around Fort Myers, Cape Coral, up towards Port Charlotte, and over towards the Lehigh Acres and that area around Port Charlotte, and then southern part of Sarasota County, coastal part of Lee County and Charlotte County, and northern parts of Collier County is the area we're looking at right now across southwest Florida. But again, this will continue up. It will make landfall and continue up the central part of Florida. So Tampa will see an offshore wind here across the Bay Area. So this will probably be later towards about midnight or overnight or so. We'll see the eye making its closest approach to Tampa. So even places inland. So I know I'm from the Valrico area, which is east-southeast of Tampa. They're watching to see how close the eye wall gets there. Lakeland, Kissimmee, and over towards Orlando is where we're going to be expecting potentially impacts from that eye as it moves closer in that direction off to the east-northeast there. So they'll have to be watching overnight. And we'll see the storm weaken, as I mentioned before, but it'll still dump buckets of rain over central Florida. And even the hurricane watches are also in effect for Lake Okeechobee and over towards eastern parts of the state. And as of the 11 a.m. advisory, they're also extending up into portions of Georgia and South Carolina now, where it actually does have the potential to re-strengthen over in the Atlantic Ocean before it makes perhaps a secondary landfall. Actually, I should say a third landfall, because we had Cuba yesterday, over near Savannah in the Charleston area. So they also have to be prepared for potentially some storm surge there as well. So overall, the story not great. Again, take precautions. As Robert mentioned earlier, if you're along the coast, are you more of a wind threat or are you more of a storm surge threat? And those are the two biggest, unfortunately, threats we're seeing right now across much of the Southwest Florida. But now we'll hand things back over with Caitlin at the wall.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Yeah, so we're tracking Ian today here at the studio. We've been staying on for about 30 minutes now, tracking where the eye is going to hit here in South Florida. So thank you so much for tuning in with us. We're going to just take a look at some of our graphics here for our Tropical Storm Ian. Looking at satellite, you can see that eye wall is starting to really just circle up and swirl in today, and it's going to pull into South Florida. I'm in the Fort Myers area as we go into the next couple of hours. Our water vapor imagery is showing that we have a ton of water vapor and moisture from that storm, also pulling in water and moisture into that area of Florida right now. You can see the eye wall that has no moisture in it. It's right there. You can see it. That's where you're not going to have all the cloud cover, but we will be seeing really strong impacts and thunderstorms around the eye wall, and that's where you're going to have the highest level winds. Looking at our sea surface temperatures, we have boiling water right now in the Gulf, and that's creating such a high concentrated storm. We are having a Category 4 storm with winds at 150 miles per hour. These winds, though, are only 2 miles per hour shy of a Cat 5, so we're right there where it's a upper level Category 4, lower level Category 5, dangerous storm surge. But that boiling water is what's creating such high intensity, and that's what's causing such heavy winds. Looking at our satellite, we do have our latest warning, winds at 155 miles per hour. We got our pressure, it's really sitting very low at 937 millibars. And as I was watching earlier, the pressure differences between areas like Tampa and here is sitting between 50 to 60 millibars, which is crazy. It's creating those high level winds, which is why we're sitting with winds at 150 miles per hour. Looking at aircraft reconnaissance, we do have the hurricane hunters tracking this with us as we're all experiencing the hurricane right now. They are having flight level winds at 170 miles per hour, and they're hitting surface pressures at 935, so still really low pressure, still a strong hurricane, still a strong storm in our area. Current radar is showing that we do have tornado warnings pretty much all throughout South Florida right now as this hurricane is coming in. We can see that eye wall where you have the strongest storms wrapping around and pulling a lot of heavy winds and rain into our area, into the Fort Myers area. Not very good conditions right now. That eye wall is very close to making landfall. We've got probably about an hour before it totally comes into the area, so you do need to find shelter right now. But those heavy and terrible hurricane conditions that are coming into those areas. A closer look at radar, we can see the tornado warnings. You can see that eye wall just building right now. We've got really high level thunderstorms with you can see all the red. It really defined, bringing a lot of storms just into the Fort Myers area, into those bays. And as we're looking at the track, we're not in the track anymore for us in Tallahassee, but we are going to see it come all across Florida, bringing lots of hurricane force winds and storms. And it's going to wrap around and also go up to South Carolina. But it's not going to be a hurricane then. We expect that when it wraps and hits Florida, that it's going to lose a lot of the intensity, but that's still going to bring lots of heavy showers into that area. And looking at our spaghetti models, they're all showing that same kind of idea where it's going to come all the way across Florida. So all of our friends in South Florida do have issues with this hurricane that is coming, and it's going to hit most of areas in Orlando and up towards Daytona Beach, but also wrap back around to our friends also in South Carolina. And looking at our wind speeds, we have really high wind speeds on people along the coast. You're looking at above 80 miles per hour. And even there's wind speeds around 60 to 40 miles per hour inland. So winds are going to be really high as we go into the next couple of days. But our friends along the coast, you're going to be seeing above 80. And then our rainfall, we're going to see 15 to 20 inches in most of Florida as the storm makes its way across our state. So the storm surge is really bad, but we also have a lot of rainfall coming our way, bringing chances of flash flooding as well. But I'm going to pass things off to Chandler at the wall.
That's right. Thank you for that, Katie. So I want to give you guys a little update when it comes to the power outages. We're starting to see an increase in losses of power across Southwest Florida. Collier County has 67,000 homes without power. Looking at Lee County as well, 111. And then getting up into Charlotte County, 14,000. Of course, these numbers are expected to increase throughout the day, and it's going to be pretty bad for those in Southwest Florida. You guys will not probably have power for multiple weeks as this damage is going to be extensive and require a lot of cleanup by linemen. Again, with Ian as well, this is a very bad situation for flooding. We're looking at some of these rivers. They're starting to reach that minor to moderate flooding stage and expected to reach major flooding stage. For example, here the Maica River in the state park, it's expected to reach major flooding conditions, actually past its previous record of 12.5 feet. So 13 feet of flooding is expected for this river actually towards the midnight hours of Friday. And that is, of course, a very serious situation. And this is the same story for multiple other rivers across southwest Florida. Let's take a look at a couple others. For example, we have this one that's already in major flooding stage, and who knows where this will go next. Of course, right now, it was actually supposed to be on the lower end as it went down towards its low tide, but now that Ian is making its way towards shore, that low tide, high tide is being disrupted, and we're seeing a major spike in the amount of flooding here in the Gulf of Mexico tide gauge in Naples. So again, if you're in Naples, you're in Southwest Florida in general, Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, you guys are seeing very dangerous conditions. Getting closer to Naples or getting closer to Port Charlotte, we actually have some issues here as well. We already have a river that's approaching moderate flood stage, but it will reach major flood stage shortly. And while it won't reach its record, most likely, it'll still be in major flood stage, which, of course, if you live anywhere along Peace River in Arcadia, then you can expect to see this river flood its banks, and again, dangerous flood conditions in addition to the additional rainfall that the region's already experiencing. And we're seeing damage reports coming in as well. We saw earlier in Pembroke Pines a storm report where a lot of planes were actually tossed around in the wind. Some planes at a local airport were quite damaged, if not fully destroyed. But again, it's going to be a dangerous situation. Again, we're going to toss things over to the wall with Evan, and he's going to break it down a little bit further into detail about this eye wall, and it's about to make landfall in Fort Myers area.
That's right, thanks Chandler. So we are dealing with this eye wall that's making its way towards the Fort Myers area, and you guys can actually see here, this orange outlined area here, that's actually an extreme wind warning issued by the National Weather Service. That's not something issued very often with these tropical systems. They are associated with stronger systems that start to make their way towards land, and it's actually been issued less than 15 times in its existence, so this is a very rare event for a tropical system to have this along the coast here. So if you're anywhere from just south of Fort Myers along this little island here, that's where you could see those life-threatening winds in excess of 115 miles an hour, and those are going to be sustained winds. So it's not a wind gust where it only lasts for less than a minute. These are going to be extended winds going on for possibly hours on end, because this is a very, very slow-moving system. So we want to be sure, if you're in this area, hunker down if you have not left already, which you should have already. If you have any time left, you want to be sure you're away from this at this point, because it's a very life-threatening situation about to come on shore here in southwest Florida here. So just be mindful of that. And you can see this eye wall here, very intense looking on radar. It's also packed with lightning, so it's a very intense system here. And it could potentially strengthen into a Category 5. We're right on the threshold of Category 4 and Category 5. As Aaron mentioned before, don't pay attention too much to what the category actually is. This is going to be a very, very dangerous event. So just be very careful if you're still in this area right now. Again, tons of lightning with this, so a very intense system here, and that eye wall is going to be making its way towards land. It's already reaching towards Fort Myers, just west of Fort Myers, excuse me, with the outer parts of the eye wall right now. And like I said, that's going to be sustained for several hours here because it is moving so slowly here. And as we move further inland, we're going to be talking about it looks like we have a tornado warning underneath there, if I'm reading that correctly, just to the southwest of Sebring here. So that's another threat that's going to be associated with Hurricane Ian, is that tornado threat, especially on the eastern side of the storm here. That's where you can really get that elevated tornado threat. And that threat really extends through much of the Florida peninsula, extends all the way down from southern Florida, say Port St. Lucie and Miami areas, all the way up to, say, Daytona Beach, and where actually there are now hurricane warnings extending all the way to the east coast. So even though the storm is making landfall on the west coast, hurricane conditions are going to be expected all the way across the Florida peninsula. So Orlando, the I-4 corridor, those areas could all see hurricane force winds with this, as well as extremely heavy rainfall. Florida is very saturated in the month of September. Some areas have already seen double-digit rainfall totals for the month of September. Now double that number because of Hurricane Ian. So you could see upwards of 2 feet of rainfall expected with Hurricane Ian. So just be very aware of that. Flooding is definitely going to be an issue. For the next 2 days, there are actually high risk of rainfall, high risk of flooding from the Weather Prediction Center. Those have been issued for 2 days in a row now. So just be aware of that. That's very dangerous here. And you can see on the spectrum width, there is a little bit here just to the south of Zolfo Springs here, and that's moving northwest. That's not a very common direction for tornadoes to move. As Chandler said earlier, usually you get a more northeasterly direction with those tornadoes, but because Ian is coming in from the west and rotating counterclockwise, you can get a northwesterly moving, or a tornado moving towards the northwest. So it's very uncommon. Just be aware of that as you see this here. Right around there is where you can see that little spin up there. And we'll move back down towards the south, looking at the eye of Hurricane Ian. And I've seen a lot of people comparing this to Hurricane Charlie. And I just want to emphasize, these are, while the path may be similar, these are two very different storms. Hurricane Charlie was a much smaller core, so this is a very different storm than Hurricane Charlie. So if you've been through Charlie, expect something, even though the track is similar, expect something different. This is going to be a different storm than that because the wind field is so much larger. Hurricane Ian went through an eye wall replacement cycle late last night, and then expanded its wind field to a much larger area. So hurricane force winds, tropical storm force winds are going to extend out much farther from the hurricane center than was yesterday. So just be aware of that as well. Very strong winds are going to be associated with this, well inland, as I said earlier, with those hurricane warnings extending far inland and across the entire peninsula of Florida. So again, we have that extreme wind warning for the coast, including Fort Myers. I would not be surprised if this gets extended inland as well, because Ian will likely retain its strength because it's moving so slowly. It can still have that fuel from the Gulf of Mexico fueling it more inland. So just be aware of that as well. So we'll take one more broad view again of Hurricane Ian. Much of the state of Florida is going to be feeling the effects of this, no matter where you live. The one exception is going to be the Panhandle, especially here in Tallahassee. We're not going to be feeling those effects anymore, but again, the entire state of Florida is going to be experiencing that. And I also want to emphasize storm surge. That's another thing we have to be careful of here around the Fort Myers area. We could see upwards of 12 feet of storm surge. That's water above ground level. So imagine you're in, say, your dining room. That's about 10 feet to the ceiling. Imagine water filling up your dining room. That's how high up the storm surge is going to be in some areas, especially along the coast there. So just be aware of that as well. Storm surge warnings are in effect for this area, especially where Ian is going to be making landfall. And you might also be saying that you might not be seeing any storm surge right now. That's because the wind direction has not fully changed in some areas. We have sort of an offshore flow in some areas, but as Ian moves ashore, the wind direction will switch around, and that's when you start to get some of that storm surge into your area, when you get that onshore flow from the Gulf of Mexico. Just be aware of that as well. So now for a more in-depth look and a look at social media as well, I'm going to pass things over to Chandler at the Wall Monitor.
Thank you, Evan, for that detailed summary of what we're experiencing right now in Southwest Florida. If you look over through social media, at least, we're seeing a lot of damage reports coming in about Ian. And one of the main things that we want to talk about is the likelihood of, seeing down power lines with this storm. One of the major issues with most hurricanes is you start to see these down power lines that still contain electricity, causing water that maybe it's touching to be electrified. It's one of many reasons why you should not be in floodwaters with hurricanes, just not only because of the nastiness that's probably already in there, all the different debris, broken glass, possible wildlife, alligators, but also you can also see electrified water, electrified currents in the water. Other issues, of course, again, look at this onshore flow, with Reed Timmer. He's down near Pine Island in Florida, and the eye wall and Hurricane Ian is again impacting the coast extremely badly. Just look at the strong winds and the heavy waves that are battering the shore. Again, it's a very dangerous situation, especially if you live along the coast or along any waterways such as canals and rivers that are connected to Port Charlotte's Bay or Fort Myers or any of those areas. Again, it's going to be a dangerous situation if you live along those coastline. And also, again, even the hurricane hunters, when they went into the eye wall, they experienced a little bit of damage because of the extreme turbulence in the eye wall. One thing that we have not mentioned so far is why the storm got stronger than expected. And one of the main reasons for this is because the storm was in the right place in the right time. Upper air dynamics allowed the storm to intensify because it's basically removed a lot of the mass on the top of the storm. And what that basically means, layman's terms, is you lower the pressure because you reduce the amount of mass. And so it basically lowered the central pressure in the storm, allowed the winds to intensify and reach 155 miles per hour sustained. And again, this is only 2 miles per hour away from Category 5 strength. It's pretty much, you know, you can't really detect a difference in 2 miles per hour, but it's still a dangerous situation. Let's see if the Florida Division of Emergency Management has said anything. Of course, they emphasized 2 hours ago, do not walk out into receding water in Tampa Bay or Charlotte Harbor. The water will return through storm surge and poses a life-threatening risk. So we actually saw earlier video in Tampa Bay, the water is receding, and you're starting to see the seabed actually show up. And this is just a reminder that even though it has returned, receded, it will return, so do not wander out into this ocean bed. Again, it's a dangerous situation regardless of whether or not you're on the onshore or offshore flow part of the storm. And then sheltering in place, again, the FDEM emphasizes when sheltering in place, if you have any large animals, do not confine them to the barn, and survey your property for best location to shelter your livestock. That's for anybody that's in the more rural parts of Southwest Florida as Hurricane Ian finally presses its way through the coastline. Also, again, they emphasized what NHC sent out earlier, which NHC again emphasized that catastrophic storm surge is expected for localized areas between Charlotte and Fort Myers, 12 to 18 feet above ground level. That is if you took me and tripled me to 15 feet. I'm a 5 foot tall, well, maybe a little more than that, but still a pretty short guy. But it's a very dangerous situation because basically this is, if you have even a one-story building, you're in danger of, all right, whatever, okay. But anyway, this is a very dangerous situation, especially if you're in a one-story building. You will have to possibly break your roof and get on top of your roof, and that is a dangerous situation because it exposes you to elements. However, it is better than staying in those floodwaters, which again can be electrified. They can also have chemicals, alligators, different things that can harm you outside of just the water itself, which has very strong currents that can drag you under and keep you underwater, even if you're a strong swimmer. Again, catastrophic wind damage for localized areas between Port Charlotte and Naples. Like Robert mentioned, these winds are tornado strength, and it's pretty much going to be a tornado-type wind event for the duration of several hours. And that is not a good situation, especially if you're in a building that is prone to damage. Luckily, most building codes are up to date with hurricane wind thresholds, but it's still a dangerous situation because this is, of course, a very strong, exceptionally strong storm. And heavy rainfall, again, is expected across central to northeast Florida and as well as southwest Florida. Of course, southeast Florida already saw their rainfall, so pretty much the whole entire peninsula has been dealing with a lot of flooding across yesterday, today, tomorrow, and the next day. So pretty much throughout the remainder of this week. And even whenever you start getting up to our neighbors in the north and the Carolinas, they will also see a decent amount of rainfall with the storm as it makes its way out into the Atlantic, only to loop back and make another landfall as a tropical storm sometime between 8 p.m. Friday, or 8 a.m. Friday and 8 p.m. Friday, so probably sometime in the afternoon on Friday. So again, it's a dangerous situation for those living pretty much across the Atlantic southeast. And we're expecting this to continue to unfold as we make our way through the next few hours and into the next few days. Of course, one of the things that we want to emphasize is if you have the time to volunteer, make sure that you do not go by yourself. Make sure that you're partnered with an organization. Over the next few days, we'll see organizations start asking for help and enlisting the help of people with all different various backgrounds. So if you do have experience with using power tools or anything of that nature and are able to help break down and clean up damage, look for these organizations. Red Cross, of course, they have volunteer opportunities that will unfold in the next few days, as well as the Cajun Navy. There are many other places that you can go to possibly help. And of course, Red Cross will always accept donations if you cannot donate your time. But again, it's a dangerous situation in general, and we'll start to see the damage reports continue to come in. And we're going to toss things over to the desk with Robert, and he'll talk more about Ian.
Reports coming in. Excuse me, apologies. We have one from starting from 11:56. We have a report of 59 knot winds in Fort Myers in southwest Florida, and that is already damaging winds before the storm was going to make landfall there. Measured 55 knot winds at Punta Gorda Airport. And then also we have measured 52 knot winds in Venice, Florida. So these are all very, very high wind gusts that are being reported in the general area where we're expected to see that landfall. And of this storm, we have an extension of that extreme wind warning across Sarasota and Charlotte counties. So essentially you had that extreme wind warning already in effect, and that extreme wind warning is going to be moved off towards the north a little bit. And we could see further extensions based on the strength of this storm as it continues to make landfall. We also have a gust of 52 knots all the way up in St. Petersburg. So the storm is making landfall in southwestern Florida, and we are seeing gusts up to 50 knots, and that's a little over 50 miles per hour, all the way up in St. Petersburg, which is, of course, still seeing up to hurricane force winds up there. We also have reports of large limbs snapping off hardwood trees, downed power lines in the area around Lee County. That's where, of course, Fort Myers is. And we have 50-mile-per-hour gusts still being reported in that area, and it is going to ramp up as the storm continues to make its way inland. So that's why it's so important to emphasize that you are inside a lowest-level interior room if you're not under a storm surge threat. If you are under a storm surge threat, the biggest concern is to be an interior room, but also make sure you're not putting yourself in danger for life-threatening flooding. So those are our major concerns there. We also have an expired tornado warning. Of course, that one was in effect for the area around Sanibel, or excuse me, around DeSoto, Hardy, and Highlands in Florida. This one is now expired, and we have no current tornado warnings in effect, but we will continue to watch and see if there are any new ones updated. We have a high risk of heavy rainfall that could be expected over Orlando and in throughout the peninsula of Florida, so a dangerous flooding situation that we are seeing here. And also, again, 54 to 55 mile per hour gusts being reported as far north as the Tampa Bay area. So we have this storm surge threat all throughout Florida. That's something we're concerned about, is storm surge, up to 10, 15 feet of storm surge in some locations, excuse me. But we are also seeing this high wind threat, not just around where the storm is making landfall, but all the way up into the Orlando area and all the way over to Tampa Bay as well. So again, high wind threat throughout Florida, not just around where the storm is, but again, we have an extreme wind warning in effect for the area right immediately around Fort Myers and immediately right into the area around Cape Coral. And now that has been extended into the area into Charlotte County and Sarasota County. This does not include the city of Sarasota, I do not believe yet, but it does include parts of southern Sarasota County. So again, primary threats, high wind, some storm surge, and that is our main concern with this storm as it's continuing to make landfall here. And just some more reports because we're continuing to get these into our system here. Another 52 knot gust at Sarasota Bradenton. And this is, again, not immediately right next to that eye wall. I want to emphasize that these impacts are being felt way outside of just the center of the storm. So even if you're not in the immediate Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, into Cape Coral area, we do have a concern for tornadoes, for storm surge, and for high wind. We have that concern all throughout Florida, and particularly into the Tampa Bay, into the Orlando, into the as far as Miami and Daytona Beach in some cases. Tropical storm warnings and even hurricane warnings have just been issued for areas like Daytona Beach. So again, I just want to emphasize that this is a wide-ranging threat. Primary concern is for Fort Myers in that immediate area in southwest Florida, but we are seeing these impacts far across the Florida region. So now I'm going to pass things off to Ian at the wall.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. We did have a question in the chat. Why is this hurricane going to be slowing down as it passes through the Florida Peninsula? And because there's going to be a breakdown of steering currents. So right now, this storm is being pulled northeast to because of a trough that is pushed through. It's also giving us our cooler temperatures up here in North Florida. All right. As that trough pushes through, we're going to have two high pressures built in, one here and one up here, and that storm is going to get trapped behind that. Okay, and that's why we're going to have that slowdown of the storm as it passes through the Florida Peninsula. However, as we zoom into the actual landfall of Hurricane Ian here, we have a very, very dangerous situation developing. As Aaron and Robert have both said, we do have an extreme wind warning for portions of Fort Myers and the southwest coast of Florida. Again, this is an extremely rare event. We almost never see extreme winds warnings. That is when we expect sustained winds of 115 miles per hour for this region. So again, if you are in these regions, hunker down, all right? We don't want you leaving at this point, all right? You're going to get through this, okay? Hunker down. It's going to get tough, all right? But you're going to get through it, okay? Anyways, extreme wind warning here for portions of Fort Myers as the storm begins to move onshore. As we are seeing, this eye wall is battering the coast of the Fort Myers here, and is a terrible situation that is developing. If we can put the lightning up here, I'd like to take a look at that before we move up, because there has been a lot of lightning activity in the eye wall, and that is one of our main indicators that this is in a very intense storm. All right, when we think about hurricanes, we don't really think about lightning, but when we see lightning like this, especially this amount of activity in the eye wall, this is one of our indicators that this is a very intense and a very powerful storm that is moving onshore. One thing I did want to look at is the geography of this coast. It's one of the reasons why this storm surge event is going to be so awful. The geography of the Fort Myers area, if we can zoom in here a bit and take a look at that, it's as this storm rotates counterclockwise around, this water is going to get pushed up and into these bays, these canals, all of these areas right here. That water is going to pile up, and that's why we're seeing those storm surge estimates up to 12 to 18 feet. That is feet, that is not inches, 12 to 18 feet. This is a very, very bad situation that is developing, especially if you do have property on the coastal areas of Fort Myers. So this is something we do want to take a look at. If we can switch to velocity, let's see what those wind speeds are reading. So we have very strong readings here onto the coast, off the charts here. So this is obviously a very terrible situation here. Let's take a wide look of the state of Florida, and let's switch back to reflectivity here. As we've mentioned throughout the show, this is a storm that is not just impacting the southwest coast, it is also impacting the southeast coast, central Florida, northeast Florida. This is something that is affecting nearly the entire state of Florida with the exception of northwest Florida up here in Tallahassee. Again, this is a very, very large storm. All right, it is impacting a lot of people. We have tropical storm warnings all the way down in southeast Florida, all the way up to northeast Florida. The entire south central coast of Peninsula of Florida is under a tornado watch. Again, like lightning, tornadoes aren't necessarily something you think about very often with hurricanes, but more times than not, especially in this northeast quadrant here, we do see a lot of tornadic activity. So that's something we're going to have to take a look at. We saw a lot of that last night, especially in southeast Florida, and we've seen a couple tornado warnings already today. So again, it is not just the winds, it is not just the rainfall, it is not just the storm surge. We also do have a tornadic threat here as we go into the landfall. Again, like I talked about at the beginning of the segment, this storm is moving very slow, all right? So since we started streaming about an hour ago, this storm has just crawled towards the coast, all right? So these are sustained winds down here in Fort Myers of the 155 miles an hour that we're talking about that is sustained on the coast, all right? These are not just gusts. These wind speeds are being sustained here, so obviously a very terrible situation. I do want to hit on one more point before we throw things over to the desk. I'm hearing a lot of buzz about Category 5, Category 5. Again, Category 5 is all semantics right now. The latest advisory puts out 155 miles an hour. In order for it to be a Category 5, it has to be 160 miles an hour. However, the difference between a 155 mile an hour Category 4 and 160 mile an hour Category 5 is non-existent, okay? Do not get caught up. This is a very dangerous, a very powerful storm. There will be impacts across the entire peninsula of Florida. Do not get caught on that Category 5 versus a Category 5 or 4 conversation. Anyways, we are going to throw things back over to Chandler to take another look at some of those damage reports as well as the latest social media posts.
That's right, yes. So there's a lot to take in with Hurricane Ian, especially starting off with the fact that it is a widespread kind of impact event. It's, of course, mainly impacting southwest Florida, but the whole entire peninsula is under the gun for very strong storms. Surge across the coast, and then a lot of rainfall throughout the peninsula. Just here with the Weather Prediction Center, they have upwards of 10 to 15 inches of rain from Tampa all the way up to Jacksonville. Orlando is also in that range, and then in between Orlando and Jacksonville, there's a stretch that has 15 to 20 inches of rain expected. So that's on top of what already fell yesterday. So it's a very dangerous situation if you live at all really in the central Florida region. And again, with this rainfall, you know, it's harder to predict exactly which areas will see the heaviest rain, because with these rain bands that Ian was showing you, the rain bands tend to be heavier in some spots than others, and you have parts that are drier than others. So anywhere here could see locally heavier rain than expected, or locally lighter rain than expected. But again, it's something to prepare for. Of course, the whole entire peninsula is under moderate to high risk for flooding, and that basically just means just life-threatening flooding. One of the last times we saw a high risk was with Hurricane Ida last year, whenever it was going towards New York City. If you remember any of the coverage of that event, you'll realize that that was a life-changing event for so many in New York. Same thing here in the Florida Peninsula. And even as you go up towards the Carolinas, of course, Charleston is a very flood-prone city, and pretty much from Savannah to Charleston, we're expecting moderate risk for flash flooding. So it's again going to be a very dangerous situation for pretty much the whole entire South Carolina coast. I actually want to emphasize that while it's about to make landfall here in Florida, it is expected to make landfall as at least a tropical storm, even as you get up towards the Carolinas. And that could be even as strong as a hurricane. They actually have a hurricane watch out for those in, let's see here. Yeah, for those in along the coast. So this pink area stretching from Jacksonville all the way up to between Charleston and Myrtle Beach, they are all under a hurricane watch. So again, this storm could possibly not even weaken enough to get to tropical storm strength. It could be a hurricane making landfall again along the eastern seaboard. But so this is a high impact event not only for the Florida Peninsula, but even for Georgia, South Carolina, and possibly a little bit of North Carolina with rainfall. And then again, we'll go back towards the highest cause of death with hurricanes, and that is storm surge. Again, places from Fort Myers all the way to Port Charlotte are under the gun for storm surge potential. that's exceptional. We have storm surge potential of at least 9 feet and above across the bay area, the harbor areas. So Charlotte Harbor, you guys are expected to see a lot of areas that could be above 9 feet of storm surge. And what that means is if you live in a one-story house, you will most definitely have to get onto the roof of your home. But again, this is a very life-threatening situation, and we're going to throw things over to the wall with another overview of Hurricane Ian.
That's right. Thanks, Chandler. So we are going to be doing continuous coverage of Hurricane Ian throughout the day today on FSU Weather. So let's get a quick recap of what we have going on here. There's Hurricane Ian right now approaching the western coast of Florida here near the Fort Myers area. That eye wall is just starting to get onto the coast there. It's a very large system here, so it's not affecting one area of Florida. Essentially, the entire state of Florida will feel the effects of this, with the lone exception of the western portion of the Florida Panhandle here. But that's about it. This is a very intense system, and you can see that on the water vapor imagery, a very moisture-packed system here. The dry air is holding off to the west, and we thought that there could be some dry air interaction with this, and that could help weaken the storm if it tracks further north. That will not happen this time. As Ian mentioned before, we have the trough that's moving away, and we have two high-pressure systems that are going to be opposing each other, one on either side of Ian, and that's going to help slow it down, and that'll actually help keep the dry air away from it as it goes forward in time here, so it won't have any of that to deal with here. And it's still over the very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico, sitting in the upper 80s in terms of temperature here, and that warm water does extend very deep into the Gulf of Mexico, so it's having a lot of fuel there to draw from. And it has a little bit of time left to strengthen here, so we'll have to see if it can get a little bit stronger right before it makes landfall here. So hopefully that does not happen, but it does have a little bit of a window left before it moves on to land here. So here's the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, still sitting at 155 mile an hour maximum sustained winds in the center of this storm, moving north-northeast at 9 miles an hour, and that'll continue to slow down as we go forward in time here. Pressure still at 937 millibars, so quite low. And one of the latest observations from the hurricane hunters here, they did record a wind gust of 173 miles per hour. There could still be sustained winds up near 140 miles an hour here, so we want to be aware of that. Pressure still at 935 millibars, again, quite low. And there again is the current radar right now. Much of the eastern portion of Florida here is under a tornado watch, as you can get spin-up tornadoes from these on the eastern quadrant here, especially the northeastern quadrant. So we saw that yesterday, as Ian mentioned before. We had some tornadoes in southern Florida, so that will move northward as we go throughout the day today, up towards places like Daytona Beach, where there are now hurricane warnings in effect for most inland areas and, of course, the eastern coast here. So hurricane effects will be felt throughout the state of Florida here throughout as we go through the next couple of days here. There are the outer portions of the eye wall heading towards Fort Myers. You can see the heaviest part of that is just heading to the northwest of Fort Myers right now. That is where the most intense winds are going to be. That's where the most intense rainfall is going to be with this. So if you're in this area, please hunker down, shelter in place. Do not leave your home to go see what this is like. This is a life-threatening situation about to move on shore, as well as the storm surge. Catastrophic levels of storm surge are also expected with this. As we look at the track, it's going to go across the Florida Peninsula and into the Atlantic, and there are actually now hurricane watches posted for coastal Carolina and Georgia here heading into Friday, so we'll be aware of that as well. See it again, very good agreement on the spaghetti miles going forward in time here, as they should be in the short-term forecast here. Very strong winds are going to be, again, associated with this, well over 100 miles per hour, sustained, not gusts, sustained. And this could be the case for several hours here, as Hurricane Ian will slow down to a snail's pace as it makes its landfall on western Florida. And it'll also bring catastrophic amounts of rainfall as well. As I said earlier, Florida is very saturated right now. They've already seen double-digit rainfall totals for the month of September, and now we're going to end up doubling that in the course of just a few days. That yellow color here is upwards of 15 inches of rainfall. Some places could see isolated amounts of up to 2 feet of rainfall. So very, very high flood threat for this as well. So now I'm going to pass things back over to Chandler for another look, a more in-depth look at Hurricane Ian.
Thank you for that, Evan. And just like he was mentioning, the hurricane is about to make landfall. You can see the barrier islands over here in correlation with Fort Myers. This storm is really close, within a few miles of making landfall. And what that means is the eye will be over land here shortly. And once the eye starts to go over land, we start to typically see hurricanes weaken pretty significantly, pretty quickly. However, this storm is already starting from a Category 4 storm. So that means it's going to have a lot of intensity that have to unravel before it finally reaches that tropical storm strength. So again, it's going to be very strong now for the next few hours, even when it's over landfall, but we will start to see it finally start to decay as it goes across the Florida Peninsula. However, again, for communities from Fort Myers all the way through to Orlando, you guys can see not only a lot of wind, or not only a lot of rain, but also some wind as well, with really damaging storm gusts as well as sustained winds. Like Evan mentioned, at least here for the short term, sustained winds can be expected to be upwards of 140, 150 miles per hour, and that is very damaging. Sustained winds are not like gusts. Sustained winds mean over the course of a whole entire minute, you can feel the force of 155 miles an hour. And what that means is that's pretty much the type of wind that you could expect to throw roofs off of buildings, puncture the whole entire wall of houses, just pretty much breaking down any structure that's not hurricane-proof for hurricanes in Category 4 strength. Again, this is a very strong and exceptionally strong storm. We're going to throw things over to Aaron, and he's going to break things down more in-depthly on live coverage radar.
That's right. Right now we are looking at the eye wall of Hurricane Ian right now. It's approaching the southwestern coast of Florida. Here is, for reference, this is Sanibel Island right here up to Captiva there. And we're about 20 miles or so away from perhaps a landfall, at least from the coast there. But very intense eye wall, especially on the northern and western portions of the eye there. We have that lightning feature going on right now, which tends to signify a strengthening eye wall. And I think this has the potential to still strengthen up till landfall, but again, it's not going to be much of a difference of any because there's still life-threatening storm surge right along the bays and inlets here. So again, all the way up to Port Charlotte, this particular area here, Punta Gorda, over towards southern parts of Sarasota County. So Northport might see some of that flooding. But we look at velocity here, we have very high amounts of wind across in the eye wall here, like Ian was mentioning earlier, off the charts nearly, and it's all swirling around the center of low pressure here over the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. And this is all going to go move inland over the course of the day and into tonight. But of course, we can't forget about our folks inland, where we could see a lot of rain and still a good amount of wind as it makes its way over toward the northeast. So even places like in Orange County and Orlando, Osceola County, or Polk County might even see a good amount of wind out of this, potentially up to Category 1 status up to that point. So it's going to make landfall tonight over Fort Myers. It's going to move slowly up towards the north and east and dump a whole bunch of rain here along the I-4 corridor from Tampa over towards Orlando and Melbourne, Daytona Beach there. But don't forget the wind is also going to weaken, but it will also, as it tracks off to the north and east. So we'll see intense amount of wind, especially just off of that. But you could see Category 1 force winds or hurricane force winds up along the spine of the state there, and as it makes its track over towards the north and east. And one other thing, too, that tends to be overlooked as well is the tornado threat. We do have a tornado watch across just about the entire peninsula of Florida, especially the southern central portions of the Florida Peninsula here. And we've already seen reports of some tornadoes in South Florida and in the Keys over the past day or 24 to 48 hours or so. And we're continuing to see the same situation happening across much, of course, rather throughout the rest of the day and into tomorrow as it tracks over the peninsula. But the biggest risk of tornadoes will be along that front right quadrant of the storm. So that is pretty much Lake Okeechobee up along the entire coastline. So even though Ian is making landfall on the western portions of Florida, we expect to see some catastrophic impacts potentially as far east as even the east coast of Florida, so along I-95 from Miami up and towards Melbourne there, where they could see a few tornadoes. And like I mentioned before, we already seen some of those spin-ups already occur along the east coast of Florida. And that's going to occur with this banding feature. And what that's doing is because we have some wind shear aloft as well, where we have the winds at the surface coming in from the south, and we have the shear aloft starting to blow more from the southwest as we have that interaction with that cold front that is stalled out across Tampa. But again, we're seeing much more than just impacts along the coast. We're going to see impacts as far inland as I mentioned, Orlando, even all the way to the east coast, still with that hurricane watch, or in effect, or hurricane warning, I should say, across the entire area. But as we look over northeast Florida, we do see those rain bands starting to move its way into Daytona Beach up to Jacksonville, and some intense lightning with this particular band offshore the Space Coast there of Cape Canaveral over towards Daytona Beach. Patrick Air Force Base is there, Cocoa Beach over in Brevard County there. And this is all going to pivot around the storm center, especially as it moves in to the coast within the next few hours or so. So Daytona Beach over towards Melbourne might see some of those, that intense rain band moving in. But overall, across the state here, we see really the whole picture. We have the hurricane down to the south. We had that front stalled across much of north central Florida here, and what that's going to do is it's going to cause a squeeze action. We're going to see that air going to lift up along the stationary boundary, condense, and fall with a bunch of rain across much of Tampa over towards Daytona Beach there, with even as Evan mentioned earlier, with those estimates potentially upwards of near 2 feet in some isolated spots, but still very concerning with our friends inland with that flooding risk. So it's not just along the coast, it's also going to be inland too. But again, zooming in closer to that eye wall there, we see very intense banding here along the northern and western eye wall. This is now moving into the Fort Myers and Sanibel up to about Port Charlotte. So again, if you are in the area between Sarasota County down to about Bonita Beach, which is north of Naples, you need to be hunkered down right now because this eye wall is starting to move through. Treat this as a tornado warning, so go to an interior portion of your room right now. And again, if you're on the coast, then you're going to have to assess whether or not storm surges is your biggest threat or it's going to be wind, because at this point it's going to be moving inland. It's only about 15 to 20 miles or so offshore from the center of the eye. And remember, landfall means when the center of the eye, the geographical eye, or geometric eye I should say, moves over land. So this is perhaps going to happen within the next hour or two if it's moving at about 15 miles per hour or so with the latest advisory. But again, we have very intense banding happening around the eye with that onshore flow here south of Sanibel, and that's arcing around. So we have that offshore flow north of the Fort Myers and Port Charlotte area, Punta Gorda area, and off to the south of Naples, we're going to be hammered with all this rainwater being flooded into the Naples region. And it's going to continue over the course of the next few hours or so, unfortunately, as this storm will bear down across much of the area. But we'll continue to see this as it slowly makes its way onshore over southwest Florida. But now we'll turn things back over to Chandler with social media.
That's right. Thank you, Aaron. This was tweeted a few hours ago, but it's something that I think is a good reminder of what this type of storm surge will do to the local area as the storm makes landfall and progresses through the later stages of today. So Evan Fisher, he posted a tweet about how the predicted storm surge will impact Fort Myers. Right now you can see what the coastline looks like as of right now, but once you start adding in the storm surge, pretty much a whole entire part of Fort Myers will be under some sort of water. So again, this whole entire area is predicted to see very life-changing, geographically changing water as it continues to make its way through this inlet bay and impact Cape Corporal and Fort Myers. So again, pretty much anybody from Sanibel over to downtown Fort Myers, you guys will see a lot of storm surge that makes you almost look like you're part of the ocean instead of the Florida Peninsula. And then, of course, we are actually seeing evidence of that, which a few people have tweeted out about. This tweet comes from Dale Solslick, and basically most Florida homes, they have a fenced-in backyard typically to keep out mosquitoes, but of course with this hurricane, it is pretty much puncturing these and causing them to break down. And of course, when you're also looking at that water off the coast, and it's starting to rise as well, reaching that dock It's going to continue to progress towards these people's backyards. Hopefully they have their preparations and they're already ready to move towards the upper part of their home in case the flooding continues in their local area. And again, this is really bad for those along the coastline. We have another shot here of the waves impacting the coastline. It's very strong. They're already making their way above, the normal level, surface level. So again, it's already making its way towards the stairs of this building, and it's very strong. And we can expect this to continue for most everybody along the coastline, for places in Fort Myers and up along towards Port Charlotte. Again, those are the areas most likely to see impacts. We'll continue to highlight, yes, Cape Corporal, Fort Myers, you guys are under that risk for 9+ feet of storm surge, locally even higher, depending upon how close you are to the body of water, and even upwards towards Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda. You guys are going to see a very bad inundation of storm surge as well. So if you guys live along any of those coastlines, waterways, this is a storm that's going to highly impact you or anybody that you know there. Looking at the radar, again, it is very close to making landfall. It's making that jaunt north, and at this point, you can expect it to probably make landfall here within the next hour or so. So again, somewhere close to 2 p.m., probably a little bit before 2 p.m., we can expect this storm to finally be on shore. And hopefully that will lead it to rapidly decay, but again, it's starting at a high-end category 4 strength storm. So it's going to take a while for this storm's pressure to increase and for its winds to therefore decrease. Again, it's going to be a dangerous situation for the rest of the day if you live anywhere along Southwest Florida and Tampa. Of course, again, Tampa Bay, they talked about how if there is, if you do live in Tampa, you will notice that a lot of the water is receding, and that, hey, you can see the bottom of the riverbeds and the bay. But this water will return, so do not go out into that open, barren area. It might look interesting, but it's also very dangerous because, again, that water will return, and it will return very quickly once the storm starts making its way on land and that wind shifts. So again, if you live anywhere along the Florida Gulf Coast, this is still a dangerous situation for you, even if you're not necessarily right there in Southwest Florida. And again, this situation will progress throughout today, tonight, and into Thursday and Thursday night. And there's still possibility of rain even as we make our way through the rest of the week. Another thing to highlight is, again, here in Naples, they're already above 5.77 feet of storm surge. So they're in major flooding along the Gulf Coast of Mexico in Naples. And that's not even the highest area of impact. The highest area of impact is a few minutes north in Fort Myers. But again, it's reaching that stage where it's above people's heads. And it will continue to rise in certain locations, especially along Fort Myers. So again, it's a very dangerous situation if you do live in Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, anywhere in between, and anywhere a little bit even inland with these rivers. They're starting to back up so much. But again, it's a dangerous situation. Let's look and see if there's any other damage reports coming from people that live nearby. Of course, this is very scary to look at. You see the water that's actually making its way towards the elevated part of this person's house, and you can expect that it will probably overtake their house shortly. So again, we're talking about people's livelihoods here, so this is not a laughing matter. It's a very dangerous situation for those that do own property out here and weren't prepared for it, because of course this storm was projected to go towards Tampa Bay, but unfortunately steering currents broke down such that the storm started to meander a little bit further eastward, and as it meandered eastward, it did not lose strength in time, so it sustained its strength and actually increased in strength, and I mentioned that a little earlier as to why, but I'll mention it again. However, before I get to that, again, it didn't have time to weaken. It originally was supposed to hit somewhere in Tampa, which would have allowed it to have a little bit of time to weaken, maybe towards a low-end Cat 3. Still very dangerous, but at least not as strong with the winds. But now it looks like this storm, it made its way too far eastward, and it did not weaken in time. And so we're seeing the worst case scenario for southwest Florida. Of course, storm surge wise, it could have been worse if it had scraped up the Florida Gulf Coast and made its way towards North Tampa. But as far as southwest Florida residents, this is the worst case scenario. We'll throw things over to Robert, and he'll give us a breakdown of Ian once again.
Right, thank you, Chandler. Again, right now, a very dangerous situation. We are only 14 miles from landfall as this storm is continuing towards the northeast. Right now, in the firing line is Fort Myers, Cape Coral, and then up towards Port Charlotte. All of those in those areas are going to be under the immediate risk of this landfall from the eye wall. With the eye wall, you'll be seeing strong winds above 100 miles per hour sustained. We're not talking gusts like you see 100 miles per hour for a second here. It will be sustained above 100 miles per hour. So this is essentially just a long duration tornado that you'll be feeling here. It's not actually a tornado, but that's the best way we can compare to it for how strong these winds are. Now, we're going to take a quick look at Ville. We don't usually use this product with hurricanes. We actually had a report from the hurricane hunters. There was a little bit of hail with this eye wall here, this western eye wall, just west off the coast of Florida when they were just doing a track through there. And what you can see through here is these intense updrafts with thunderstorms in the eye wall form hail much in the way you would with a severe thunderstorm. We don't usually see that in tropical systems in hurricanes like these, but we have seen it a little bit here, so something to keep in mind as you're going on the land here. We do have a chance for a little bit of hail. So we do have a question from the viewers. Is there a chance this becomes a Category 5? Well, with that specific question, I would like to address that right now it's 150.5 miles per hour. So that is essentially right on the border between a Cat 4 and a Cat 5. So with any questions about the intensity here, it's important to remember that this is about as strong as you can get with a storm. It doesn't really matter if it's a Category 4 or a Category 5, because either way it's going to be devastating in its effect, and it essentially is either way off of that scale there. Whether it actually does become a Category 5 will depend here. It's likely going to make landfall soon and start to weaken, so by the next time we have an advisory, it will probably not have a chance to get to that strength, but we could see it in future reanalyses, if it does get to that period here. But again, I want to emphasize, we're not really looking at the category here because we know this is a powerful and very, very devastating storm. We have not seen a storm like this in Florida in several years, and you really don't see storms like this too often. And again, this is going to be a storm we're going to talk about for a long time because this is a very, very significant situation. So even if it's not a Category 5, it is right there. This is going to be dangerous. Please take this situation seriously. Don't put your life for granted. If you are still in the Fort Myers, Southwest Florida area, go to that interior room. Go there now. If you're in a storm surge scenario, try and not be on the first floor because you don't want to be putting yourself in danger of getting flooded out, but still try and get as close to the center of your house if it's on the second floor, because you still have those strong tornado-like winds here sustained above 100 miles per hour. So this is a little bit of an arrow we've drawn here for what is currently the track of this storm. It can change, as we have seen. So this is just the current forecast here. It could move a little bit to the north, a little bit to the south, but our best guess is this is the line that we're following here. And I want to emphasize, just because this is the line we're looking at for the storm as it's moving off towards the northeast, towards the Daytona Beach area, just because it's going through that as the line, that doesn't mean it's necessarily, you're not going to see any effects if you're not on the immediate eye wall. As we just had a report earlier, 52 knot gusts in Tampa. These winds are very outside the eye wall. So if you're anywhere in this storm area, which is a very large storm size, way larger than Charlie, you're going to see these effects here. I believe, can we zoom in on, it looks like there's a tornado warning here on the eastern side of the eye wall real quickly. Yes, a little bit northeast of Sylvan Shores. If you could just clear the telestrations off so we don't have those arrows there. This is right here. It's a little bit of, it almost looks like a little supercell on the outside. This is a little bit of an outer band here. And this is a tornado warning that was just recently issued. Again, these are very spin-up situations, so it doesn't necessarily mean that this is going to be a long-track tornado by any means, but we still warn for it because it can still be dangerous. These are still going to be high winds in a very small area here. This is until 1:15, so I want to make sure all of you here know, just east of Sebring, southeast of Frostproof, anywhere in that area, you're a significant danger for this tornado right here. So as it moves off towards the northeast, and we actually have a pretty well-defined couplet here, a little more well-defined than we've seen previously right here. If you could just zoom in on that a little bit, And right there, those gate-to-gate winds are probably within a solid 20 to 30 miles per hour at least there, showing us a very solid couplet of rotation. That's what we're looking for when we're trying to see a tornado. And that's a pretty good guess. There could be one there. If we go to correlation coefficient to see if there's any debris being wafted up, there may not be any, but it does look like there actually could be a little bit of a signature there. Not definitive, but enough for us to be concerned, enough for you to issue that warning. I would say it's actually a pretty good signature for a debris couplet right there, or sorry, a debris area on top of that rotation couplet with velocity there. So again, very concerned about this tornado as it moves off towards the northeast. If you're east of Sebring, northeast of US 98, you need to be inside your lowest level interior room, that shelter immediately. We're going to pass things back off to Aaron at the wall to talk more about the overall nature of this storm.
That's right, Robert. We have that storm that is about to make landfall pretty soon along the Cape Coral, Fort Myers area. Here on radar, we see that eye wall here that is growing, or not growing, but it's strengthening still, perhaps up to landfall here, where we could see the heaviest amount of storm surge south of that, and then we actually could see some offshore winds north of that. So Tampa is actually draining out right now, which is really, it seems amazing, but again, I want to stress this: do not go out in the water, because once again, that water will come back and we'll see potentially flooding in Tampa once again. But for right now, the best thing to do if you are anywhere along the southwest coast or west central Florida, even inland, now is the time to activate that hurricane plan. Make sure you are in a shelter right now. We already have tropical storm force conditions that will begin to that are beginning to expand across the area. So very dangerous situation right now across the southwest Florida. But now we'll turn things back over with the update with Ian at the wall.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Again, it is the top of the hour, so we're going to be taking a look at our overview here of Hurricane Ian as it approaches the southwest coast of Florida. Here's a look at our latest visible satellite. As you can see, that eye is inching closer to that Fort Myers and Port Charlotte area, so very awful situation developing, especially if residents are still in this area here. We pray for them. Anyways, water vapor imagery, as we can see, moist air is pushing through the Florida Peninsula. As you can see, that dry air, as Evan mentioned earlier, we thought maybe it was going to get entrained into the system and potentially help weaken it. Obviously, that has not happened, and we do have a very dangerous situation on our hand. Again, that storm has been tracking over extremely warm waters in the Gulf of Mexico, which has been helping it strengthen as it approaches the southwest coast of Florida. This is the latest advisory here. Not much has changed, just a positional update here at 1 o'clock. But again, winds still remaining at 155 miles per hour, north-northeast heading at 9 miles per hour, and a pressure reading at 937 millibars. So again, a very powerful storm. Don't get caught too much on those wind speeds. Again, the difference between 155 and 160 is non-existent. Okay, this is a very powerful storm. This is going to bring extreme storm surge, extreme flooding, and extreme winds to much of the Florida Peninsula here as it moves across. Again, we had our aircraft recon move through in the morning. It found pressures at 935 millibars and as well wind speeds of 173 miles per hour. We do have our aircraft reconnaissance running around the clock as we do approach our landfall. That is giving us valuable data and the most up-to-date information as the storm does approach the coast. Again, our current radar, as we can see, that eye wall is inching closely. In fact, much of that coast might actually be in the eye as we speak right now. Again, technical landfall does not occur until that area is in the center of the eye, so we are approaching that probably within the hour. But again, for those regions that are in the eye right now, we do still have the eastern half, or the western half of the eye wall that will be pushing through, again, bringing those strong winds to the area. Here's that zoomed in view. As you can see, much of the extreme coastal areas of Fort Myers are now in the eye as we speak. They've gone through the northeastern quadrant of the eye wall, so those are typically the strongest winds. But again, we do still have that western eye wall that is going to push through. So unfortunately, you are only halfway through the battle. All right, hang tight. You're almost there. All right, we're going to have one more part of the eye wall, and then it's going to be all downhill from there. So we're almost there. All right, hunker down. You're going to make it through this. Again, here's our track as we can see. 155 miles per hour is our current advisory. As it pushes through into central Florida, it's going to weaken to 120 mile per hour category 3, still bringing strong winds to much of the Florida Peninsula. Again, latest models are going to have it actually eject out of the eastern coast of Florida and potentially bring impacts to South Carolina and maybe even the Georgia coast, so Savannah, that kind of area. So again, this is a multi-state effect. Hurricane Ian is not going to be over as it passes through the Florida Peninsula. We're still going to have effects on the southeast coast of the United States. Again, those spaghetti models are coming to pretty good agreement for how this storm is going to be. Again, how far west it stays in the peninsula or how far east it gets out into the Atlantic will have effects down the line, potentially into the Carolinas and into Georgia, or it may just stay inland. We'll have to watch as that develops. Again, this is our GFS forecast wind speeds. It's going to be extreme wind speeds to the Fort Myers up to Tampa. This whole southwestern coast of Florida will be in risk of some very strong winds as this storm does continue to make landfall. And even the central Florida into Orlando and out into the eastern coast, Daytona Beach, Space Coast, we're also going to be seeing some very strong winds as the storm does eject out onto the eastern side of the Florida Peninsula. And last, we're going to take a look at our rainfall forecast. Again, this is going to be a huge effect here as the storm does cross. We're seeing rainfall forecasts is well above 20 inches as we cross the coast, as we cross the peninsula, excuse me. So a large amount of peoples are going to be affected as this storm does cross. We have rainfall, we have storm surge, we have extreme winds. This is going to be a multi-day event, and it's going to affect a lot of people. As for now, we are going to pass things back over to Aaron for the wall. We're going to take a look at our latest social media posts and any damage reports.
That's right, and real quick, before we get to the social media, 11 a.m. advisory is our latest advisory here for Hurricane Ian. Still showing winds of about 155 miles per hour, as Ian was just mentioning at the wall. Of course, this is very damaging for southwest Florida as we have that onshore flow towards the Naples and Fort Myers area. But now we'll take things back over to the Twitter to look at any type of storm surge or any type of damage here. Let's pull up Twitter here real quick. Okay, so let's go back to home here. Okay. So again, we have very serious flooding. This is out of Fort Myers, Florida here. We have storm surge already pushing all that water in along that counterclockwise flow around the center of circulation, the low pressure area, the eye, otherwise known as. And that's going to shove a whole bunch of water into much of the Punta Gorda area. And here's another shot of Punta Gorda here. Looks like potentially some of the storm surge is coming out, but then it will go back in as the eye makes a closer approach to the area. And as for Tampa, again, this is along Bayshore Boulevard, which is actually pretty susceptible to flooding. But in this case, we actually have an offshore flow with the center circulation, the counterclockwise flow around Ian. And what that's actually doing, it's actually pulling that water out from Tampa Bay, and that's allowing for perhaps spectators might want to go out there in the water, but it's not recommended to do so. This still can be very dangerous as the water at any moment can then be thrown back into Tampa, especially as the eye makes its way off towards the Tampa Bay's eastward locations. But we'll go back to the flood threat here. This is from the Weather Prediction Center here, showing the excessive rain outlook, and we're seeing that most of central and parts of North Florida are in that high outlook risk of flooding, of flash flooding in the area, and just devastating rain. We're going to see perhaps up to 2 feet in some spots of rainfall, so that's about 20 to 24 inches of rain or so. We should see widespread 10 to 15 inches of rain, so certainly about a foot in most spots. But there is that potential for up to 2 feet of that rainfall across central Florida. But again, we'll go back to that storm surge forecast. We're seeing potentially upwards of 12 to 18 feet in the Charlotte Harbor area, where we could see that we're around that eye where we're seeing the biggest winds, shoving all that water into Charlotte Harbor, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, that region, or the brackish water there of the Peace River making its way into the Gulf of Mexico. Tampa Bay northward, we're going to see the offshore wind I was mentioning before, where we'll have that water being pulled out of the bays and inlets, and that will actually lower the storm surge threat there, which, of course, a couple days ago, we were talking about potentially a storm that would parallel the west coast of Florida, but, of course, that has not happened. And, of course, thankfully for Tampa, not for Naples or Punta Gorda, but thankfully for Tampa, that certainly didn't happen. But, again, one person's fortune is another person's unfortunate situation. So, but across southwest Florida, from about Bonita Beach down to about Florida Bay there, we're still seeing that onshore flow there. And we've been seeing from the Key West yesterday and over the past 24 to 48 hours or so with that persistent storm surge threat, where they actually did issue that storm surge warning all the way down into the Keys because of that, where we're seeing perhaps 3 to 5 feet of storm surge in those low-lying islands there in the Florida Keys. But Of course, so here's that rainfall map again from the Weather Prediction Center here, where we have that widespread 10 to 15 inches of rain, perhaps from Jacksonville down through about the Sarasota, Bradenton area, with some isolated amounts between 15 to 20, even some models are even saying or more than that. But the thing is, just be prepared for a lot of rain. As Evan was mentioning earlier, the ground is already saturated, and when that happens, you're not going to see much in the way of drainage, and you can easily see that water start to pile up even inland away from that storm surge threat. Now we'll look at some cameras here across southwest Florida. Here is in Charlotte County, where we see that wind, that rain already starting to make its way into the Charlotte County area there. This is the FDOT camera down near I-75. Not a lot of people out in the roadways, and the reason why is because, you know, it's kind of that point where we have most of the impacts coming into the area, so it is not advised to travel outdoors right now because of that potentially severe wind that's making its way across much of Charlotte County, Lee County, and southern portions of Sarasota County, and also near Collier County as well. But overall, not looking great. This is I-75 here at the US 17 ramp in Charlotte County. There we see that wind that's actually blowing the camera around with that rain there. So not great situation there in the Charlotte County area. So here's Fort Myers, Southwest Florida International Airport there, which is just off to the southeast of Fort Myers. Here we're seeing, as of the latest observation, we're seeing barometric pressure down to 992 millibars. Winds are southeast of 41. So this is sustained tropical storm force winds with gusts up to 61 miles per hour. They're being reported at the airport. And as we make our way a little bit further north, we're going to Punta Gorda. This is Charlotte County Airport there. And here we're seeing as well, as of the latest observation, east at 37. So this is almost tropical storm force. So it's very windy, gusts up to 67 miles per hour. So it's starting to approach, gusts are starting to approach hurricane force, and I suspect that will probably continue and to get worse as we get closer to that landfall position. Now, as we're making our way even further north than that, going towards the Tampa Bay area, Tampa Bay International Airport, where now we have sustained winds of about 16 miles per hour, gusts up to 40 miles per hour here. Pressure down to about 1,006.6 millibars there as of the latest observation. We expect conditions to probably be worse in Tampa, not now, but probably in the next few hours after landfall, with Ian making its closest approach to the area. Now, I'm from the Tampa area, and I'm actually using my home weather station just off to the east of Tampa. And here we are seeing some breezy conditions across much of the area. I just wanted to stress this is not an official station. This is just seeing kind of giving us a guide of what the conditions are like near the Tampa area, and I suspect these conditions will begin to worsen. But it looks like the highest wind gust is up to tropical storm force there at 42.3 miles per hour, and highest wind speed is about 28. So it's starting to get breezy in the Tampa area, as of course we'll watch here as things go downhill soon. And again, we'll see that the reason why we have all this rain as well is because of that stalled out frontal boundary across central Florida. What that's going to do is it's going to force a lot of that rain as it's descending or as it's ascending up into the atmosphere. It's going to condense and then fall as all that rain is just going to saturate. And we've been seeing precipitable water amounts across Tampa area forecasted to be around 4 inches of rain, which doesn't seem like much. But if you condense all of the rain in the air column down, that's how much rain you'll expect. And of course, here in Florida, we see about 2 inches or so in the summertime, which helps with that summertime thunderstorms. But in this case, it's still going to be double that potentially of moisture that's just going to drop all over into central Florida. So computer models are showing that storm will begin to track through central Florida, probably just south of the I-4 corridor here, making its way perhaps making its way offshore off the Cape Canaveral coastline there, and then it'll be arcing over into South Carolina and the Georgia area, which again, they have hurricane watches now in effect as of the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. And lastly, before we head back to the wall, I'll show you the power outages in southwest Florida right now. Most power outages seem to be mostly concentrated from about Manatee County southward to about Collier County. Looks like the most power outages are in Collier County, with about 41,000 households without power. And then over to Lee and Charlotte, most likely, and unfortunately, these numbers will probably increase significantly over the next few hours or so. Well, we'll see potentially 49 to about 9,000 or so folks without power down there. But now I'll turn things back over to the wall with Spencer.
Thank you, Aaron. So, as everyone has mentioned, we are looking at a very, very dangerous situation here in Southwest Florida. You can see right here, parts of Southwest Florida, the edges of right around Fort Myers and Cape Coral are actually the eye is starting to come onshore over those areas. So those areas you may start to see some of the weather actually improving. You may even hear some birds chirping, and you do not take this as like oh, the storm is over. That just means that you're in like the center of the storm, the actual eye, and you still have a whole other half of the storm, which is going to eventually make its way onshore, where you will typically tend to see some even more intense weather and conditions than in the front part of the storm. So just you might be able to go outside for a few minutes, but those horrible, horrible hurricane conditions are going to resume. So definitely you do not want to be outside for more than maybe 2 minutes during that eye while you can get some fresh air. But other than that, things are going to pick back up, unfortunately. And another place where we have seen some conditions start to improve a little bit is back in my home around southeast Florida, particularly Miami-Dade County, Brevard County, and West Palm Beach counties. Last night we did see the worst of it. We saw a couple of tornadoes touch down in northern Miami-Dade counties, quite a few in Brevard County, particularly in parts of Coconut Creek, Cooper City, Pompano Beach, and even in Palm Beach counties as well. In Boynton Beach, I have family in many of those places. Thankfully, all of my family is doing okay. I hope if you have family down there, they are also doing okay. So today, we can actually expect more of a wind threat as the storm does move more north. The southeastern part of the state is going to not see as much rain, but tropical storm conditions are still possible with gusts of up to 60 miles an hour through most of today. And we do still have a tornado watch in effect for most of this area through 5 o'clock this evening. And I believe we still do have a tornado warning around the north of Lake Okeechobee. If we could either zoom in on that or confirm if that has expired while we wait on confirmation on that. Oh, actually, we just did receive word that that tornado warning did expire. You can see it was roughly around this area north of Lake Okeechobee, around the city of Okeechobee. That area is now in the northeastern part, or the front right part of the storm, which is where we typically see the strongest or the worst conditions for tornadic storms. So that area is still not out of the picture completely. You can see we do have a tornado watch for basically looks like Martin County all the way down, actually St. Lucie County all the way down through Miami and into Monroe counties as well. So yeah, please be aware that if some storms could come up, they could be tornadic. If you are in a situation with a tornadic storm, just a couple things you need to remember. You obviously do not want to be outside. You want to be on the lowest part of your house or your structure, especially if you're on multiple stories. You want to be in the lowest part, in the most central interior room away from windows, especially with those strong winds and those pressure differences. Those windows can shatter, and you do not want to be in a living room near a window with flying glass everywhere on top of other forms of debris. Now, taking a look back here in southwest Florida, you can see we are getting a lot of lightning. Wow, that's a lot of lightning, actually, right on the coast, Fort Myers, even possibly down to Bonita Springs, Port Charlotte as well. And right here under the sign, we have Venice, and just above that is Sarasota. This whole area is getting slammed with the eye wall. So, yeah, until that eye actually comes ashore, we are going to be seeing extremely, extremely intense weather for the next little bit, and then it is going to pick up again once that eye moves, the other half of the eye moves further onshore. You can actually see here's the reflectivity. So this green that you see represents air that is moving toward the radar, the actual radar station, and this red is wind that is moving away. So you can see in some areas, particularly, actually you can't really see it up here, thankfully, but when you have some red and green kind of coupled together, that is a sign that we do have tornadic activity. Thankfully, we do not see too much of that right now. It looks like just a lot of extreme tropical storm and actually, excuse me, hurricane force winds and gusts of well over 100 miles an hour. So yeah, please guys, if you are in this area, please be very, very aware for strong winds and heavy rain. Another thing I'd like to mention that I believe has been mentioned a couple of times already, we do have a large area or large air mass with a very cool dry air, which is being essentially brought into the storm in a counterclockwise fashion, which is going to eventually make its way into the eye and the center of circulation. And once that happens, it is going to eventually start to weaken the storm. This won't happen, this hasn't happened just yet, but soon enough in the next few hours, we hopefully will start to see some weakening as the storm interacts with land, and also from this drier air that I just mentioned, which is why we are actually seeing very dry conditions up here in Tallahassee and much of northwest Florida and the southeast. is because this dry air is being wrapped in around the storm like this, and eventually that's going to make its way into the eye wall, and it will eat away at the eye wall. And the southern part of the eye wall will start to deteriorate, and we might see a slight improvement in conditions for the southern part of the storm. However, that northern part of the storm, that's where all of that moisture is going to be concentrated as that air moves into the storm. So what that means is we're going to have a lot of rain from everywhere from right here in southwest Florida, even parts of Tampa, all the way through the I-4 corridor up into Orlando and Daytona Beach. These areas are going to be receiving the brunt of the rain. So if you are in these areas, please be aware for localized flooding. There are flood advisories across much of the state right now. So please be, if you are in a low-lying area, please be very, very cautious of these conditions. You are going to want to make your way in those cases to higher ground if you can. That might be your roof, might be a neighbor's roof. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but always be on the lookout and always be ready for the event that the worst does happen. So as you can see here, parts of the eye are making their way just ever so slightly onto shore. Once the center of the eye makes its way onto land, that's when we can officially declare landfall. So that will be happening probably within the next 15 to 20, possibly 30 minutes. We will start to see, because this storm is moving relatively fast onto shore as opposed to it staying more out on the water. So there might still be a little bit of time for it to strengthen, but relatively soon it will eventually start to weaken, thankfully. But we can see right here, we are only 12 miles from landfall. So this hasn't moved too much in the last few minutes, but hopefully within the next 30 minutes or so, this should move onto land, and that will hopefully start to cause the storm to weaken. So I think do we have any more updates on any tornado warnings or watches in the area? I don't think so. We have no new updates. Please be aware of everything. If you have lost power, make sure you have power banks ready to go. I do know that power is going in and out in these areas. Personally, I have a friend who's in Venice, which is right around here. His power is going in and out, and he can hear extremely fast winds where he is. So if you are in this area, be on the lookout. You want to stay indoors. Do not be outside. These are extremely dangerous and life-threatening conditions. We're going to go ahead and we're going to pass it back to Aaron over with the TV screen, and he's going to give us some more updates on what the latest is with the storm.
That's right. We do have some storm surge making its way across much of the southwestern Florida coastline here. This is actually a traffic cam video out of Sanibel, where we have those that water inundating out from over the roadways. We see we see a tree limb right there that's just floating above the water there. And look at those road signs. I mean, those are what, like 6-7 feet tall, and I mean, I'm about 5'7" or so, and that will put me just to the bottom of that street sign. So it's certainly still very much of a problem here with storm surges, and unfortunately, the storm surge forecast does show it perhaps being even more than that. But we have damage across much of the area, and we'll go ahead and zoom out here to show you some other impacts here. So let's see. Yeah, so here's Tampa Bay here. We have that water receding here. Let's see. Okay, here is Fort Myers Beach. We have water coming into, looks like a residential area, homes here. I can't tell exactly how tall it is or how far above sea level this is, but it looks like right off Estero Boulevard. Okay, so this is probably perhaps close to the sea level, but very terrible situation there. And actually, from the National Hurricane Center, the Earth Network station at Naples Grand Beach Resort recently reported a wind gust to 112 miles per hour. That is very significant, and that's again the reason why the National Hurricane Center has issued that high wind warning across much of the area as that landfall is imminent, with that eye wall coming in to Sanibel and Captiva in those areas there. You can see that this is the pier out of Fort Myers here. We see that dangerous surf there, with those waves crashing in along that pier. Look how tall those waves are. That's a very angry sea there, not very pleasant. So do not go out in the water. If you're curious, just do not go out of the water. This is a very dangerous situation playing out here. Again, I want to really stress this. It is very dangerous to go out on the water. Storm surge and rainfall is the #1 killer for hurricanes and tropical cyclones. Not the wind, as many people may believe, but again, this is the reason why you want to be very careful along the coastlines here. And here's actually a video from Cape Coral. actually showing their patio being ripped off their house. This is pretty severe, pretty bad damage here. Just the entire patio being completely ripped off. You can replay it one more time. Being completely ripped off the house there. So very dangerous there, even inland, I suspect, of the area, Cape Coral. So again, this is storm surge Fort Myers here. We see that really inundation there. Looks like it's along the coast, probably a few feet here. But as the eye gets closer, we'll expect this to probably rise further, unfortunately, for folks there near the Fort Myers area. So again, you want to make sure you get to the highest point as much as you possibly can if you're in the storm surge area. But of course, with that eye wall coming on shore, you also want to make sure you're in an interior room as well, because treat this as a tornado warning, because this is a very serious problem where we have winds upwards of 150 miles per hour potentially at the surface, and that's sustained winds too. Those aren't wind gusts, that's sustained. And again, as we all mentioned here before, it doesn't matter if it's a Category 4 at 155 miles per hour or a Category 5 at 157 miles per hour. They're both going to bring the same exact damage to the area. So don't pay attention to the category. Pay attention only to the wind, or to the wind speed, as if you're looking at that parameter. But also the waves, the rainfall, all that. All that's going to create a huge mess across much of Southwest Florida, unfortunately. And we'll give you one more update here on the power outage map. We are starting to see Hillsborough County folks are starting to lose power there, 21,000 out of power there in Hillsborough County there. And we do expect this to probably get worse north and eastward as the center of the circulation makes landfall around the Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte area. And this, unfortunately, as I mentioned, will probably expand northeastward. In Orlando, just because you are not along the coast or going to experience those perhaps major hurricane force winds, that does not mean that you will not get any power outages. We do expect power outages pretty much for just about all of Central Florida. Likely widespread power outages, especially along the coast, but extending inland. So if you're in Orange County, Polk County, Osceola County, even all the way to the East Coast where we have that hurricane warning in effect, all the way to Volusia, Brevard, northward to Duval County and Jacksonville, we could see power outages as well, especially as the storm makes its way offshore and then rounds the coast, as we potentially might see it making landfall, another landfall potentially in the Carolinas or in Georgia. And that's why we have that hurricane watch in effect as of the 11 a.m. advisory over towards those areas. So we do have Recon flying in the storm right now, providing us more data along with the surface analysis here. We do have that very strong easterly wind coming out of that northerly eye wall as it does penetrate through the eye wall. This will be flying through and collecting all that data, which we use, of course, for computer modeling and to verify the storm intensity, position, all the like. So very much needing to pay attention to that as we get the data into the area. But now we'll pass things over to the desk with Robert for an update.
Right, thank you, Aaron. Again, we are continuing to watch this storm. What reports are actually coming through with this storm. We have so this is a gust that's still 100 miles per hour, is on track with what we have been expecting with this storm. That's 2 miles east northeast of Chattanooga. So we have several other reports that just came in. We have
There's no volume.
excuse me. There's a wind gust of 84 miles per hour at the Meteorological station CS 755, and this is right close to Sanibel. So right where we're expecting that eye wall to come ashore, right around Sanibel Island, we're having a gust to 84 miles per hour. And again, winds are still cranking up with this system. Another report a little bit further to the south near Pelican Bay, we had a wind gust to 112 miles per hour. And this is measured at the Earth Network site at Naples Grand Beach Resort, as Aaron just said. Sustained wind was 65 miles per hour. So we're talking severe thunderstorm wind gusts that are sustained, not just gusts, but 65 miles per hour sustained winds up to 112, and will continue to increase. So again, watching out for these reports here. And we're seeing some starting to factor in inland now. Close to 2 miles southeast of Solana, we have an ASOS gust of 79 miles per hour, so almost 80 miles per hour at KPGD Punta Gorda. So again, all across the area, watching out for strong wind gusts, and these will only continue to increase. Now we're going to go to Evan at the wall.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. So we're going to do a quick overview here of, again, what we're expecting from Hurricane Ian. We're about 30 past the hour, so it's time for that recap here. Looking at that visible satellite, again, the eye is just about to make landfall here within the next hour or so here on the western coast of Florida near Fort Myers. And we'll take a look at that on the water vapor imagery. You can see here, it looks like a still very healthy storm. That dry air is being held off to the north and west, so it's not really filtering in as we thought it might. So the storm is not weakening because of that. So still a very intense system. It's still, again, over very warm waters in the Gulf of Mexico, well over 80 degrees, approaching 90 degrees in some places. So that deep magenta color, that's that extremely warm, above average water temperature. Water temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico are running 2 to 3 degrees above normal. That might not sound like a lot, but for water temperatures, that's actually quite substantial. So Ian is going through very warm waters right now, and here is the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Still 155 mile an hour sustained winds, moving that north-northeasterly direction at 9 miles an hour. Pressure is about 937 millibars. This says it's 35 miles west-southwest of Fort Myers. That's actually more closer to 15 miles at this point. This advisory is a little outdated, so the eye is again approaching the Fort Myers area at this time towards Sanibel as well. Areas around there are going to be very concerned for a storm surge at this point. So there's the latest recon data that we have from the hurricane hunters from NOAA. Surface pressure they found at 935, I believe that says. Yes, 935 millibars. So very low pressure, very intense system here. Once you get down into the 930s for pressure, it's a very intense system. And we could also see that with the amount of lightning that we have in that eye wall. So it's a very intense system, so very strong winds. We have that extreme wind warning for the southwestern coast near Fort Myers. That's for wind speeds that could be sustained above 115 miles per hour. And you don't get those issued that often. This is that kind of warning has only been issued less than 15 times throughout its existence, and that has actually been, that warning came about because of Hurricane Charlie back in 2004, and that this storm has been compared to Hurricane Charlie in terms of its track. However, those two storms are very, very different. Charlie was a much more compact, smaller hurricane. This is a very large hurricane that will be impacting almost all of Florida with the exception of the western panhandle here. So the wind field from this is much larger than Charlie's was. Ian went through what's called an eye wall replacement cycle late last night. And when that happens, the wind field from the storm tends to expand. So both hurricane force and tropical storm force winds are now at a much larger scale at this point in terms of size and reach. So the hurricane force winds won't be confined to just the eye wall. It will extend much further outward from the eye than it previously was about 24 hours ago. So please be aware of that as we go forward in time here. Just because you're not near the center of the storm does not mean you will not get hurricane force winds from this. So just be aware of that. It was zooming closer to the eye. It's about to make landfall just to the west of Fort Myers. You can start to see some clearing there on the island here, right near Sanibel. So that's where we could have the official landfall. We'll have to wait for the National Hurricane Center. Once the center of the eye crosses onto land, that's when we can officially declare landfall. So that'll likely happen within the next hour or so. So we'll keep you updated on that. But again, that high wind warning exists on that northern eye wall here, where those winds could be gusting, or not gusting, sustained over 115 miles per hour for a prolonged period of time because the storm is moving so slowly. Those winds could be sustained over that threshold of 115 for hours on end because of how slowly the storm is moving. So please be aware of that. If you are still in this area, please hunker down until the storm has passed. And just because you're going through the eye does not mean that you're in the clear. You still have the back edge of this eye wall, which is still looking very intense. You can see those bright red colors. That's a very intense rainfall rate, and I'm sure extremely strong winds. So please be aware of that. And as we go forward in time here, the storm will traverse across the peninsula, across to the eastern coast, where you could still see hurricane force conditions. We actually have hurricane warnings that extend to the eastern coast. So just because you're on the Space Coast, you're near Daytona Beach, don't think that you won't get hurricane conditions from this, because as we now see, because of the new warnings from the National Hurricane Center, you could very likely see those conditions persist throughout the day tomorrow as well. Another thing I want to emphasize is the tornado threat. That's a very elevated threat for this storm. We actually saw them late last night as well. We had confirmed tornadoes from Ian in southern Florida, and that will be persistent throughout the day today and tomorrow because that eastern quadrant will be feeding in on the eastern portion of the peninsula. So that's something that gets overlooked, I think, from tropical systems. That's a very real threat from this one as we go forward in time. And you can see the paths likely take it out into the Atlantic and then recurving back into the coastal South Carolina and Georgia region, where you now have an active hurricane watch going through this week. So just be aware of that if you're along that coast as well. This is not just a Florida event. As we go later in the week, it could make landfall again in South Carolina or Georgia here. So we'll take a look at the wind speeds on this. Again, winds are going to be quite strong, catastrophic in fact, along the coast here in Lee and Collier counties. We actually have power outages up to 20% in both Lee and Collier counties. 20% of those counties are without power at this point. Those will likely increase as the storm makes landfall, and the eye wall continues to persist over those areas as well, bringing very extreme winds, as we saw with that warning before. So these will, again, traverse across the state, and again, hurricane force gusts are possible along the eastern coast, the Space Coast as well. So please be aware of that. Just because you're on the eastern coast does not mean you won't feel the effects of this. And another main threat of it is going to be the heavy rainfall. Those yellow colors are in excess of 15 inches of rainfall, potentially approaching 2 feet in localized places. So please be aware of that. This is a catastrophic amount of rainfall, especially because the ground is very saturated in Florida right now. Some places have seen upwards of 10 inches of rainfall already just in the month of September. So now we're going to end up doubling that for Hurricane Ian. So now I'm going to pass things back over to Aaron at the wall monitor for another look there.
That's right. As we continue our coverage here of Hurricane Ian, we'll dive into some of the river measurements for any type of flooding potentially. As we look across much of the Tampa Bay region, we're seeing some minor flooding along the Peace River here, extending for Hardy County, DeSoto County, and Manatee County here on the Myakka Head right here. We're seeing potentially going above flood stage here. So we do have minor flooding, and it is projected to go into major flooding potentially later on as we go throughout the afternoon and overnight tonight. So please be aware that even though you are inland, you still could potentially see a lot of flooding, and especially across much of the Tampa Bay area. We'll have to watch that as well. So if we go to Alafai River here, we are seeing some flood action here, so it's flood action stage. So we're likely to see some minor flooding here very soon, and then unfortunately it looks like it could flood above its flood stage here at 25.9 feet. Perhaps that's what they're forecasting here. But again, and its record was around 28.5 feet above the flood stage. So if you live anywhere within that's in a flood-prone area, especially along those banks of the rivers, inland can still see the threat of flooding. And just because we have a landfalling hurricane now does not necessarily mean that it will be the end. That'll be the end. Once this storm traverses Florida, it will continue dumping and dumping and dumping rain over across Central Florida, Southwest Florida. So just because you want to take precautions and continue to take precautions with that flooding, inland flooding and storm surge, and of course it could be even more of a problem too around the brackish water there as the rivers meet the Gulf of Mexico. But now we'll turn things back over to the wall with Robert.
Right, thank you, Aaron. Again, watching this storm as it makes landfall somewhere in the Fort Myers Cape Coral area. That's where we're watching right now. An extreme wind warning still in effect until 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. That one right here is in effect. It is in Charlotte County and almost into a little bit of Sarasota County. That's where our extreme wind warning we're still watching for. Still, strong winds across this entire region here. The hurricane force wind extent is very large. I know, as Evan mentioned earlier, many compare this track to Charlie because it took a very similar track throughout the Gulf of Mexico into the western coast of Florida. An important thing to remember, though, is this storm is very large. The extent is extremely large from just north of Tampa all the way down to the bottom tip of Florida. We're seeing tropical storm force winds, quite a bit larger than Charlie, and as such, more people in Florida will see direct impacts from this storm. Again, the strongest winds closest to the eye wall here, around the Fort Myers Cape Coral area. We're seeing hurricane force winds extending far outside there, and tropical storm force winds even further. That's why we have so many warnings in this area, hurricane and tropical storm. So let's zoom in here to the eye wall. Here is the extreme wind warning. It's covering not the city of Port Charlotte, but just to the west of Port Charlotte here in Charlotte County. And That one is still in effect until 2 p.m. Here is the eye wall right here. We're waiting for this middle portion of the eye wall to move on to what appears to be Sanibel Island for that eye wall right now. We're going to see for landfall if that's the case. We'll get official confirmation from the Hurricane Center in a little bit. When this moves a little bit, the center of this eye area moves over land. We'll get that confirmation here soon, though. Major concerns for Port Charlotte into Fort Myers with this devastating storm surge we're expecting. And again, many of these neighborhoods were designed for having a lot of canals in them for tourist reasons and for people coming down to Florida, trying to enjoy a little more relaxed life. Sadly, this neighborhood design is making it very vulnerable to storm surge, particularly in the city of Cape Coral, where there are many 400 miles of canals all throughout their neighborhoods there that goes directly, dumps into the Caloosahatchee River, and where this very, very wide mouth of river goes right out into where this hurricane is dumping storm surge into. So as such, there are many neighborhoods even more inland that are directly impacted by the storm surge that you wouldn't usually expect to be. So that's why you need to be on your guard for storm surge up to 12 to 15 feet. And this eye wall is still very strong. All of this lightning in this northern portion of the eye wall indicates this is a strong hurricane. It is still very strong. As it's making landfall inland, it is going to continue impacting people with high gusts above 115 miles per hour, and it is still a dangerous hurricane. Right now, Port Charlotte, Fort Myers, if we could zoom out a little bit just to get the wider perspective of this storm here. Naples, still seeing effects from it, not as strong winds, but still we got a gust up to 112 miles per hour, so don't discount your threat there. But these hurricane warnings extend all the way to the eastern coast of Florida. So they're expecting this storm to sustain hurricane gusts all the way to its eastern coast, where it gets back out into the Atlantic Ocean. So we could be seeing up to Category 1 gusts out there. So even if you're in the Space Coast, as Evan said earlier, make sure you're not discounting this storm. You're taking it seriously because this storm has many effects to it. In Tampa, we saw gusts up to 70 and 80 miles per hour. So a very broad area being affected by this storm. And rainfall, we have a high risk of flooding rainfall all throughout this I-4 corridor and down to Fort Myers and the lake here. It's just significant widespread conditions we're seeing from this storm. So if you're anywhere in the Florida Peninsula, you'll likely see some impacts from this storm. But again, very strong as this storm makes landfall here to Fort Myers, Cape Coral area. And I'm going to pass things back off to Aaron with more on this storm.
That's right. We have the eye wall is still approaching the coast and looks like we might be seeing landfall very soon. Looking like portions just off to the northwest of Sanibel. So if we zoom in closer, it looks like we'll have landfall likely around the Captiva here. And then, of course, making its way over to the mainland at Cape Coral there. So landfall is very likely around this area within the hour, I suspect. But, of course, we have to listen to the National Hurricane Center to see when they actually confirm that landfall. As we zoom out we did have a question on power outages. So let me pull that here real quick. We do see the power outages in Southwest Florida are increasing by the minute. So we're seeing 78,000 households without power in Collier County. Lee County, we're seeing about 155,000 households without power. So about a fourth of the households there in Lee County are without power right now, and I suspect it's going to still increase as we are only getting through the beginning half of the eye wall, but then once the eye moves over, we'll of course have the back half and those stronger winds coming in, so we'll probably see those numbers increase a lot more still to come. For Charlotte County, let's make our way further north. Charlotte County has about 13,000 folks without power right now, and even Manatee and Sarasota counties are seeing relatively higher amount. So Sarasota, also about a quarter of residents perhaps without power there. So and this is going to, again, increase northeastward. So as the storm does make landfall somewhere, again, near Captiva, northwest of Sanibel, we're likely to continue seeing those impacts in Southwest Florida. And then overnight tonight, as the storm tracks off to the north and east, we'll likely continue seeing those power outages become more and more widespread for the north. And again, I just want to stress, Orlando, you're likely to go very near the eye of the storm, and we're going to see those higher winds there. And as well with that power surge or that power outage threat is still there. So that could be any trees perhaps could still fall on any power lines, and then of course that will cut power off too much of the area, or even flooding too could potentially cause some power outages and be connected to that as well. So again, the eye wall is starting to make its way through Cape Coral here, and it looks like conditions might be improving, I should say temporarily, as the eye wall or the eye does make landfall somewhere near the Captiva area. So again, I just want to stress this. If you're in Captiva, even though the weather will temporarily improve within the eye, you have the backside of the storm that's going to come back and produce a lot of wind. And honestly, it actually almost looks like the back half of the eye wall or of the storm actually might have more intense winds compared to the front half. So again, you are not out of the threat. You are still right in the middle of it. You're just starting to get to the halfway point there in Captiva. So again, even though you see the sunshine, don't let that tempt you to go outside. It is still very dangerous. We still perhaps have a lot of damage there in storm surge over into the Captiva, Sanibel, and even over towards Cape Coral once the eye gets over there. So now we'll go back to social media to see any updates with any type of damage here. So we'll go ahead and update this. So again, we're seeing the eye making landfall really close to the area across the Cape Coral area. So this is news here from this user off of Twitter. We're seeing the storm surge threat or flooding in Fort Myers here. So again, you don't want to be out in the water there. Storm surge is one of the most dangerous parts of a hurricane. And it's actually, like I mentioned before, it is one of the most. It is one of the factors that kills the most people, unfortunately, in the middle of a hurricane. Not the wind. I'll say that much. So the Royal Intel here, we're seeing the hotel workers are holding up the doors there as the hurricane force winds are pushing against the doors, and that wind, of course, that water and in that wind, so the rainfall is adding extra pressure to the doors. So we don't want to let those doors buckle and break, unfortunately. And again, we're seeing some users here who sent in videos over on social media showing that balcony there, that pool cage, flying off, quite literally flying off from their back patio off over the house and over into the road. So again, this is a very serious event here going on in Cape Coral, and we'll continue to see unfortunately more videos and photos of events like this continuing to go on. So again, this is from Fort Myers here. This is from looks like Weather Nation here, bringing that storm surge into Fort Myers Beach there, and unfortunately they'll continue to see that continue on throughout much of the rest of the day, unfortunately, as that storm surge threat continues again. But we'll update you one more time on the latest advisory here from Hurricane Ian, 11 a.m. advisory. I might need to update that. But we're still showing 155 mile per hour sustained winds there along the coast. That's what's prompting that high wind warning across Lee County and Charlotte County, as we'll continue on with that eye wall to move its way on towards the coast. But we'll take things back over to the wall with Ian.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Yeah, as we're seeing, that storm is really starting to make landfall here. Portions of Sanibel Island is certainly in the eye wall right now. As we can see, that this island right here off the coast of Fort Myers is currently in the eye. Now, official landfall does not happen until that area of land has reached the center of the eye. So we're not quite there yet. We are almost there, probably within the hour that we're going to see official landfall from the National Hurricane Center of Hurricane Ian. Regardless of the fact, the people in the Fort Myers area, Sanibel Island, all these, we still have the back half of the eye wall that's going to push through. Okay, so we've gotten through the northeast quadrant of that eye wall. But as that hurricane continues to move northeast, we're going to see that back half of the eye wall where we're going to see again those Category 4 force winds. So we're not quite out of it yet. Hunker down. We're going to get through it. We're almost there. Look at all that lightning here, especially in that northern part of the eye wall. This is something you really don't see a lot in hurricanes. I get this question a lot. You really don't see lightning a lot in hurricanes. However, in the most intense cases like this storm, we are seeing a huge amount of lightning here, which is leading us to understand how intense of a storm this is. Let's go ahead and zoom in on that eye real quick so we can get a closer look as it's making landfall. So as you can see, we do have that extreme wind warning up here towards getting closer to Sarasota, not quite there yet, in between Fort Myers and Sarasota. That is for sustained winds of 115 miles per hour, okay? This is not something we see very often here. Even in Atlanta, it's a testament to how rare of a situation this is to have an extreme wind warning here. So those deepest reds here, this is where we're going to see the strongest winds. They're coming onshore right now as we speak. If you are in those areas, please hunker down. Do not try to go anywhere. This is it. Okay, you're going to get through it. As soon as we're through this, it's the worst of it and it'll be over. Okay. If you are on these islands here, it may be tempting to come outside. You may see clear skies, calming winds. Do not go outside. Stay in place. You still have this back half. Look at all those deep reds. They're coming, all right? And we're going to see those strong winds return as well. Let's go ahead and turn on that velocity. We can see those winds. So there we go. You can see these deep pinks here that are rotating around counterclockwise and these deep bright greens here. These are our strongest winds. We already have portions of it on the coast here. All this off the coast is coming onshore, okay? So we're not quite over yet. We still have to get to the second half of this. Let's go ahead and zoom out and take a bigger look at the storm as it's impacting all of Florida here. So again, as you can see, this storm is not just impacting the southwest Florida coast. We are also seeing impacts all the way up towards Tampa, towards the northeast coast. We have all these little storms that are training north. This is where we're going to see our greatest tornado threat, all here. This is in the north, the front right quadrant. This is where we're seeing the greatest threat for tornadoes. We've already seen a lot of tornado warnings pop up over here and down here, especially through last night. And this is why most of South Florida and Central Florida is under a tornado watch as we go through. Again, kind of a lesser known fact about hurricanes is that they can spawn a huge amount of tornadoes. We can have massive tornado outbreaks as the storm pushes through the area. So just another threat that we have to look at as hurricanes go to make landfall. Look at those bands up here off the coast of the Space Coast here up towards Daytona Beach. Look at that lightning over there. So really strong bands, especially those outermost bands can oftentimes be really intense thunderstorms here. Maybe not so much of a wind threat, but those thunderstorms are really intense. Lots of lightning here. And again, lots of lightning here down in the eye wall down here. Let's go ahead and take one more look down here, zoom in on the landfall here. I want to talk about the geography again of this region and why storm surge is such a threat here. So again, I talked about this earlier, but as we can see, the geography of the coast by Fort Myers, all right, we have all these inland bays, canals, everything, especially up here. As the storm's winds rotate around the storm, this water is going to pile up here. All right, it's got nowhere to go, and that's why we're seeing those huge storm surge estimates, 12 to 18 feet, not inches, 12 to 18 feet. I am a 6 foot tall guy. 12 feet is two of me. 18 feet is 3 of me, okay? 18 feet is a lot. It's hard to comprehend. That is a lot of water, and that is the #1 killer in hurricanes. It is not the wind, it is the storm surge. So that is why we're so worried here as the storm continues to progress inland. We've already seen some huge storm surges in Fort Myers Beach. I saw some great videos down in Naples of that storm surge. So really an awful situation here as the storm continues to make landfall. Look at how perfectly circular that eye is. Another testament to how strong the storm is. A lot of times, especially as the storm is approaching the land, you see these eyes start to wobble and look a little bit more raggedy. But Ian's eye here is almost perfectly circular as we enter into the landfall portion. So again, let's go ahead. Can we get that measuring tool to see how far away that island is from the center of the storm? It looks like we're just under 10 miles. We've got to be, yeah. Looks like, yeah, 7 miles away from the center. So again, that is just official classification. All right, so about 8 miles away, that storm is going to officially make landfall per the National Hurricane Center. So again, really an awful situation here. We pray for anyone who is in these areas. Again, if you're still here, hunker down. Do not try to leave. Do not try to leave. It is well past that point. You need to stay where you are. Stay safe. You're going to get through it. You've gotten past the northeast quadrant of this eye wall. You've still got this part. All right, so we're still going to see some sustained hurricane force winds as we push through, but after that, it's all going to be going down from there. Okay, so you've almost made it. All right, so anyways, we'll take one more wide look, and then we'll pass things back off to the desk. So let's zoom out again. Let's take a look at Ian as it makes landfall on the Florida Peninsula. Again, this is an entire Florida Peninsula event. This is not just Southwest Florida. We have impacts up in Northeast Florida. We have impacts over in Tampa, South Central. We had tornadoes last night in Southeast Florida, along with flooding rains for the past couple of days as Hurricane Ian's bands have pushed northward as it was brewing in the Western Caribbean. So again, this is not just a Southwest Florida event. This is across the entire peninsula we're seeing effects. We're going to pass things off to the desk here to Chandler. We've got some damage reports we'd like to show you guys and a look at our social media.
That's right. This is actually very rare footage that we're going to show you, but basically this is a camera that's 6 feet off the ground. So this is perspective of a person that's 6 feet tall, can't relate. But yes, basically you see this whole entire storm surge that's just pushing its way through the city. And again, it's overtaking, it's beyond 6 feet at this point. It's a very dangerous situation. This is in Estero Boulevard in Fort Myers Beach. So again, it's pretty close to the coast. And this is pretty much what residents can expect all across the Fort Myers area. This is just 6 feet, and it's probably going to get worse as that next eye wall starts to push its way on to the coast. Again, Ian did point out that eye wall, we got through the first eye wall, but there's still the second one left, and unfortunately that one looks to be a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger. So you guys have to buckle down as that eye passes over Fort Myers. Definitely try to catch some fresh air. Do not go out in the floodwaters, but like Spencer said, try to catch a little bit of fresh air and try to at least take a break. Make sure that everything that you feel like should be buckled down is buckled down. Check on anything that you're concerned about. As this eye passes over, it will give you a little bit of a breather, but then you have to prepare for that second eye wall. And that second eye wall, again, looks to be the stronger of the two eye walls. Let's see if we can navigate to that. Which one was it? Well, so many tabs up. There we go. All right, so obviously we have this first eye wall that everybody's been dealing with. It's a really strong eye wall, but again, this backside right here in the southwest quadrant is still very strong. And so as it pushes its way just north of Fort Myers near Cape Coral, we're going to start to see this backside make its way towards Sanibel. The northeastern eye wall is making its way towards Port Charlotte. So you guys are starting to see the worst effects of the hurricane as it threads the needle between Fort Myers and Port Charlotte. Again, the storm surge is tremendous, and actually I want to show another image. And here we had just 20 minutes apart, and this is what I want to emphasize. This was only 20 minutes apart on Sanibel Island. We had this, which, yes, there was a little bit of flooding, but overall you could still see the road. You could still drive on the road. But just 20 minutes later, the whole entire area was covered in feet of water. If you look at that traffic sign in the background, that's at least a few feet off the ground, probably about 5 feet off the ground. So again, this whole entire area is now immersed in 5 feet of storm surge. And again, the storm surge is very dangerous, not only for its strong currents, but anything in it. You can have anything from chemicals, wildlife, electricity, all that can be flowing through. So you should try to avoid this at all possible to not be in the storm surge. However, if it were to happen, try to find something to cling on to because this is very strong currents. They're going to continue to batter the coast until that storm makes its way over the Florida Peninsula. So again, it's a very dangerous situation. Let's take a look and see if there's any other possible storm reports. Again, yes, here's another image. Or it's the same camera at least, but maybe taken from another time frame. But again, it's still very strong. Look at that water. It pushes its way over the camera. And again, we saw this earlier, but this was in Naples, which isn't even like in the actual part of the eye wall of the storm. It's in the southernmost part of the eye wall, and it had the strength to tear off the top of the house here in Naples. So again, it's a very dangerous situation for those that live anywhere from Naples up to Port Charlotte. And the main concern, of course, is storm surge because that does claim the most lives. And flooding, of course, we've had that happening for the past several hours, as Jake Carson's, our beloved dear leader, has shown. He actually just tracked the movement of the eye wall, or the eye, as it's progressed towards southwest Florida. And notice how towards the latter part of this video, it starts to make a right turn. And that's basically why Port Charlotte and Fort Myers started to become under the gun. Because again, this storm, instead of aiming towards Tampa, it started to veer towards Port Charlotte and Fort Myers, again, endangering the lives of everybody in that area. And while, yes, we've dealt with a decent amount of the rain already, there is this backside of the eye of the storm that will continue to press on and be almost as strong, if not as strong, as this front eye wall was. So again, it's a dangerous situation for those living in the southwest Florida area. You guys can continue to expect strong winds to barrage you. Again, here is Pine Island, Florida, St. James City. Again, look at those pine trees waving in the wind. They're designed for this, but and luckily the house structure should be as well with building codes up to date. But again, the storm surge is going to continue to take over the bottom parts of buildings. So if you have a 2-story floor and you're in an area that could see 6+ feet of storm surge, make your way up to that 2nd-story floor. If you do not have a 2nd story, prepare to get into your attic and then get on top of your roof. That means have something that you can use to break open your roof in case the flooding reaches your attic. And put all your emergency supplies in your attic as well. But we're going to toss things over to Parker, and he's going to break down Ian one more time as well here on the 30th hour, or 30th minute.
Yeah, thank you, Chandler. So we've reached the top of the hour. That means it is time for the 2 p.m. update here with FSU Weather. We're tracking Hurricane Ian. So our visible satellite, not much has changed in the past hour or two. We still see Ian making that northeast track towards the western portion of the western peninsula of Florida. Just tracking along there. We see these bright areas right around the eye, right around the center. That is convection bursting up, causing that eye wall to contract more. That's why we see that lowering in pressure. That's why we see the thunderstorms start to pop off, and that's why we see the lightning start to pop off in and around that eye wall. So our water vapor imagery right now, we still have a lot of precipitable water right around the western portions of the hurricane. We see the funneling in from the west and up into the southeast, and we're pushing all of this water and all this moisture into the western portions, say near Sarasota up to the north, and then we see Naples and Fort Myers down to the south. And another thing of important note here is the dry air behind the storm. This is something that we thought was going to impact the storm earlier in its lifetime and perhaps weaken it as it's making landfall, but that's not the case here. The dry air is actually going to funnel in a little bit later than expected and probably after landfall. So we see all these pockets of deep red, pockets of orange, and the light grays just to the west. This is associated with high pressure way off to the west. And so we have this dry air that's going to funnel in as we make landfall, and that's why the hurricane is going to weaken significantly as we progress throughout the evening and afternoon hours. Now our sea surface temperatures are well above normal for this time of year. We've got 2 to 3 degrees Celsius higher than this time of year. And that's exactly what Hurricane Ian tracked through. We see that these shades aren't as dark or aren't as deep as they were, right? We have these pockets of deep pink, deep purple off to the left, and we still see some residual temperatures nearing 90 degrees right behind Ian's path. But as we get an update, those will soon dissipate and disappear because Ian has sucked up all that warm, moist water and is using it as fuel. Luckily, though, for us, Florida doesn't have any of that water. It's all land. It's flat. So the models are just going to, tear this thing apart, and it's slowly going to not intensify over the course of the next few hours. So that warm moisture, the warm water, we're going to take that away, and that's why our hurricane is going to fall off slowly as it starts to make its way onto land. Now the infrared satellite, we see that. We see the counterclockwise rotation. We see all of the water vapor, all of the moisture funneling into that Fort Myers area, and we have reports of storm surge nearing the beach of about 10 feet above the ground, and in parts of Naples we have 4 feet up to a mile inland nearing the coast. So some very, very intense storm surge for the region right now. But we have our 2 p.m. update. We have our winds at 155 miles per hour. It's moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. And our pressure actually dropped from 937 to 35. So we'll get that updated for you in the next couple of minutes or so. But another big thing about this storm is that we have the hurricane hunters flying in and out of this storm. And I'm not sure if we reported on it earlier, but one of the recon flights earlier, the hurricane hunters reached the center of the eye, and because the winds drop off so fast within the peak winds, they actually went up 700 feet in elevation in the span of seconds, and then once they got into the eye wall, they fell 700 feet inside of that airplane. So some very turbulent air, some very quick fall off of winds, and some very high intensity winds for the hurricane hunters. They're comparing this to Hurricane Michael in terms of the intensity and the turbulence that they're experiencing within the aircraft. So surface pressure at 935, like stated before. We've got wind speeds of about 68 miles per hour just south of Tampa nearing Sarasota. So that pressure is still falling, and as the pressure falls, we usually see a little bit of a lag in the wind speeds, so we can expect the wind speeds to, at least maintain that 150 mile per hour wind speed, but we may see gusts nearing 180, 190 miles an hour in some pockets of this storm. So still very, very healthy storm. And we see all of these hurricane warnings all around South and Central Florida. This is a big thing that I want to talk about, right? We have this immense rainfall off to the north and to the northeast. We've already seen excess of 1, 2, and 3 inches of rain in some of these areas. And so we're just flooding the water. We're saturating the ground. So we're going to loosen up the tree roots. We're going to loosen up the palm tree roots. We're going to do everything we can to saturate that ground because we're seeing so much water fall already, and the storm hasn't even gotten to parts of Central Florida. So when we have this immense amount of rainfall and we have no wind, well, when we get wind, trees are going to start to fall over, and that's how we're going to start to see the power outages. So a similar track to Charlie, but a little bit bigger, almost 3 times in size as the eye wall. So the wind field is going to be larger. So with the rainfall ahead of the storm and the wind that's expected to come with this system, we're going to see immense power outages on a very, very similar track to Charlie's, but perhaps larger in radius. So our current radar, we're ever nearing closer to that landfall just west of Fort Myers. Very, very, very similar spot to where Hurricane Charlie made landfall. This area is being hit hard nearly 20 years later. And yeah, our hearts go out to them. If you're in this region, it's too late to get out of there. You just got to stick where you are. We're hoping you have power so that you can listen to local authorities and local news stations about what to do, what's going on, what to do in the future. So parts of Fort Myers, Naples, Sarasota, you guys are almost halfway. You're almost halfway. Once the eye wall passes near you, you have the back half of the storm. Fortunately, that is the weaker half of the storm, but unfortunately, this is a Category 4, almost Category 5 hurricane, so the winds may still be nearing 120 miles an hour on the back end of it in some isolated areas. Hurricane Ian's track still got its eye on Florida. We expect the storm to move in and out of the region by about Friday morning, Friday afternoon. And again, that's about 2 days of rainfall for some of these regions up near Jacksonville, say your Flagler County, Brevard County, Volusia County up there on the coast. So if this storm, takes about 48 hours to get in and out of Florida, we're going to see amounts of rain that we haven't seen since maybe Tropical Storm Faye back in 2009, where we saw 30 inches of rain in that region. So our spaghetti models are a little bit out of whack. We have a big high pressure. We got a big trough digging in. So some of them, take the path towards that trough. Some of them have the trough a little bit weaker, and that's what we see there. But a lot of them in consensus that this storm is going to continue to move to the north, northeast, and across Osceola counties, Polk counties, and into Orange and Seminole, and then out maybe in Volusia or southern Flagler County, very similar to what Hurricane Charlie did back in 2004. So our GFS forecast wind speeds, I'll sit back and I'll let it go through. We have wind speeds of tropical storm force noted in the yellow, and we still see hurricane force winds just off the west coast here. So as this storm progresses over land, like I mentioned before, the weakening is going to happen, but it is going to be a gradual weakening because the storm is of such high intensity. Our rainfall forecast, again, this is immense. We're going to have lots of rainfall in the regions of central and southwestern Florida, and a lot more towards the northern side of this track. So we have a hurricane, centered somewhere around here, and it's going to progress to the north and northeast, and a lot of that rainfall is to the north of the storm because we had that dry air wrapping in to the backside of it. So all the moisture is more so on the northern portion of this storm. And again, with rainfall totals nearing 20 inches in some places, that's almost 2 feet of water. So if you're, on flat land, if you're at sea level, you got to get your sandbags, all right? If you're on the eastern portions of the state, you have just a couple more hours to get ready. I would say no later than 8 p.m., get things wrapped up, get your hurricane preparations done if you're on the East Coast, all right? And I think that's about it. I'm going to send things over to Chandler at the desk.
Thank you for that, Parker. So I want to acknowledge the people that go and collect all the data for us and risk their lives. Those are our hurricane hunters. They go and fly into the storm. That's their job. And we saw a tweet from Nick Underwood just a few minutes ago highlighting a video where basically they endured probably the most turbulence. He at least claims the most turbulence he's ever had in his whole entire career. And he's flown through multiple storms over the past few years. And this is the strongest storm that he has ever flown through. Again, you can just kind of see the motion and the turbulence. It's a very strong storm that jostled this plane back and forth. Again, very dangerous situation. And quite amazingly enough, these planes are built to withstand this type of condition, but it's still very nerve-wracking to say the least. But again, that was amazing, and not in a good way. And then we have this time lapse, again, capturing kind of what I was talking about earlier, but more in time-lapse form. We can see how quickly it just goes. Like all of a sudden it goes from being dry to then all this water pouring in 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet, until finally it's just reaching the top of the pedestrian sign. We're just seeing a lot of inundation of floodwaters coming in from the coast, wrapping in from Tampa, actually. A lot of the water that we're seeing in excess here in southwest Florida can be attributed to the amount of water that's gone from the Tampa Bay and from parts up north of the western coast of Florida Peninsula. Something else I wanted to highlight, and this is something that might be a tearjerker for some of you. We had a person that attempted to do a daring rescue of a cat that was stranded on top of an AC unit. Of course, this is dangerous, but again, trying to save a life, even if it is a cat. It's a very endearing thing, at least to see somebody doing such a thing to help save the life of an animal. Again, this is something we would not recommend doing, of course, because the current is so strong. You can see his legs starting to buckle multiple steps as he's going through the floodwaters. But again, dangerous situation, and again, a very aggressive storm surge in Fort Myers. And then again, of course, we go towards, again, in Fort Myers, the wind barraging Fort Myers throughout pretty much the whole entire city. Stephanie Abrams, of course, is live there, and she has been shooting footage across the city. And again, it's a pretty dangerous situation. But we'll toss things over to the wall covering a tornado warning.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chandler. We do have a tornado warning right now in Brevard and Indian River County, which is in that northeast quadrant of our storm, which is where we're going to see most of our tornadoes, our tornadic activity because of the hurricane happening. We're going to zoom in so we can look at this warning a little bit better. Let's see. It's right here, right? Okay, sorry. It's hard to tell with the colors, but our tornado warning is right here in Brevard and Indian River County. We can pull up the velocity data so we can see that turning and coupling happening in that area. If we can do that real quick. Yeah, so green is going towards the radar and red is going away from the radar. And we can see this little rotation happening between the two on this velocity graphic right here, where you see the green that is going away from the radar mixing with the red that's going towards the radar. And that's what indicative of tornado activity. And so we do have a tornado warning happening in Brevard and Indian River County right now, which is one of those like threats that we don't think about when we're thinking about hurricanes, but it does happen throughout the worst or right side of a hurricane in the northern part. And if we zoom out, we can just look at the storm in its entirety again. As we zoom out, there we go, yeah. So we see that we are getting close to the eye hitting Florida. We've almost made complete landfall, at least within the next couple hours we'll see that happening. We have really heavy storms, lightning happening all throughout our eye wall, and even lightning over our Space Coast or by Brevard County as well. So this is just not looking like good conditions. It's going to be a long day for South Florida as this storm makes its way all the way across our state and back in towards the Atlantic. So as we're going to be checking and watching for more tornado activity happening, we do have that warning in Brevard County and Indian River County. We're going to be tracking this eye wall as it continues to strengthen and move across our friends with Fort Myers in the Fort Myers area. But we're going to pass things back over to Chandler to talk more about social media.
Thank you. So we had an update in the forecast cone, and pretty much the storm's center is almost on top of the west coast of Florida. It is approximately a few miles off the coast. We'll see that change here quickly. Actually, if we highlight here, going down towards the center, again, it's encompassing part of the islands already, and once the center passes through a little bit more, we'll officially be able to declare its made landfall, but that will be within the next probably 30 minutes. But again, it's definitely a dangerous situation. We can see that these storm surge warnings are still in effect across the area, and Port Charlotte, of course, is going to take some of the brunt of it, as well as Fort Myers, as we've already seen. And I would like to highlight again that this storm will continue to make its way across the Florida Peninsula, delivering a lot of rain and still strong wind. It's going to be a tropical storm for the, let's see here, it's going to be a tropical storm for the next several hours as it progresses across the Florida Peninsula, and it will make its way out into the Atlantic as a tropical storm. And by the time it makes landfall in the Carolinas, it will still be a tropical storm somewhere around 65 miles an hour. However, NHC cannot rule out the idea that it could be a little stronger than that, so they have a hurricane watch out from Jacksonville all the way up to Myrtle Beach. So if you're anywhere along that coastline, prepare for a possible low-end Category 1 storm. Even if that's not the case, tropical storm can still do a lot of damage, especially if you're in flood-prone areas. So again, this is a widespread event. It's going to impact everybody from the Carolinas down to Florida. And something else I want to highlight is, of course, this is a high-impact event, and for those that aren't in the direct impact zone, you might feel compelled to help out. We do ask that you do not go on your own to these impact areas, because adding more people that don't know what they're doing into a situation can make things worse. So we ask that if you do want to volunteer, that you volunteer with an official organization. One such organization is the Cajun Navy, which was founded after multiple storms impacted Louisiana. They have helped with recovery efforts in multiple different regions, from Florence and the Carolinas to Michael, as well as for Ida last year. And they will be helping with Hurricane Ian. So if you're compelled to help donate your time, you can go to volunteer.gocajunNavy.org/need/need. And again, you'll find there that they'll be organizing soon volunteer efforts for Hurricane Ian. Of course, also along that same line, there's the Red Cross, which they will eventually update their website as well, so keep an eye on that. But they, of course, will accept volunteers for the storm. Another thing to point out, and like Caitlin was mentioning, there was tornado warnings, and they're still ongoing, I believe. And with that, we want to highlight that again for the rest of today, there is a 3 out of 5, 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5 risk for severe weather across the Florida Peninsula, especially towards the eastern coast as the storm progresses northeastward. So this risk entails mostly a tornado threat. We have 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 square miles, which doesn't sound like a lot, but given on a normal day, it's like 0.001%. That's a pretty significant increase in magnitude. So again, it's a not likely but possible event, and we've already seen some tornado warnings, and these warnings pop up very quickly. They're not something that is easy to see long term. So because they're rain wrapped, they're coming from a hurricane instead of a cold front like we normally see. So again, if you live anywhere east of Orlando, in Orlando even, this is a threat for you. The enhanced risk includes Melbourne, Daytona Beach, Kissimmee, and Deltona, and Orlando. So if you guys live in any of those cities, you're under a 3 out of 5 risk for severe weather, mostly tornadic, but also wind, of course. And if you live anywhere from Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke, Pines, Hollywood, Coral Springs, Port St. Lucie, you guys are under a 2 out of 5 risk for severe weather, especially tornadic. So again, that's just one of the threats. We, of course, have been talking a lot about flooding. All these rivers are starting to reach their minor to moderate, if not a major flood stage. We've been looking at Naples for a while because that one has been keeping track of the strength of the storm surge with that onshore flow. And it's been steadily increasing. Last time I talked to you guys about this, it was at 5.77 feet. It's now at 6.18 feet. And it will continue to rise until finally that storm makes landfall and its entire eye starts to move onto the Florida Peninsula. But in the meantime, this storm surge is going to continue to rise because just think of it like you're basically taking a bucket of water from Tampa Bay and you're swinging it over to Naples and Fort Myers. So again, it's a dangerous situation if you live along Southwest Florida, just because all this water is being funneled into your bays, into your harbors and channels and rivers. So again, it's a not great situation. And also once you include the rainfall, that adds on top of it. So water is the #1 killer in hurricanes. 85% of deaths are related to storm surge and flooding. So of course, strong current and has, of course, the potential to have multiple debris in it. You could end up seeing nothing in the water at one moment, and then the next moment you see an alligator. Or you could see something like broken glass, plywood, whatever, construction materials that made up houses that might have gotten torn down. Again, just wanted to point out, north of Port Charlotte, we have all these other rivers that are in minor, so you'd think, okay, that's not a big deal, but they're really steadily increasing towards moderate, and they will peak at major. This river in particular, the Mackay River, that one will peak above its record most likely. And then as well as Horse Creek and even Peace River, which won't make it to its exact record, but it'll be well within the major flood stage at above 2 feet above its major flood stage, which means major flood stage typically describe rivers that overflow their banks by a significant margin. And so anybody that lives near these rivers needs to hear what we're saying and try to get up to your second story part of your building and be prepared to possibly have to get on your roof if you're in a one-story building. But I'm going to toss things over to Spencer at the wall, and he's going to talk more about Ian.
Thank you, Chandler. So like Chandler mentioned, we are watching a couple different hazards right now. So first things first, of course, with Hurricane Ian, we can see the center of the eye is very, very, very close to moving onto land. Now, once the center of that eye does move onto land, we can officially declare a landfall. So this does look like we are going to see a landfall around Sanibel or Captiva area, but really into Charlotte Harbor or Charlotte Bay. You guys are, Charlotte Sound, I believe, you guys are really going to take the brunt of this storm. So like Chandler mentioned, we do have a very big flooding risk for much of southwest Florida, particularly in the Myakka and Peace rivers. With floodwaters, they can be very, very deceiving. Firstly, you should never, ever drive through floodwaters because you can never gauge how deep those waters are going to be. Furthermore, it only takes a very, very small amount of moving water, I believe up to either your shins or your knees. In some cases, if you're a bit of a larger person, it might be even up to your waist. But once rushing water at that point does hit you, it will knock you back and you will be in essentially a very, very fast, very dangerous, lazy river. And you do not want to be in that type of situation because you have no idea where that water is going to go, where you can end up. And like Chandler said, there could be debris in the water. There could be wildlife, typically could be possibly even snakes or alligators in the waters, because we all know southwest Florida and even southeast Florida, the Everglades have a lot of wildlife, especially in these wildlife refuges not far from these populated areas. As well, you can see we have lots of lightning here around the eye wall. You can see some offshore and some onshore. So this is a huge lightning threat as well. And another thing to mention, with these winds, there will be a lot of downed power lines. I know in Lee County and Collier counties, we are looking at well over a third of the entire population out of power in these areas right now. And we are seeing increased losses of power along the western coast of Florida into even into Hillsborough and Pinellas counties, Sarasota, and Manatee counties as well. These areas are seeing increased power outages. So please be aware, if you still do have power and you have like a power bank that you can, or a portable phone charger, you want to charge those up while you still can. So God forbid you do lose power, you can still have your phones. You can still get in touch with your family if you are able to. And like I said, we are moving very, very close. We should hopefully have landfall soon enough. Just zooming in. Unfortunately, really unfortunately, this storm has just been moving at a snail's pace and the eye is still just over water. We are very, very close. We are just waiting on official word. Hopefully within the next 15 to 30 minutes, we will get official word from the National Hurricane Center that we have had landfall in Charlotte Harbor and Charlotte Sound. But if you guys are in this area right here, we are looking at Venice and right here up in Sarasota, this northern part of the eye wall, we are looking at very, very intense rain and thunder and winds. So if you are in this area, please remain indoors. Even if the eye does come your way, you can go outside maybe for 5 minutes at most, get some fresh air, relax for a bit, recoup, get your things together. But you want to get prepared because this backside of the eye wall is still over extremely, extremely warm waters. So these storms here could possibly still be intensifying, or they might not have had a chance to weaken yet because that dry air, which we were expecting to possibly get drawn into this lower circulation of the storm, has not happened yet. Hopefully we will start to see that once it moves onto land and it does start to weaken a bit, but we haven't seen that yet, so we have not seen a lot of major weakening with the storm. So do not take this lightly, guys. You do not want to be outside with a lot of wind, hurricane force winds, sustained, and gusts of well over 100 miles an hour. This is extremely, extremely dangerous conditions. And are we able to check to see if that tornado warning that Caitlin had mentioned over in southeast Florida, is that still active? We're going to wait on confirmation on that. Yes, we do still have a tornado warning until 2:30 p.m. in Brevard and Indian River counties. This area is roughly the northeastern or the front right quadrant of the storm. Now, what that means is because of the orientation of the winds, all right, so we are getting word that landfall is, we're just a few minutes away from landfall. Now, you can go outside for maybe a minute, just get fresh air, but you do not want to be out in the eye for more than 30 seconds to a minute. This is extremely, extremely dangerous conditions. Don't go out, so you really should not be outside at all. But back to this tornado warning, we are in the northeast or front right quadrant of the storm, which because of the orientation of the winds is very conducive for tornadic activity. So this whole general area from St. Lucie and Brevard counties all the way down through Miami-Dade County still, we do still have a tornado watch. So that just means the possibility and the conditions are there for tornadoes. But a tornado warning will only be issued if we have a radar indicated or a visually confirmed tornado. And meteorologists at the National Weather Service are fairly certain that we do have strong likelihood for tornadoes. Now, those are only issued for a more localized area and over a smaller period of time. So that's why if you are in a tornado watch, you should just be aware. But if you're in a tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter. So zooming in like right here, you can see we do have a couplet, which is what we call this red and this green kind of right up against each other. This green color represents winds that are coming toward the radar station, and these red winds are winds that are blowing away from the radar station. So what this essentially is telling us is that we have rapidly circulating air. So we have air essentially on one side moving toward us and the other side moving away from us. So that's letting us know we do have possibility for rotation in this area. So if you are in this area not far from Yeehaw Junction or on the Turnpike in Fort Drum, you guys really should be taking shelter. You do not want to joke around with this. Take this very, very, very seriously. And pretty much the entire state, as you can see, is bright red right now. And I would actually like to very quickly take a look more on the northern part of the state while we are waiting on official word of landfall. We do still have a lot of warnings, hurricane warnings and watches issued, and also tropical storm warnings and watches as well, issued across much of the state of Florida, up into Daytona Beach and up into Jacksonville and Duval counties and Brevard and Volusia counties. We are getting some of those rain bands. Now, as the storm does move north and eventually does make its way onto land, this area of Florida, particularly north of Brevard counties into Volusia County and St. Augustine area and into Duval counties, you guys will be in the front right or that northeastern quadrant of the storm, which is the most tornadic prone area. So you guys will probably you have a good chance of possibly going under a tornado watch later, and you guys should be very aware, keep looking at your phones and listen to the National Weather Service in terms of possible tornado warnings. And one last thing I'd like to mention, looking at the eye of this storm, it is extremely, extremely large. This storm is a beast. And one little thing that has been reported a couple of times is, you can see it's just about to make landfall, is that this is taking a very similar path to Hurricane Charlie, almost the exact same trajectory. However, the hurricane force wind field of Hurricane Charlie is actually able to fit inside the eye of Hurricane Ian. That's how massive and how dangerous this storm is. This is a true beast, and we really do not want you guys to be outside. Lots of lightning, lots of flooding, lots of down power lines. So please be safe. Listen to the National Weather Service. Listen to the National Hurricane Center. We're going to pass things back over to Chandler on the wall, and he can give us some more updates about what's happening with Hurricane Ian.
That's right. So one of the things I'd like to highlight, if it'll load, is our power outages. Again, they're steadily increasing as the storm continues to flatten, basically, southwest Florida. The number of people without power is 226,000 people in Lee County, which is in Fort Myers. And then Collier County, where Naples is, we have almost 100,000 people without power. So this is, again, a very high-impact situation. And one of the things that we'll have to look at once the storm passes is the next most dangerous thing is heat and the possibility of having no power for multiple weeks. So, again, this is going to be a situation that we'll have to continue to unpack as it unravels. But we'll go over to Aaron on the wall, and he'll give us an update on Ian.
That's right. Ian is still a powerful Category 4 hurricane right now, spinning off the southwestern coast of Florida here. So we look at visible satellite. We have that well-defined eye right there moving over towards the Punta Gorda area. So we're likely to see and we've already been seeing that life-threatening storm surge on the southern side of the storm as it rotates up into Florida here. And for our water vapor imagery, we do have that abundance of of moist air from the hurricane here, and this actually extends also along a cold front that's pulled up stationary over central Florida, and that is the reason why we're going to be experiencing the very intense rainfall potentially. Those rainfall rates very high, and the rainfall total amounts over central Florida very high, upwards of potentially even 20 inches of rain, almost 2 feet in some spots along the I-4 corridor here. But at least towards the Panhandle, we do have some dry air filtering on the backside of it, and perhaps we could get enough to at least help with the weakening of the storm as it does make its way inland. But that's why we're seeing actually some sunny skies over towards the western Panhandle, but unfortunately not so much as we make our way down the peninsula. So again, we have that very abundant boiling water, as was mentioned earlier, along the southeastern Gulf of Mexico here. we have many places almost near 90 degrees in water, and that's basically rocket fuel for these tropical cyclones, which allows it to intensify. And that is the reason why we've seen Ian intensify over the past 12 to 24 hours or so, especially after that, what is called an eye wall replacement cycle. So that's why yesterday we were seeing the eye and the intensity of the storm remaining pretty steady across much of the area. But of course, now that we were completed the eye wall replacement cycle, it allowed it to strengthen even more, and it blew up from a Category 3 hurricane to now approaching Category 5. But like everybody here has mentioned, do not pay attention to the category, just pay attention to the wind, because this is still a very significant threat. And I should also add to water, but this is a very serious storm here brewing in the southwestern Florida. So the latest on Ian, as of the 2 p.m. advisory, still 155 mile per hour sustained winds. I wanted to make sure that clear, sustained winds there. Pressure down to 937 millibars there. So very low pressure. We have these intense hurricanes. Normally, with the lower the pressure you go, the higher the wind speeds get. And normally, we, at least in terms to see signs of strength or weakening, we like to look at pressure as our best correlation with wind speed in determining how the storm will eventually strengthen or not. But its location, if you are plotting it, it is located about 50 miles south-southwest of Punta Gorda, Florida here. And we will be listening to the National Hurricane Center for an official landfall here pretty soon here, I believe, probably in the next hour or two, somewhere along the Captiva area northwest of Sanibel. So aircraft reconnaissance, we're still finding those very strong winds. The pressure down that they're finding is at 934 millibars, which would be lower than our last advisory. And if that's the case, the hurricane might still indeed be strengthening all the way up into landfall, which is not a good situation at all. And unfortunately, that eye wall replacement cycle could be both a pro and a con. So the pro would be if that were to happen here, it would limit landfall. But since it happened further out over the water, unfortunately, it has nothing left but to keep strengthening until landfall here very shortly. So again, we have that spiraling bands coming across much of the central part of Florida here, extending down towards the Keys there, where we had a lot of flooding overnight last night, which is what prompted the National Weather Service to issue that storm surge warning down over the lower Keys. But now that it's moving its way over to the north and east, we're expanding that rain shield across much, even now into south, or I should say north central Florida, northeast Florida there in Jacksonville, and then all this rotating around the center of low pressure there off the southwest coast of Florida. We do have a tornado watch in effect for much of central and south Florida here. So in these rain bands, we could perhaps get a spin-up tornado or two, which we already have been seeing across South Florida yesterday, with some already reports in the Keys and over near Hollywood yesterday. But this will continue on throughout the next day or so over the course of as the storm moves over the central part of Florida as it rotates around the area. And the biggest chance of tornadoes will be in that right front quadrant of the storm. So Tampa over towards Melbourne and then down to about the Miami area. Still not out of the woods there, with potentially with some of these bands here, even stretching as far south as Cuba, still could get into those tornadoes potentially. So here's Ian right here, about to make landfall. It looks like, if not already, potentially here near Captiva. We have the very strong eye wall here, but honestly, it looks like the western eye wall might even be a bit stronger over the ocean's water still. So again, if you are over Sanibel or in Captiva, we still have yet to see the back half of Ian move through. So as Chandler was mentioning earlier, perhaps take a breather, but again, make sure to go and get inside as quick as possible, because we have this eye wall that is going to make its way through it. It honestly looks a little bit more stronger than the eastern eye wall, at least on radar it does. So again, the track does want to take it over the I-4 corridor. So although it does look like it might be actually hugging the right-hand side of the cone here, if you look down at its position at 2 p.m. there. So it might actually be taking the right-hand side of the cone potentially. Don't want to call it yet, but it looks like it appears, at least right now, with the cone overlaying on our satellite here. But again, Central Florida is under the gun this overnight, with Ian making landfall. Ian making landfall, moving over the I-4. So Tampa or over to Orlando could still see some pretty hefty winds, and then potentially even seeing some impacts in the Carolinas, where now we see a hurricane watch in effect for coastal Carolinas. So again, if you are up near Charleston, Savannah, you also will have to watch the storm, as well as we could perhaps see an onshore wind there off the Atlantic Ocean. So the American model does show that Ian making landfall and quickly weakening, but again, as I mentioned, we could still see these very strong wind gusts, potentially at the tropical storm force, even through Thursday, tomorrow afternoon, about 24 hours from now, still in the Tampa area or off towards Orlando, anywhere around the eye right there. But tonight, it's going to be a pretty rough night. So I will say this to my friends in Central Florida and in South Florida. Make sure to stay away from windows because this will be very serious overnight. And if you are going to get into that eye wall, then make sure you do go into a secure interior room where and act as if this is a tornado warning because these are very strong winds, especially across Southwest Florida. Our rainfall, we're going to see, unfortunately, a very high amounts. Anywhere, just at least the GFS model is showing anywhere east of Tampa, anywhere between 15, perhaps 20 inches of rain in some spots, all the way from the coast to coast, pretty much along the Florida Peninsula. So Orlando, again, you might still see those rain impacts, even though we are far from that. But now we'll turn things back over to Robert at the wall.
Right, thank you, Aaron. We do have right now live coverage from Jason in the University of Southern Florida, who has given us permission to use this video. This is in Tampa, so not quite as close to the center of the eye as you were in Fort Myers, but you could still see breezy up to gusty conditions here. We're seeing wind gusts up to, reported earlier, around 50, 60 miles per hour. That is continuing, as you can see the trees shaking back and forth here. This will continue in Tampa and Orlando and the rest of the Florida Peninsula throughout the rest of the night tonight, as we're seeing these tropical storm force winds, possibly up to hurricane gusts, making their way throughout the area right now. So looking for the whole situation, here is the storm as it's making its way into Fort Myers. This is where the eye is, and it's about to make landfall here on this island chain out here. This is the eye, as you can see, Port Charlotte, Fort Myers with this eye wall, but these impacts are being felt well throughout the state of Florida. All of these outer ring storms, these have your biggest threat for tornadoes. Many of these have prompted quick tornado warnings, your quick spin-ups. That's what we're watching for with these. You're looking towards Melbourne, Vero Beach, and Fort Pierce, all the way down towards West Palm Beach, looking now towards Orlando, Kissimmee, and Winter Haven now. All these quick pop-ups could bring up tornadoes, and as this storm moves off towards the north and east, it also brings a threat for potential tropical storm force winds, maybe even isolated hurricane force gusts. We'll have to continue watching out for that. Speaking of this tornado threat, we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather. This is entirely tornado driven, so we have a 10% risk of tornadoes in the Orlando, it is the Orlando Deltona area. If this would just hold there for me, quick second. The Orlando Deltona area in Melbourne and Daytona Beach, that's where we have that 10% risk. So a 10% risk of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of a point within that area. That's why we're so concerned about this, and this is a higher end setup for the area just because of how much spin, and to put it simply, this hurricane is putting in this situation. So 10% there, but even as far as Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines, Hollywood, Coral Springs, and Port St. Lucie, all throughout that eastern sort of half of the Florida Peninsula, see up to a 5% risk and a 2% risk all the way to Miami, Miramar, Brandon, and Miami Beach, all seeing this risk throughout most of Florida here. And that's why we're very concerned about this tornado threat, just because this storm is introducing a lot of spin here, and we see these quick spin-up tornadoes. Not necessarily long track. We're not going to really see any sort of EF5s with this setup. It's not what this setup brings. But in EF1, those kind of tornadoes, those are still very damaging to whoever is hit by them. So that's why we're so concerned about them. So let's look at overall model intensity guidance for this storm. We're seeing what could be a little bit of a decrease as the storm makes landfall here in Florida. But overall, it is going to still stay fairly strong, even through the next 24 to 48 hours. Could still be at hurricane strength as it makes its way through Florida. Obviously, won't still remain at Category 4, unlikely to at least, but could still be remaining Category 2, Category 1. It will take a while to actually get below that strength there. That's why we're concerned all the way into Orlando, Daytona Beach, even the far northern parts of South Florida with this storm, because it is just continuing to pose a threat to all those in this area. So here's a surface plot of these winds, and here is the center of the storm. This is about 15 minutes or 30 minutes old, so it's closer to here now. But overall, here are our wind barbs, and all of these are showing that we have quite heavy winds in the area, up to 20, 30, 40 knots of wind, which is close to that same in mile per hour. The conversion is 1.15 times that, but I'm not going to do math on the air right now. you just know that it is close to that. That's roughly what we're trying to see here. And we're seeing sustained tropical storm force gusts throughout this entire area here. And I'm about to show you on the map the NHC confirming that. And it's extending throughout a large area here, all throughout into Tampa, into Orlando, into northern parts of South Florida. And we could see this wind field extend well into the Jacksonville and even Georgia, southeast Georgia areas throughout the night and into tomorrow. So this is, again, very, very dangerous situation, not just for Southwest Florida, who we are very concerned about right now as it is making that landfall, but these tracks are showing that it could still have impacts to even other areas of southeastern United States, impacts that we're worried about for all of you. So that's why we're continuing to stay on, continue to provide you coverage because we are concerned about this. Here's these tracks. Models generally in a consensus here goes throughout Central Florida. Where it goes from there, we have a little more disagreement right now. We'll get a little better agreement throughout the rest of the day today what this storm actually does once it makes landfall. But it looks like there's a general good consensus that somewhere in Georgia, South Carolina might see a second landfall from this storm. Won't be as strong as it is right now, but it could still have tropical storm force gusts that are going to be very dangerous for those of you on the coast. That's why we have new warnings issued there. And here is the current hurricane force probabilities. We're seeing 90% plus of hurricane force wind speed probabilities as it's making landfall here in the Port Charlotte, in the Fort Myers area. That's our biggest concern. But there's up to a 90% chance of those hurricane force gusts all throughout this area, just a little bit further inland. So we're seeing, even if you're not directly on the coast, you could still see hurricane force gusts. And this is just even further exemplified by the, the tropical storm force probability, where you can see that there is up to a 20-30% chance across this huge swath of the Florida Panhandle into just east of Georgia, South Carolina. Depending on the track of the storm, this will change a little bit, but we are seeing high probabilities for tropical storm force gusts, 30% plus, and then this purple area is 90% plus. So we're seeing damaging winds all throughout southern Florida, this Panhandle area. And this, what I was mentioning earlier, the wind extent, you're seeing Key West seeing tropical storm force winds all the way up to north of Tampa into the Orlando area, already seeing tropical storm force gusts. That's why we have these warnings in effect. And this is the hurricane force wind gust area. That will move off towards the northeast. That's why we're concerned about all of that there. So just to provide you a quick closing here, we do still have heavy rainfall that we're expecting throughout Tampa Bay and Orlando. That's why we have a high risk of that rainfall situation there as we're continuing to see it. And this is this high risk right here, Orlando and Tampa Bay. And we have a chance day 2 of this high risk moving a little bit more towards the north and east. And this is, again, a multi-day rainfall scenario, multi-day wind scenario. Very concerned about what could be going on here. And finally, I want to emphasize that we do have a storm surge set up, particularly for Charlotte Harbor into the area closest to Bonita Beach, 12 to 18 feet. That's why we're very concerned about zones A, B, maybe even to C here. All these homes very at risk if you're on the first floor, maybe even the second floor in some cases with this storm surge, particularly on the coast, but even further inland. This storm surge extending all the way up to St. John's River, where we're seeing up to 3 to 5 feet. And then on the eastern coast, starting to watch a little bit of concern for storm surge there, depending on the strength of the storm here. 4 to 6 feet, and then 3 to 5 feet, all the way getting up to the Georgia, South Carolina. This will be refined a little bit as the storm gets closer, but we're continuing to watch out for this storm surge concern. Now back to the wall with some more coverage of Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. So we're getting very close to landfall here of Hurricane Ian. You can see it approaching the coastline here. Looks like the coastline is just in the center of the eye right now. We're waiting again for official declaration from the National Hurricane Center when we get that landfall, but it is imminent here if it has not happened already. Still a ton of lightning inside this eye wall, and you still have the backside of the eye wall to get through on the coast. So just because you're in the eye right now does not mean that the storm is over. There's still another half of it to go because you still have this very intense banding on the the western eye wall, rather, that's about to come on shore here. There is less lightning with this, but it's still going to pack extremely strong winds. I don't think we have the extreme wind warning anymore, but that does not delineate from the fact that you will still have very intense gusts from this. near major hurricane force, sustained winds of above 115 miles per hour. So still, you want to make sure that if you're in these areas, do not go outside while you're in the eye, okay? Just, you might think that, oh, I can go outside for a breather really quick. You want to stay hunkered in your place right now. Shelter in place, irregardless of the fact that you may be in the eye wall or in the eye. You still want to make sure that you're staying in your safe place right now, because you still have the backside of the eye to go, and you also might not know what you find when you go outside. If you go outside, there could be some life-threatening hazards outside your home as well that you may not know about because you were hunkered into your safe place during the first eye wall. So you still want to be in that safe place right now as Ian comes ashore. So I believe, well, Robert was talking about storm surge, and this area in particular is in real danger of some storm surge here because of how vulnerable they are, because of how you have these several inlets here. So people could be seeing 12 to 18 feet of storm surge, and that might be somewhat difficult to comprehend here. So I'm going to do my best to kind of put that in a better way to think about it. So think of storm surge as how high up the water is above ground. So when we say 12 to 18 feet of storm surge, what we actually mean is that the water is surging 12 to 18 feet above the ground that you're standing on. So imagine, say, your dining room, for example. Usually dining room ceilings are about 8 to 10 feet tall. So imagine your dining room, your entire dining room being filled with water and going through that into your second floor of your home. So that's really catastrophic amounts of water coming in from the Gulf of Mexico onto land and just wiping out everything in its path. You never want to underestimate the power of water. So as those winds switch onshore, especially south of the storm center, you can see how we kind of have that counterclockwise flow here. So Bonita Springs, Fort Myers, those are the places that are starting to get that onshore flow here, and those are the places that are most at risk for that extreme amount of storm surge that we'll be seeing here. So if we can take a look further to the north, I believe we still have an active tornado warning up near Brevard and Indian River counties. I don't know if we still have that, that we could take a look at that further to the north. Look, we do not, but we did have one. Oh, no, we still do. You can see it right there for Osceola County. Now, let's move further to the north. This is associated with a supercell storm. You can kind of see on the end of that has a little hook there. That's a classic signature that you see with these supercell thunderstorms that often are tornado producing. Right now, it's radar indicated, so it's not confirmed on the ground, but we do have quite a noticeable couplet here. So what we mean by couplet is when we get this mixing of the red color and the green color. Red means that the wind is moving away from the radar. Green means it's moving towards the radar. So when they come very close together like that and strengthen, that's when you can get that rotation start to develop, and that's when you can sometimes get a tornado down at the surface. So right now it looks like this is still above ground. We don't have confirmation that this is on the ground, in fact, but still want to treat this as it is on the ground, because throughout the day, we could see more of these popping up, and that's very common for the northeastern quadrant of a hurricane to feature this tornado threat, and that'll be continuing to move off to the north as we go throughout the next couple of days. And that's something that is often overlooked with tropical systems. You usually don't think about the tornado threat all that much because you are thinking about the wind threat, the rain threat, the storm surge threat. So tornadoes often get overlooked, but that's something that's actually quite common with these kinds of systems. And of course, you can see it's actually quite prevalent with Hurricane Ian. We actually had last night down in southern Florida, had several confirmed tornadoes from Ian last night. So this is definitely a real threat, and it will be persisting throughout the day today and into tomorrow. Most of this red shading here is an active tornado watch. That means that we have to be on the lookout for any spin-up tornadoes that do develop throughout the day today. I believe that goes until 5 o'clock tonight, but I'm sure that will be extended further into the overnight hours and through the morning and afternoon tomorrow. But we are still very close to landfall, if not having it already here in around the Fort Myers area, along Captiva and this island here. But we're still waiting from the National Hurricane Center. I don't know if we have a confirmation from that. We do not have confirmation yet, but I'm sure it is imminent here in the coming minutes here that we'll get that confirmation from the National Hurricane Center. But again, please do not venture outside your home if you're in the eye right now, because you do not know what you will find if you venture outside. There could be some hazards around there. There could be down power wires, and those could still be live, so you don't want to get electrocuted because of those. You also don't know how high up the water is going to be if you venture outside your home. So stay in your safe place until emergency officials in your area deem it safe to venture outside. We still have very strong winds coming with this secondary eye wall. I'm sure these winds are well above major hurricane status, approaching, say, 130 miles per hour, sustained. So I want to emphasize that, sustained winds, not wind gusts. Sustained winds mean that the winds persist for over 1 minute in duration. So these winds will be continuing for hours on end because of how slow Ian is moving. It's moving less than 10 miles per hour right now. As we've been on coverage here for almost, say, 3 hours, 3.5 hours here, it has not moved all that much. Ian probably started out around here when we started up this morning at about 11:30, and is now just making landfall. So it's moving at a snail's pace here, and will continue to slow down as we go throughout, excuse me, as we go throughout the day today, because we're having this trough that is moving away from Ian. That's what's giving it this northeasterly direction here, but we'll start to get two opposing high pressure systems that will kind of slow down Ian's pace here. So over the next couple of days, it'll be training across the same areas over and over again, and that's why that excessive rainfall threat is so important for the next 2 days. We have 2 back-to-back high-risk days from the Weather Prediction Center. That's very rare for them to issue that kind of a threat, and the last time a high excessive rainfall outlook was issued was for Hurricane Ida, or the remnants of Hurricane Ida in the Northeast. And if anybody from where I live back on Long Island remembers that, that was a really unprecedented event, and it proved that our infrastructure back in New York is really not ready to handle that kind of situation. We got record amount of rainfall. The first flash flood emergency was issued for the New York City metropolitan area. So that kind of rainfall is going to be associated with Ian as we go throughout the next couple of days. So all threats are still on the table. And again, please do not venture outside your home if you're in the eye right now. You still have that secondary eye wall to go. Now I'm going to pass things off to Aaron for another in-depth look of Hurricane Ian.
That's right. The eye wall looks like it has ventured inland towards the mainland. The first half, I should say, of the eye wall towards Englewood down towards about Cape Coral has already seen the first half of the eye wall. But again, as we zoom in closer, it looks like landfall, if not has already happened, somewhere around the Captiva, south of Boca Grande and north of Captiva. Because remember, the eye wall, the Hurricane Center defines the landfall as the center of the eye making its way onto land from the water. So if we kind of eyeball it here, no pun intended, it looks like probably somewhere near Pine Island Sound here, north of Captiva and south of Boca Grande will likely be the landfall area. And this is going to still tracking northeast approximately. So Cape Coral, you are now in the eye wall. In Fort Myers as well. It looks like soon you guys will probably be leaving the eye wall and then into the eye, but then again, we still have the second half of the eye there. But again, we'll do the last advisory here from the National Hurricane Center at 2 p.m. here. Has the storm still with maximum sustained winds at 155 miles per hour, moving northeast at 9 miles per hour. So moving pretty slow for a tropical cyclone here. And that's the reason why we're seeing copious amounts of rain possible along along Central Florida and down through South Florida. And of course, unfortunately, with the windfall, that would mean more time in the eye and eye wall as the system makes landfall. But we have hurricane watches in effect all the way as far north as South Carolina there, and tropical storm warnings already in effect all the way to the South Carolina, North Carolina border there. So this is very likely, looks like, to make its way off the Cape Canaveral coast and then curve back into South Carolina, North Carolina, which it could also be a rain threat for them as well, coming out this weekend most likely. Now we'll provide you another update on those power outages. We're seeing the biggest power outage area, it looks like, is in Lee County, which that's where the eye wall is going through right now. It looks like about half of residents do not have power in Lee County. And if we go down to Collier County, about 100,000 folks do not have power. And as we go north, inland, we're starting to see some trickle amounts of people losing power. So Manatee County, or Sarasota County, I should say, we're about around 78,000 people there, so about a quarter of the population not without power right now. And Manatee County, also about a quarter of the population. And then up towards Hillsborough County right now, we're starting to get some power outages as well, with that persistent wind starting to pick up there, with that tropical storm force conditions starting to get going in Hillsborough County. In Pinellas County, we also have 72,000 people without power currently over there. So potential storm surge releases from the National Hurricane Center. We're still expecting a 12 to 18-foot storm surge possibly in the Charlotte Harbor area, which would, of course, be very devastating and not something you'd see very often, unfortunately. But given the geography of the coast and the way the storm is coming in, we're going to see all that water being shoveled right into Punta Gorda and the Port Charlotte area, as you can see right here, south of Tampa Bay. North of Tampa Bay, we're going to see the offshore wind, which is why we're seeing these storm surge amounts a lot less than before. Because I don't know if you remember a couple days ago, we were expecting that that potentially the storm might stay off to the western side or off to the western coast of Florida, but it looks like that storm will be making landfall here. So we'll have an offshore wind to the north and an onshore wind to the south there. So our greatest flash flood risk looks like to still be over central Florida, extending into North Florida there. So from Jacksonville down through about Naples and over towards Orlando. So again, the greatest chances for winds we're seeing with Ian are now, we're basically all of central and most of South Florida are around 100% chance that we're going to see those tropical storm force conditions. And those already have begun across central and North Florida, or central and South Florida already, as it does make landfall. But it's increasingly more likely as we make our way over towards the east coast of Florida. And we do have a chance for some severe weather as well, as we already seen those tornadoes near the Miami area and down to the Keys. But we do see the potential for some tornadoes, specifically across the eastern portions of the state, as we will have that banding feature on the right front quadrant of the eye of Ian. But this will continue throughout the rest of tonight into tomorrow, unfortunately, with potential risk of tornadoes. But now we'll pass things back over to Robert with another update on Ian.
It's 3 o'clock Eastern Time. You're continuing to watch FSU Weather's live coverage of Hurricane Ian as it is making landfall in southwestern Florida and has impacts all throughout the state of Florida and the southeastern region of the United States. Right now, Hurricane Ian has a chance for impacts throughout the immediate Florida region, and these impacts are going to be quite severe, particularly in southwestern Florida. If we could have this graphic just advanced here quickly for me, this Ian area is going to be, it's right now in southwestern Florida, it is close to Fort Myers. It is going to be close to Port Charlotte. There is an extreme wind warning in that area right around where Hurricane Ian is. And if we could have this graphic just move forward for me quickly, please. We have the cone of Hurricane Ian. It is moving through the area right in southwestern Florida. Again, thank you. Water vapor imagery here is west of Miami. This is where the storm is right now. It is moving off towards the north and east here, and it is continuing to move with sea surface temperatures that are keeping this storm very sustained, above 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, of course, it will move inland and it will decrease in intensity as it does move towards north and east, but there is a chance that it could re-strengthen as it moves past the eastern coast of Florida. We'll have to watch out for that possibility right now. The infrared satellite showing us that this storm is still very powerful and very wide in its extent. It is right now holding at 155 miles per hour, sustained wind conditions. This storm is right now making landfall somewhere in southwestern Florida. We're seeing it's wobbling a little back and forth, so we're not 100% certain where it will make landfall. We will tell you exactly where it made landfall when it does. It is right now 20 miles, west of Fort Myers, Florida. The pressure is holding at 937 millibars. It's a little bit higher than it was previously, but at this point, it is too close to landfall. Any weakening will not have any effect down here. The devastating conditions, have already set in, and sadly, this is going to be a bad situation for those, particularly in southwestern Florida, but across all of Florida. Aircraft reconnaissance showing earlier that we had a surface pressure of 934 millibars and wind speeds up to 115 to 155 miles per hour. Here's one of 68, but overall, very high wind speeds across this entire region of Florida, not just in southwestern Florida, but we're seeing this broad extent of the wind field throughout all of the southern Florida panhandle, going as far north as Orlando, and we'll see that potentially continue to extend throughout the day today. Here's our current radar. This is the storm. This is eye wall right here. It's moving towards the north and east. Here are our watches and warnings, hurricane watches and warnings up for most of the Florida Panhandle. And we're seeing residual rainfall over most of Florida, extending to Gainesville, further north and west of Gainesville now. So that's why we're so concerned about all of this rainfall potential. But here is the eye. It is making its way on land right now. Within the next few minutes or so, we should have landfall confirmation. It is right there, and it is about to make landfall in somewhere in southwestern Florida. Storm surge conditions already significant for this area. Fort Myers and into Cape Coral seeing up to 12 to 18 feet of storm surge. That is going to be devastating for the area. We are keeping all of you in southwestern Florida in our prayers and our thoughts because this is a serious situation. We are seeing significant rainfall on top of significant storm surge. Those of you in that area are, if you're still there, you have no more time to evacuate. You just need to get as high ground as possible with the knowledge that you do need to stay as close to the center of your house because of this high wind that is essentially just a sustained tornado. Here's the track as we're looking through the storm as it goes throughout the north and east. We're seeing Thursday, 8 o'clock a.m. It is going to be a tropical storm, and it is going to move off the coast potentially. We'll have to see. Track envelope does have a potential of moving off the coast or staying on land. But either way, we're watching for potential impacts, not just throughout the rest of Florida, up through Orlando and Jacksonville, but potentially all the way up to South Carolina and Georgia. And rainfall going throughout the Carolinas into North Carolina, all the way up to the rest of the eastern seaboard. So we'll have to watch about that for the rest of the day and into the rest of the week. Here's where spaghetti models have the storm going. It's pretty good consensus across Florida. It's going to take this northeasterly track here. Once it gets off of Florida, certainty is a little bit less, but we are seeing still a good bit of a little bit of agreement here from Georgia to South Carolina. So we'll have to see exactly where it makes landfall, but overall, still a good bit of agreement that we will see some impacts in this region of the Carolinas and Georgia. So we'll have to watch out for that into the next few days. Forecast wind speeds showing a decrease, but still sustained tropical storm force gusts all throughout central Florida, particularly Tampa into Orlando. And this is a major concern for us over the next few days. But again, rainfall forecast showing high-end rainfall up to 10+ inches across the I-4 corridor here and all throughout down towards southwest Florida. And this axis, basically where the storm tracks, is going to have the heaviest rainfall up to 10 inches. That's why we're very concerned about inland areas, not just coastal areas, for that flooding threat. We could see flash flooding, flash flood warnings issued because of this storm. And this is a severe threat on top of that storm surge we're already expecting for those coastal areas. So again, to wrap it up here, this is our rainfall forecast, and this is just a serious situation for all of those in the Florida region, particularly the Florida Panhandle and Southwest Florida. So now back to Aaron at the wall with some more live coverage of Ian.
That's right, Robert. And first off, I want to begin by showing a live view brought to you by a friend at University of South Florida near Tampa and Hillsborough County. Here we do see some breezy conditions starting to get going there in the Tampa Bay area. And these will likely continue to worsen as we get throughout the rest of the afternoon into the overnight hours, as we'll see the center of Ian makes its closest approach towards the Tampa area. But we'll also go through a few other live camera views as well from FDOT along I-75 there. So Charlotte County, we're seeing the wind blowing the camera around. And one other thing to note too is looks like we're not really seeing that many people out on the roadways, which is actually a good thing because it shows people are hunkered down and they're preparing for the storm to come through, and we're not seeing folks out and about, which of course can cause issues with any injuries possibly across the area. So latest observation surface plots around Ian, we're seeing that counterclockwise spin. We're having northerly winds north of the storm, so here locally in the Panhandle we're seeing winds from the northeast or so. It felt dry earlier, and the reason why is because we have that frontal boundary that is stalled over central Florida. So north of the boundary, we're seeing drier conditions. South of the boundary, of course, we're experiencing the moisture from Hurricane Ian. And we're going to be watching this over the next several days and to see if any of the dry air actually does enter Ian on the back side of it. There is some drier air on the water vapor loop, and we'll show that here in a moment. But going through some airports here across the Tampa Bay area, over Southwest Florida International, which is near the Fort Myers area, we're seeing winds southeast at 44 miles per hour, gusts up to 68 miles per hour, barometric pressure down to about 989.7 millibars. As we move on to our next airport north of the Fort Myers area, over towards Charlotte County. We're seeing those conditions also beginning to go downhill with easterly winds at 66 miles per hour, almost hurricane force, and gusts up to 106 miles per hour. So there, it's really breezy at the airport over in Charlotte County. And towards up north, further north towards Tampa International Airport, we're going to be experiencing those winds, not quite at tropical storm force quite yet, but we're seeing northeast winds at 26 miles per hour and up to 58, gusting up to 58 miles per hour with the pressure down to about 1,003 millibars. Now we'll take you to my personal weather station over in the Tampa Bay area, just inland in Tampa, off to the east. Right now we're seeing those breezy conditions still going on there. Pressure down to 29.55 millibars, which is about 1,000 millibars or so. So the pressure is still decreasing as the storm gets closer and approaches the area. So far we have wind, or the rainfall amounts still about almost 2 inches of rain, but this will continue on throughout the rest of the day. Again, we'll see those winds continuously start to march up and the pressure continuously start to go down. Now for any kind of flooding risk, we are starting to see some minor flooding in some of the local area rivers. So over towards Manatee County, as we go to the Myakka Head here, we are starting to see some minor flooding there with, you see it's predicted to go into some major flooding. So this is not the worst of it. It's going to continue to get worse, and it's forecasted to get worse even all the way through Friday. So even though the storm might be gone by Thursday evening, we're still expecting to see those minor flooding concerns across the area. And then as we go and pan across towards Polk County, towards the Peace River, up further north on the Peace River, we'll see those conditions also start to get downhill as well. We'll see the river start to potentially overflow its banks. So again, anybody in the river banks or the flood zones, those potentially could become dangerous very soon here as we start to get the rain. And the reason why, as I mentioned, we're starting to see that rainfall starting to trickle down, and that obviously that forecast potentially bringing almost 20 inches of rain into the central Florida is because we have a stalled out frontal boundary here over across central Florida. And of course, north of the front, that's where we had that nice drier conditions over Tallahassee, and then south of the front, we have that moisture being basically funneled right into that frontal boundary. And what happens is we'll have the air rise up, condense, and that'll fall in the form of rain, and that's just going to flood this entire area from Tampa all the way over towards Daytona Beach. As we go over towards our Ian track model guidance, we'll start to see that Ian will be making its way over central Florida, moving towards the Daytona Beach area, where it potentially where it looks like it's actually going to move offshore and go over towards the Carolinas. But now we'll move things over to the wall with Ian.
Thank you so much, Aaron. We just received word that Hurricane Ian has officially made landfall here along the southwestern coast of Florida. Obviously, this is a very dangerous situation as this western eye wall continues to push forward. In fact, I do have some unfortunate news, but Aircraft Recon did find some even stronger winds here in the western eye wall. So unfortunately, there is potentially even worse winds that are going to be pushing onshore. So we're going to stay with you, and we're going to get you through this. All right, but these winds are going to be pushing onshore into the Fort Myers area. Potentially, that northern eye wall is even stretching up, inching closer to that Sarasota area. So we're going to have to be watching that as that continues on. Not seeing too much lightning. Can we turn our lightning tracker on? I'm not sure if it's on right now, but we'll take a look at that. But I know we did have a lot of lightning up here in this northern eye wall. There we go. We can see that. That's all. Again, I've said this countless times today. Lightning is not something we typically see in hurricanes, except for the strongest ones, and it's just another indicator as to how strong of a storm Ian really is. Let's go ahead and zoom out. I know we had a tornado warning up here towards the Space Coast of Florida. If we can zoom out towards that. Can we zoom out towards the tornado warning? There we go. There we go. Let's see if that's still going on. Nope, I think that might have expired. So we did, oh no, there it is. We do have a tornado warning currently towards the Space Coast, right off of Palm Bay, Marriott Island. We are seeing, that does look actually supercellular there. So we do see those often in the northeast quadrant. Let's go ahead and switch to velocity real quick. Let's see if we got anything showing there. Yep, we got a little bit of a couplet there forming. So we'll have to watch that. This is something we do often see in the northeast quadrant. We saw a lot of tornado warnings in the southeast last night. Look at that. That is pretty good, especially for tropical tornadoes spawn from tropical weather. We typically don't see it that well defined. So that is certainly something we have to watch. If you guys are in the area in Osceola County, looks like just west of Melbourne. If you are in the path of that, please watch. Maybe not too much to find, maybe some debris down here. Nothing too concrete right now, but that is certainly a pretty well-defined couplet, so we'll have to watch that as that progresses. So let's go ahead and zoom back out towards the, let's go back to landfall. Again, we do have official landfall here just west of Fort Myers. Let's go ahead and switch back to reflectivity, please. We do have that is right. We had an extreme wind warning that expanded well northward, almost up towards Northport, just west of Placid Lakes, actually just south of Sarasota. So again, that extreme wind warning is for winds of sustained winds of 115 miles per hour. All right, so yeah, so Fort Myers, that is expand inland and northward, okay? So we're expecting those winds to continue to push northeast with the storm. If you guys are inside this extreme wind warning, please hunker down, do not go anywhere. This is just about the worst winds you're gonna get in this storm, okay? So this is not something we see very often. To my knowledge, before today, we've only had it 15 times in history. So extreme wind warning, pushed inland, and northward, okay? If you're in these affected areas, please hunker down. We've got this northern eye wall that is really quite strengthened as Ian has approached landfall. And again, that western eye wall, as I said earlier, we had some reports that aircraft reconnaissance actually found some stronger winds in that western eye wall, which is not something we want to hear after areas like Fort Myers has already been hit quite hard from the eastern eye wall. So we'll have to watch as that continues to progress. Let's go ahead and take a wide shot of the entire storm in Florida. Let's go ahead and zoom out. Take a wide shot of Florida here. So again, we've got all this rain funneling northeast, okay? And this is why we have such a threat of flooding rainfall, not just storm surge, but flooding rainfall, all right? Most of the models are showing upwards of 20 inches of rain as this storm crawls across the state. Okay, we've had a breakdown of steering currents, and that's going to cause that storm to really grind to a halt. We've been in air for almost 4 hours now, and this storm has moved basically from just about here when we started moving just to here in the past 4 hours. All right, and all this rain is stuck here, training on the same spots over and over again. As you can see when that radar flashes, you can see all these flash flood warnings, river flood warnings, on top of the tornado watches, on top of the extreme wind warning. There's a lot of threats with this storm, okay? So we're going to have to continue to monitor this as this continues to move forward. Again, that storm surge threat is still there. Especially areas where that wind is circulating upwards towards the coast. I expect areas here on the northern eye wall, we're going to see that water start to pull away as the wind circulates around, so we're going to see that wind pull out. So that's good news there. Again, but still that western eye wall is actually inching really close to impacting parts of these islands here just west of Fort Myers. Okay, so if you're on any of these islands in the Fort Myers area, let's go and zoom in yet. So yeah, it looks like we're just starting to get it there. You see those greens are starting to hit it. Now, it's going to get real bad once you get into the oranges and reds, but that eye wall is starting to impact here, okay? So if you're in here, all right, you're trying to get a look outside, you know, see the clearing skies, the clearing winds, please get indoors because this will hit you hard and it'll hit you fast, all right? You're not going to see it coming. Okay. Anyways, we'll take one more zoom out. Yeah, we got a 30-mile radius. We are seeing that eye start to fill in a little bit here towards the end of this loop. That could possibly be because of the land interaction as Ian makes landfall. However, with Florida is obviously a very flat terrain. Okay, we could have what's called the brown water effect, which basically means the weakening that we expect to see when the hurricane makes landfall will be greatly slowed down because most of this terrain is swampland, flat swampland. It's not very mountainous. So we see that weakening, that slowdown. It's called the brown water effect. Hopefully we don't see that. Hopefully we do see a rapid weakening as it crosses northeast. But especially areas up in central Florida, Orlando, Kissimmee, y'all will need to watch as that storm pushes northeast. All right, there's a great potential you could actually get the center of the storm, albeit it may be weaker by the time it gets there. You're still expected to see impacts as that storm pushes northeast. So again, this is not just a story for the southwest peninsula of Florida. This is something that's going to be affecting the entire peninsula of Florida. It's already affected the southeast peninsula of Florida in the past couple of days. We had some pretty strong confirmed tornadoes in southeast Florida last night. All right, and there's still that tornado threat as bands continue to circulate around the center of circulation And again, obviously, the flooding rains and wind threat as that storm crosses the peninsula of Florida. As for now, we're going to pass things off to Caitlin at the desk to take a look at some of those damage reports.
Yeah, we've been checking Twitter and looking at people's posts, and as the storm has been making landfall over the past couple of hours, we're getting more and more coverage on some of the things that it's doing to those neighborhoods in Naples, Fort Myers, those areas right there. We do have some storm surge happening in Fort Myers neighborhood, and Brad posted there's a shark actually in a neighborhood swimming around in some of those storm surge in Fort Myers right now, which is just kind of crazy. But when we do have those bays and those rivers that start overflowing, we are going to have some kind of wildlife also being impacted by these storms like this shark in the neighborhood. And as we scroll down, we can see that this is probably somewhere, it's not named, but I would assume it's somewhere in the Fort Myers and Naples area. We've got a condo or an apartment situation that being impacted by those rising waters. You can see it. So we do need to be aware of storm surge and be in our upper level parts of our homes on our second stories, because the water is rising as the eye is continuing almost making landfall over parts of South Florida, Southwest Florida right now. So we do need to keep that in mind. We also have roof lines being impacted almost by water, being impacted by water too. It's just not good conditions out in these neighborhoods. We've got storm surge bringing so much water into these areas, bringing up lots of risk of flooding. And then we're just seeing all of these storm reports over people's homes. There's this one. You can see that car is just getting wrecked right now. It's just not good conditions out because of Hurricane Ian. We've got this one. It looks like just the cameras, I'm surprised they're still going, because this just looks like some terrible wind conditions. We are seeing sustained winds in these areas of at least 100 miles per hour, if not more. And that storm surge is just wrecking all of Southwest Florida right now. The water levels are just rising at just terrible rates. You can see the top of all these cars right now. It's just, they're so high. We've got 10 to 12 foot of storm surge. This looks like about 4 to 5 feet. But it's just Naples, Fort Myers, all of you guys are just getting so much flooding right now because of this storm. There's also some more, there's inside a parking garage. These storm surge also create currents. It's not like just the water's just sitting and being stagnant, but it's also bringing and moving objects within it, like wood, debris, anything like that is being moved with these storms as well. We're seeing homes and buildings being completely destroyed. Some of the better constructed buildings are looking better right now, but it's just not good. The eye wall is wrecking parts of Naples and Fort Myers, and this is just the first eye wall. The second eye wall is coming later, and with the hurricane hunters flying in it, they're seeing conditions still at 130 mile per hour winds. So it's just not looking very good right now for everybody. In terms of power outages, because we do have this high wind speeds and the storm surge, it's just, we've got a lot without power. Those in Lee County, we've got 241,000 people without power right now. And these counties are just growing. I mean, I remember when we started this about 4 hours ago, there's about 4 or 5 counties that were being impacted by power outages, but that number is just growing. And we're gonna see this move over into parts of Central Florida and Orlando as the storm keeps moving inland. So that is something to be looking forward to. Even if you're not directly on the coastline, you will be impacted with power outages as it continues to make its way across Florida right now. We'll look to see if there's any more updates on Twitter, because this is just insane, the amount of coverage we're getting with damage reports. Let's see, wow. Oh my gosh, a Sea-Doo, that's crazy. Okay, jet skiing, that's not smart. Let's not do that. That's not smart at all. Yeah, no good. There's the hurricane hunters, like I said, they're flying in one more time, and they're seeing that the second eye wall is also just as strong as the front wall, if not worse, which is not usually the case. Usually the second one is a little weaker, but that's just not how Ian is acting right now. Let's look at here and see if we have any more other things we can look at. The shark still. Yeah, that's probably it for right now. But do stay indoors, even if you're where the eye is and it seems calm outside. It's just not safe to go out. The second eye wall is coming in, and it's going to bring more damage, and that water level is rising. So just make sure you're staying safe and in an enclosed space in your house. Don't let just a calm trick you into thinking that this storm is over. You're going to see these impacts for the next couple of days. But I'm going to take things back over to Aaron at the wall.
That's right, Caitlin. As she said, do not go out in the water. That includes jet skiing, that includes surfing, swimming, anything. Do not just walk out in the water, especially here in Southwest Florida, as we have now we actually have landfall now over Southwest Florida there near Captiva and moving over into the southern part of Charlotte County and the northern part of Lee County there around the border between the two near Fort Myers. So though it looks like it's better weather over the eye, I can assure you that once this eye wall goes through, and you'll have the secondary eye wall right behind it, and this is going to perhaps give even more wind, as it looks actually a little bit stronger on radar here with that thick eye wall there over Northport. But if we zoom out a little bit further, we'll see that rain is expanded all the way up the coast towards Tampa, over towards Daytona Beach, where we have those rain bands starting to go counterclockwise around the center of circulation there. So Daytona Beach, and actually looks like a pretty strong line of thunderstorms there off the shore of Daytona Beach down towards Melbourne into this Indian River County there. And again, we already have some flash flood warnings there and for some of the rivers over in towards the Tampa area there. So we do have a flash flood warning in effect in Charlotte, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. So we'll have to see how that happens. So again, do not do it. Today is not the day to do any kind of water activities. This is a terrible day. Your umbrella is going to fly away if you try and go out in the rain. So don't go outside at all. That is the message for today. In fact, if you are within this eye wall, you want to make sure you take cover in interior room right now. Treat this as a tornado warning in the event, because of course this is going to bring very strong winds to our area. So 155 potentially sustained winds over in southern portions of Sarasota County, over towards Lee and Charlotte counties, and this is all making its way over to the northeast towards Punta Gorda, which is up by my finger here before the bend on I-75 there. And velocity does show those very strong winds behind on the secondary part of the eye wall, as well as in the front here. And that lightning we're seeing as well around the eye normally does tend to feature whenever the eye wall is actually strengthening or if it's a healthy eye wall. So I don't expect this to start strengthening any further than where we're at right now, although this looks like it's probably maybe maintaining at the moment this intensity right now. But very intense, especially along the northern portions. If we can zoom in closer to Port Charlotte there, on the northern portions of the eye wall there. So Port Charlotte, Northport, Englewood, up to Venice right now in the eye wall. So we have this intense eye wall here north of Punta Gorda and Boca Grande. And unfortunately, given the storm's motion over towards the northeast, this area has been getting pummeled by the eye wall over the past hour or so, and that might continue for another hour or two as well. And this perhaps might give some even stronger rainfall total amounts, or I should say larger rainfall total amounts across the area. But offshore, we are seeing that eye wall kind of curving down, and this looks like it will probably pass over Captiva here pretty soon. So we can put a measurement here on how far the back part of the eye is from the island here, then we'll be able to see. Okay, so it looks like about 12 to 15 miles or so until we start seeing the back half of the storm move through the barrier islands here. So overall, across the state, we have a tornado watch right now in effect. So we could expect to see tornadoes perhaps across the rest of Florida. We already had reports of some tornadoes over in South Florida and into the Keys yesterday, but tornado watch is in effect until 5 p.m. Eastern time. This will, if I was betting, I'd probably say that this is probably going to be expanded further in time, especially as it moves northward. And we'll likely see these tornado watch be expanded northward as the storm makes its way over to the north and the east. And again, we also have a hurricane warning in effect for much of central Florida here in the kind of the lighter red here, from about Naples all the way up through the east coast of Florida. So Orlando could see some very strong winds. Once it makes landfall here in Fort Myers, it'll make its way off towards the north and the east towards the Orlando area. So if you're in Kissimmee, Sanford, Orlando, over towards the Daytona region, that's what we'll see potentially for that very strong winds still even into tomorrow as the storm tracks northeastward. But overall, right now, plenty of rain still across Central Florida from Tampa all the way to Daytona Beach. And this is unfortunately where we're going to see and where we're expecting the largest amount of rainfall across much of the area. But until then, make sure you stay tuned here on our live coverage of Hurricane Ian as we track you through the storm as it's tracking towards the northeast. But now I'll turn things back over to Evan at the wall.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. So I'll see behind me here. Here's the latest radar loop of Hurricane Ian as it made landfall in Cayo Costa. You can see here from the National Hurricane Center, Cayo Costa was the official location of landfall at 3:05 p.m. Eastern Time. That was about 22 minutes ago. And data from the Air Force Reserve Reconnaissance aircraft there indicated that the maximum sustained wind speed was 150 miles per hour, and the pressure was at 940 millibars. That's quite an intense, high-end Category 4 hurricane. It does not appear that we ever really reached Category 5 status, but as is the case with these intense systems, it doesn't really matter as if the category is so much 4 or 5, you're still going to get catastrophic damage regardless here. And part of the reason for that is because of the storm surge. I'm going to try and pull up the image I had before of the storm surge map. I believe it was this. I had zoomed in, so I'm going to zoom it in again for you guys here so you could see that again. So the main thing that we're really watching here is the immense amount of storm surge that's going to be coming into places like Englewood and just places just to the north of Bonita Beach here. 12 to 18 feet of storm surge. That's 12 to 18 feet of water, not 9 inches, water above the ground level. So that's quite catastrophic levels of water there. So it's well above your head. So you do not want to try and venture out if you're in any of these areas. We'll take a look at the excessive rainfall for the next 3 days. This is another one of those threats from this hurricane, is the immense amount of rainfall, that high risk throughout much of the Florida peninsula, not only including places where the storm is making landfall, but going all the way up into northern Florida around Jacksonville. That you also have a high risk of excessive rain there as well. Again, you could see upwards of a foot of rainfall in some of these places. And I also want to mention one last thing really quick. Near Bartow, at the Peace River has officially broken the record. You can see that the record was previously 11.1 feet. It has now reached 11.2 feet in that flood stage. So record-breaking rainfall with this, record-breaking amounts of storm surge with this as well. So now we're going to pass things over to the wall with Chandler for our half-hourly update of Hurricane Ian and where it is right now as it has just made landfall here in Cayo Costa, Florida.
Thank you for that. Now we'll move on to just a general overview of Hurricane Ian. So Hurricane Ian has been impacting us pretty much for the whole entire day, actually pretty much yesterday as well. And you can see that's a really large storm stretching all the way up towards the Carolinas, all the way down towards Cuba and the Keys. Again, it's a very large storm with all the cloud cover, some rain here as well, and then of course the main brunt of it making impacts in Southwest Florida at this very moment. And that water vapor imagery tells the story. We have a lot of rain and a lot of convection wrapped in pretty much a donut, what you would see with any really strong storm. A clear eye with a very distinct eye wall and several rain bands. Again, it's making impacts in Southwest Florida right now, but it will continue to press through the peninsula, making its way into the North Atlantic. It will be weak by that time, but it will still impact parts of Georgia and the Carolinas as well. And looking at those sea surface temperatures again, this is one of the reasons why we saw this storm strengthen above expectation. It fed on that really strong, that really warm sea surface temperatures above 80 degrees Fahrenheit. It's pretty much bath water up there towards 90 actually, right along the coast. Again, it's pretty much the exact kind of fuel source that a strong hurricane needs in order to thrive, and this storm unfortunately did thrive yesterday and into today as it increased to Category 4 strength and well into Category 4 strength above what we were expecting. Ian also right now is reporting at 150 miles per hour, and it is continuing to move north-northeast at 9 miles per hour, so it's moving pretty slowly, which is not what you want to see upon landfall. That's partially because of those steering mechanisms breaking down and conflicting with each other. We have high and low pressures fighting each other for dominance in the region, and that's pretty much left this storm meandering towards the north generally, but again, it's not distinct and it's not moving fast like you would see with a Michael or an Irma, so it's sitting still. It's almost more resembling a Harvey, but not as bad as Harvey. Its pressure is at 940 millibars, which is a very low pressure for a storm. That's what you can expect for a very strong major hurricane. And again, it is right there in Fort Myers, Florida, making landfall currently. Now, aircraft reconnaissance, again, trying to get some last-minute data so that we can continue to forecast this storm properly as it goes through the peninsula and into the North Atlantic. They're trying to see what kind of wind speeds we can expect with this second eye wall as it makes landfall here shortly, and we have the whole entire eye cross over the southwest Florida. And they are currently detecting winds that are just as strong as the winds in the eastern eye wall, which indicates that this storm is no joke. It is a storm that if you at all have survived through the eastern eye wall, you're going to have to survive through this western one as well. It's not going to be any weaker than what you just experienced. In fact, it's actually a little bit larger in scale compared to the eastern eye wall, so you can actually expect that rain, that heavy rain, to continue. But at least with the winds, they're going to be just as strong as the eastern eye wall was this morning. Current radar does show that, yes, it's finally made landfall in southwest Florida, just north of Fort Myers, approaching Port Charlotte. And again, that western eye wall is starting to make its way towards the coast, and it's packing a punch. So if you are out and about trying to fix something here in Fort Myers, you should go ahead and get back inside shortly, because this eye wall is going to be a very strong one. So again, as you see this eye wall approach you, know that you can take your time to try to adjust things, but do not take too long of a time. And if you're caught outside, make sure that you get somewhere inside. If you are in a structure that's unsafe, once you're in the eye, this is your time to go somewhere else. Find a public facility that maybe is a little bit better, like a school or a library. Find somewhere else to get to if you're in a unsturdy structure. If you're in a sturdy structure, and if you're in somewhere that's, or if you're in somewhere that's already completely flooded, then stay pat. Of course, do not wade through any floodwaters, as those are dangerous. We actually just saw a video of a shark in the floodwaters, which of course indicates that you don't want to be out in those floodwaters with the sharks, the alligators, and everything else in between. Again, that track of Hurricane Ian takes it across the Florida Peninsula and then gets into the North Atlantic, and then it will meander its way northwestward, making landfall somewhere in between Savannah and Charleston. So again, it's going to be pretty impactful, actually, with 70 miles per hour and 60 miles per hour. So again, it's going to be a strong storm even upon landfall in the East Coast. So it could still be a low-end Cat 1. Right now they're saying a tropical storm, though. But again, those watches are out. So if you are along that coastline from Jacksonville all the way up to Myrtle Beach, keep an eye out on this storm, because it's headed to you next. And then those spaghetti models, again, kind of show that consistency. We see this storm go through the peninsula, and then most of the models say it's going to bend more northwestward and make another landfall, and then bounce out to sea after that. But again, so if you live anywhere in the Carolinas, expect some rainfall later on this week and into the weekend. And if you live along the coast, go ahead and prepare. It's not going to be as bad as what it's currently doing, but it will still be a strong tropical storm, maybe a weak Category 1. But again, GFS is showing that it's still very strong upon landfall, and those winds, once they make landfall, are still going to be pretty relatively strong even as it's over land. It's taking its time downgrading from Category 4, and yes, it will eventually make its way towards tropical storm strength, but as it does so, it's still going to deliver a lot of harsh winds to the residents in the Florida Peninsula. In addition to wind, we have rain as well. We talked about storm surge a lot already, but one of the other main killers, again, related to water, is rainfall So we have a lot of heavy rain that's expected from Port Charlotte all the way up towards the east coast of Florida. So again, if you live anywhere along central Florida, you're going to be expecting even more rain than what you already got. So again, a lot of rain in store for the Florida Peninsula. Here in the Panhandle, of course, we're a little more clear, but everywhere else you can expect more rainfall and wind as the storm migrates from west to east and gets back into the Atlantic. But I'm going to toss things over to Evan. He's going to show us some more impacts via videos of what this storm is doing currently to southwest Florida.
Yeah, thanks, Chandler. And I know we've already showed this video maybe more than once here on our stream so far, but this is out of, I believe it's Fort Myers. I'm going to check that really quickly. Fort Myers Beach, rather. This video was tweeted out by Mike Bettis of the Weather Channel, but this is just extremely rare footage, and you can see just how immense that storm surge is coming from the water and just how powerful the wind is. It's almost like the Gulf of Mexico is in the streets of Fort Myers Beach right now. That's just incredible footage right there. You will never ever see anything like that ever again. So this is just catastrophic storm surge, and I would not be surprised if this is even much higher than this video is showing now. I believe this camera is located 6 feet above the ground. Yes, it's above 6 feet above the ground on Estero Boulevard. So this is it's just unbelievable footage from there. Further footage, we have more from Fort Myers Beach, again with the catastrophic storm surge and just the immense wind. You can see how deep the water is here, approaching it's almost halfway up on these buildings here. Seems to have knocked buildings off of foundations. You can see it floating in the street there. Just incredible amount of storm surge here. There's tons of debris. That's why you don't want to venture out in the middle of the eye, because you don't know what could be out there. If there's debris floating in that water there, that could severely injure you. You can't see what is floating in that water there, so you don't want to venture out when there's a break in some of the weather with this. So we'll venture out. I did want to clarify something that Aaron's pointed out to me before. I did misspeak about the Peace River at State Route 60 in Bartow. I misspoke and I said that we have officially broken the record. We have not. We are officially at 8.3 feet. I just did want to clarify that. We are forecasted to just break the record of 11.1 feet in major flood stage by the time we get to October 2nd, so that would be Sunday. This will be very common in other places as well throughout Florida, because not only are we going to have storm surge going into some of these rivers, but we'll also have that immense amount of rainfall. So what that'll do is it'll create runoff and it'll go into these rivers and potentially flood them to major flood stage, potentially even record-breaking flood stages. So I did want to clarify that. I did misspeak about that as well. We'll take a look here at the latest radar data. You can see how it made landfall here about half an hour ago, 35 minutes ago to be exact, in a Cayo Costa here in the Florida southwestern coast. There again is the latest radar data from there. The eye is starting to change shape and structure here. That's because it is dealing with that land interaction as it moves its way further onshore. But again, it's still very powerful, Category 4 storm. Winds, sustained winds are maximized at 150 miles per hour right now. And that secondary eye wall right here is about to move onshore here. So places that have already taken one beating from this are about to get another here. So please stay hunkered in your safe place as this moves onshore, because very, very similar conditions are going to be upon you as were with this first eye wall here, the eastern eye wall, as are with this secondary eye wall, the western eye wall. Very similar conditions are going to be happening there. And I believe we still have a lot of lightning strikes with this as well. So again, a very intense system moving onshore here. Very, very powerful Category 4 storm. Let's see what else I can show you guys here. We'll take a quick look at what else we have on deck on Twitter here. Oh, actually, first I'll show you guys some of the power outages here. So I wanted to first point out Collier County here. Almost 100,000 power outages here. That's a third of the population that is without power here. In Lee County, we have over half of the population out with over 240,000 people without power right now. And again, as the secondary eye wall moves on shore, these numbers are just going to go up. And that's also another reason why you don't want to venture outside your home when you get a break in the weather, because if you have power outages, you're going to have live power lines that are down across your area. So if those are live and they're being exposed to water, that's a very dangerous situation. So you do not want to be venturing out in those floodwaters while you get a break in the storm. You can maybe open the windows for a second and just take a peek, but you don't want to venture outside your safe place because it is still quite dangerous outside, and you do not want to do so until your emergency officials in your area deem it safe to do so. So please be mindful of that. We'll do a quick roll throughout Twitter here. We'll get some of the latest social media from there as this loads. You can see, again, there's this video of the shark in Fort Myers Beach. That's actually quite sad to see because the shark obviously does not belong there. And again, another reason why you should not venture outside your home, because you don't know what you're going to find in those waters. There's debris, there's animals, there's live power lines. You just don't know what you're going to find, so you do not want to go venturing those waters at this time. We'll take a look here. There's this, again, the similar paths we have with Hurricanes Ian and Charlie. Again, these storms are similar, yes, in path, but they are very different in terms of magnitude and impacts here. So again, we said before that the hurricane force winds with Charlie could fit inside the eye of Hurricane Ian. So that just shows you how vast Hurricane Ian is and how wide the effect is going to be on the Florida Peninsula here. We'll scroll down a little bit further. I showed you guys that video before. Again, there's some of the coastal inundation here. Seems like this is out of Naples. You can see just how deep the water is, waist deep water here. That's probably about, well, I'm just shy of 6 feet, 6 feet tall, so that's probably about, let's say 3-4 feet of storm surge right there, even up to chest level in some places. So it's quite high in terms of inundation. Again, here's just somebody swimming inside their home, but you can see how high up the water is going, just because it's just crazy, and it's going up the stairs there. So again, just incredible amounts of storm surge. This is from last night. You can see it seems like they're dealing with a tornado there last night. That's probably out of southern Florida, Kings Point. I'm not exactly sure where that is, but I'm sure, well, let's see this news station here. Palm Beach, yes, in the Treasure Coast. That's going to be southern Florida there. So that's because they have that tornado threat from last night. And that's going to extend further north as we go throughout the day today and tomorrow, as tornadoes, again, are very commonly associated with systems like this. There again is some of the storm surge inundation from this. So yeah, very, very dangerous situation here. And again, there is a landfall in Cayo Costa once again, just about 40 minutes ago as a Category 4 storm. But now I'm going to pass things over to Parker at the wall with a more in-depth look at Hurricane Ian.
Thank you, Evan. Yeah, I mean, those are some crazy and fantastic videos that you just showed us right there. We're going to look at the wide view of Hurricane Ian right now. I'll sort of give you a radar tour. But again, we had landfall about an hour ago. So Hurricane Ian's going to start, gradually moving to the northeast and sort of intercept southwest Florida and inland parts of central Florida before exiting its way through Brevard / Flagler County later on Thursday evening, possibly into Friday morning. So we have hurricane watches extended all around the state, and we have tropical storm conditions and tropical storm warnings in northern parts near Alachua County. And for our region up in Tallahassee, it's actually been quite nice up here today. We have I think a high temperature around 78, but this morning we woke up in the 60s. And we won't start to see our conditions deteriorate really much at all. We might see a couple of the feeder bands maybe wrap around towards the north part, towards Leon County and Madison County, but we won't really see too much. We may have some tropical gusts nearing 35 miles an hour, but not too much here in Tallahassee. If we can take a look at around Daytona Beach, I want to talk about some of the wind and the impacts of this rain that I was talking about. Over in Brevard County, parts of Volusia County, we have these feeder bands that come into Hurricane Ian. It's like a figure skater, right? We saw the tight eye wall right before landfall, and now that it's made landfall, we're going to imagine the figure skater's arms are going to go out. We're going to extend the wind field, and things are going to start to spread out over the course of a larger and more broad area. And so what all this rainfall does is just saturate the ground and make it prone for trees to fall once that wind comes into the area, once we have those tropical storm and hurricane force winds coming to the area. So Orlando and Orange County seeing lots of lightning strikes embedded in some of these cells, along with some of the bands of rain coming through. Along I-95, we see the lightning strikes over near Mims over here in Palm Bay, just north. We see lots of storms. Over in Oviedo, we see the same thing, still under the hurricane warning, having some storms clear out, so they're going to have a little clear slot and a little break in the storms for maybe about an hour or so. But again, a lot of heavy rain over Seminole, Orange County. Again, these areas back in 2004 had a direct impact from Hurricane Charlie as a Category 1. We saw just to the south and just to the east of I-4, we saw these areas reach winds of about 85, 90 miles an hour peaking. But again, this storm is supposed to move in and out of Osceola in through Polk County. I've got some family in and around these areas, so I'm pretty familiar with them. But yeah, that's about the track. It could deviate 10, 20 miles north or south of this track, depending on the strength of the eye wall, right? Because as soon as we get on land, the storm starts weakening. We can have these little wobbles left and right, just like we saw when we had the eye wall replacement cycle about 12 hours before landfall last night. So again, we have these lightning strikes all embedded around the eye wall right now. Tampa getting some heavy rain. We saw images earlier of Tampa Bay actually being cleared out because we had the winds out of the east just clearing out the bay. Now we have winds out of the east, out of the north and the northeast. So those winds are going to continue, and it's actually going to keep flooding out Tampa Bay, and they shouldn't have any issues with some storm surge. Maybe some parts near Pinellas County, the southern points right here near the tip of Pinellas County, near Pinellas Park, you may have some storm surge of 2 or 3 feet or so, just because we have all the water from Tampa Bay, just west of Ruskin, going into this area. So we may have 2 or 3 feet maximum. But thankfully, those zones are in Zone D of Hillsborough and Pinellas County, so people should be evacuated. Shouldn't be too many people staying back and forth there. Yeah, so if we move towards Bradenton, we start to see a little bit heavier rain. We start to see some more lightning strikes. We're getting a little bit more intense weather, and we're actually under that flood warning until 7:15 tonight for this region. And, a lot of this area up and down I-75 is pretty vacant. There aren't many people that live up and down south of Bradenton. But if we go a little bit further to the south near Venice, in Port Charlotte, we actually have an FSU student who lives right around this region. So he's experiencing the maximum winds that Hurricane Ian has to provide, nearing 150 miles per hour of a constant wind, and perhaps even 180 miles an hour gusting in some of these regions. We see the deep feedback in decibels right here of the deep red color with the lightning strikes. Oh, look at that, extreme wind warning, there you go, until 6 p.m. tonight. So we're expecting parts of this north to northwest eye wall to be having winds of over 100 miles an hour up until about 6 p.m. Again, lightning strikes everywhere. We're going to keep moving south here towards Fort Myers. We saw the images out of there. 10 feet of storm surge near Fort Myers Beach. And unfortunately, can we zoom in towards Fort Myers? Can we see the river if we go a little bit south? Are we able to see that? Okay, right about here, there's tributaries that lead in from the coastline. And those areas are experiencing about 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. And we saw the record flood, the flood stage being broken for some of the rivers in this region. So we're still getting that constant push of wind from the west into the shore, into the shoreline. Near Bonita Springs, San Carlos Park, Fort Lauderdale, Iona, getting lots of rain in this region. Naples even, they saw up to 6 feet of storm surge just along I-41. So, very similar scenario to what we saw with Hurricane Charlie. The storm is progressing. It's a little bit bigger in size than Hurricane Charlie was, but unfortunately it's taken almost the exact same path. And some of these areas are seeing scenarios like they did 18 years ago. Back in August, on August 13th, 2004, they saw nearly the same exact thing. The only difference is this storm is a little bit bigger, a little bit more intense than Hurricane Charlie was. We saw the pressure reach 935 millibars, I believe. Hurricane Charlie was somewhere around 941 at the time it made landfall. But zooming back out, we see the storm almost move directly east as it made landfall, but now it's starting to move a little bit towards the north at the end of the loop here. Yeah, just moving in just a little bit to the north. And again, it's going to go through these southwest counties into Polk County, where we already have a flood watch in effect, this green line here. They already have a flood watch in effect. Over the next 12 to 24 hours, they'll have a lot more rain on top of this. And then we also have a tornado watch extended in this orange area. So I'm pretty sure that this is the extreme wind warning. This is how the National Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center will get people's attention. They'll issue that extreme weather warning, but then have it labeled as a tornado watch, just so people can, understand what's going on, what the scenario and what the intensity of the wind will be. So Port Charlotte getting hit very, very hard along Highway 41, along I-75. They're in the eye wall right now. They're in the most intense part of the eye wall because we see, the feedback from satellite here, this being the most intense part of the storm at the moment. Again, that extreme wind warning goes until 6 p.m. tonight, and the flash flood warning goes until 7:15. But if I were to have a say in this, I would say that these are going to be well extended into the morning hours of tomorrow, maybe even 8 a.m., 12 a.m., and into 12 p.m., because they still have the back half of this storm, and it's still got a lot of precipitable water on the back half of this storm. So I think that's it for me at the moment. Evan, do you have something at the desk?
Yeah, I do, Parker. I want to show you guys some of the social media that I've been going through here. First, I want to show you just another example of how fast this storm surge is happening. This is a time lapse condensed down into 20 seconds. This is over a 30-minute time period. So I'm going to play this through. You can see just how fast the water level rises here. Give it a second here. And ready, set, here we go. There's the water coming in. You can see, watch how fast this rises here. It's crazy how quick it goes. Start off at the bottom of that sign, and by the end of the video, here, I'll pause it right at the end. It's almost halfway up the stem of that pole of the sign here. So it's coming in fast and furious here. I shared a couple of other tweets with myself here, so I don't forget them. I first wanted to go back to the tweet from Mike Bettis before. So I showed you guys this, just an incredible video of Estero Boulevard there in Fort Myers Beach. So I also wanted to show you guys what that looks like on a day-to-day basis. This is what the street normally looks like. That's crazy how drastically different they are. So just bear in mind just how dangerous this storm surge is going to be, because you won't see anything like this again. And here's another example of that storm surge, just how high up this is. It's almost to the roof of the house here. I believe that's a one-story home, but it's almost to the roof, the gutter of that roof there. So that's just crazy amounts of storm surge here. And again, more pictures from there. Again, good 6 to 10 feet above ground level there. It's just devastating amounts of storm surge in many places right now. Let's see what else. Parker was talking about the extreme wind warning. I wanted to do a more in-depth look on that. You see just how vast this area is. It goes all the way from basically Sarasota all the way down the coast to Bonita Springs. You can see how many people are affected by this. I don't know if you guys can see that, if I can zoom in, but I'll read it to you. 1,283,000 people are included in this extreme wind warning. So if you are in this warning right now, you want to be making sure you want to move into the most interior part of your home. Treat this as a tornado warning. That's how strong these winds are going to be. As we've been saying here, the winds in the extreme wind warning are in excess of 115 miles per hour. And those are not gusts. Those are sustained winds over a long period of time. So a lot of population is going to be affected by this. Port Charlotte, Englewood, where Stephanie Abrams is, I believe Punta Gorda is in there somewhere, where Jim Cantori is for the Weather Channel. Fort Myers Beach, Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Captiva, where the storm made landfall, Venice, and extends inland too to Arcata as well. So a lot of people are going to be experiencing this if they are still in their homes. So please be careful for this. And this is in effect until 6 p.m. Eastern time for those extremely dangerous winds. So please shelter in place if you're in any of these locations. More storm surge videos. You can see how fast it's rising up the stairs here. You do not want to venture out into these waters. I know I showed you guys videos earlier of people doing that. You do not want to be doing that because you don't know what you're going to find. There can be debris in there. There can be live power lines. There can also be chemicals in there. So you do not want to be exposing yourself to those things. So please do not do that. We do not want to glorify that here. We do not want anybody taking those risks today. We do not need any unnecessary loss of life today. And another thing I want to point out is this is this morning in Tampa Bay. You can see how strong the winds are, just sucking the water out of Tampa Bay. I'm sure I have never been to this area of Florida before. I'm sure the water goes very high up on that seawall there. This is not what you would normally see if you venture out to the beach here, but the winds are so strong there that is pulling the water out, and once the winds switch directions, that water will just come gushing back and go over that seawall. So please be aware of that. Just because you see this, it may weird you out a little bit because it is strange, but please be careful because the water will, of course, be coming back as we go forward in time here. I also want to share a tweet with you from, of course, our master, Dr. Jake Karstens. He was talking about how Ian is the 6th storm since 2017 to make landfall as a Cat 4 or Cat 5 hurricane in the continental United States. That's the most in any 6-year period on record. So you can really see how intense these past few years have been. And I'm sure that this will continue to be the case as we go forward in time. So we're going to have to deal with a lot more situations like this, unfortunately. More storm surge photos out of, I believe this is Fort Myers Beach. Yes, Diamond Head Beach Resort in Fort Myers Beach. You see, again, almost covering the hoods of cars here. And this is far from over. I want to emphasize that. This is far from over. This is almost 2 hours ago, over 2 hours ago now. So this is not the case now. It's much higher than this now. Again, you see how much debris is in this water. So you do not want to be venturing out in this. Please be careful of it. Do not venture out because of the debris, chemicals, live power lines. Please be careful of that. But now we're approaching the top of the hour, so I'm going to send things over to Spencer for our tropical update of Hurricane Ian, where it is now.
Thank you, Ian. Not Ian. Thank you, Evan. So taking a look right here at the visible satellite. So this is essentially cloud cover of Hurricane Ian. You can see this eye right here slamming its way into Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte area. Actually, with the 4 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center, I did just see the Punta Gorda Airport did record a wind gust of over 120 miles an hour. I believe it was 124 miles an hour. These are extreme winds, guys. This is like the type of winds that you'll see in the core of a tornado. So these winds, like Evan said, you want to treat these high wind warnings like a tornado warning. You do not want to be outside in winds like this. You could very easily get knocked over by a wind gust. As well, there could be debris from, let's say, maybe like someone's patio, like a screen or something, or a road sign. Those things are pretty thin. So if that thing comes at you at a thin angle, you could get lacerated in a worse type situation. We definitely don't want anybody to be getting injured from flying debris. And with this visible satellite, more you can actually see. It is going to eventually move its way north, kind of along like this way, through the I-4 corridor. So we can expect most people, particularly between Sarasota, Punta Gorda, where it's making landfall, all the way through Daytona, can actually see upwards of well over 1.5 feet of rain. These waters are extremely dangerous. Like Evan said, they could have downed power lines, chemicals, debris, nails, you name it, as well as wildlife. I think we saw a video earlier of a shark actually on land swimming in the floodwaters, in the storm surge. That is, I've never seen that before. That's pretty crazy. So you definitely do not want to be outside for the wind and also for these rushing waters. They're extremely dangerous. Now, what we can see here, this actually does look like a little bit of a better sign than earlier. We are starting to see ever so slightly some of this drier air making its way down into the storm. Not quite yet making its way into the storm, but we can see it is on the move. Here's where it was earlier, a few hours ago, around 1 o'clock-ish. Yeah, around 1 o'clock, was all the way up here, probably closer, but more like south of Destin kind of area. And now it's slowly making its way into that storm as the storm moves in onto the coast of Florida. As well, we have seen that eye wall is starting to weaken a little bit because it is interacting with land. Now, that land interaction is going to, like I said, it's going to weaken the eye wall. As well, it's going to cause this, well, the eye wall to weaken and the storm to overall start to die off. As well, it's going to interact with some upper level shear, but all of these factors combined are going to lead to the storm eventually slowly starting to die. However, it is going to be here for a while, even though we will see some pretty sharp decreases in wind speed and intensity. But that does not mean you guys are not out of the blue yet. I mean, you guys are still in for a lot of rain, a lot of flooding. You definitely do not want to be out in these waters. And if you are going to be out there, never, ever drive over a flooded road. You can never gauge how deep those waters are going to be, and you do not want to get your car flooded with water and you possibly are caught up in rushing water, and it can be a lot of times very difficult for rescue operations to come and rescue you. And our sea surface temperature, so like it's been mentioned a couple of times throughout the day, right now the Gulf of Mexico is like a loaded gun, like a battery just sitting like a whole pool of fuel, very deep warm waters throughout the water column, which has been allowing the storm to intensify to a very, very, very strong Category 4 hurricane, just shy of a Category 5. Now, that can be sometimes between a 4 and a 5. Some people might think, oh my goodness, it's a difference. But really, we're talking about a difference. A Category 5 might be 5 miles an hour more intense than what we're seeing now. So if it's 150 miles an hour versus 155 versus 160 miles an hour, that's not going to make that much of a difference in terms of the effects. These are extremely life-threatening and dangerous conditions across much of southwest Florida and across the state. Now, as this eye has started to move onshore, it's not feeding off of this warm water anymore. So it's going to very, very quickly die off as it interacts with the land. And our IR satellite. So IR is infrared. So we're looking at essentially reflections of infrared light from the satellite. So you can see intense storms and cloud cover from the storm encompassing most of the state of Florida, all the way down from Key West down here, Miami over here, all the way Tampa starting to see some storms. We have a large cluster of convection off the Atlantic coast. So luckily that doesn't look like it's going to be making its way onto land just yet. But we can see some storms are making their way, possibly some bands, up into Jacksonville. So possibly Duval and St. Johns counties. You guys are going to be starting to see some deteriorating conditions throughout the day. And as you can see, here's the eye of the storm. Here's that northeast quadrant, that front right quadrant. This is the area with the most tornadic possibility in our storms. So right now, areas in Orlando and going into Volusia counties, up through eventually into Duval counties, you guys are looking at the highest risk of severe weather in terms of tornadoes at the moment. Not necessarily wind speeds, but tornadoes. And those are always going to be a very, very, very dangerous, life-threatening event. If you are in a tornado or in a very high wind advisory like we're seeing in southwest Florida, you want to get into the lowest structure, the lowest part of your structure. If you're in a two-story home or an apartment complex, you're going to want to get to the ground level or the first floor, but depending on whichever one your apartment or your structure has. You're going to want to be as close to the ground as possible, because the higher up you are in your structure, the winds will decrease, the force of friction will decrease exponentially with height. So the higher you are, the more you're going to feel those wind speeds. They are going to be faster, higher up. Even between the top of a house that's 2 stories versus the bottom closer to the ground, that's going to be could be a pretty significant wind impact difference in terms of what is actually being felt by the structure. And our aircraft reconnaissance. So we do still have a Hurricane Hunter's flight going through the storm, collecting data. We are seeing some winds of 100 in the range of 150 miles an hour and minimum pressures of around 940 millibars. This is an extremely, extremely dangerous and catastrophic storm. You do not want to play around with this, ladies and gentlemen. And taking another look at our current radar and some of our other warnings, we still do have a tornado watch extending from parts of Miami-Dade County all the way through most of the eastern part of the state of Florida, up through St. Lucie counties, Martin County, Volusia County as well, Brevard County. These areas are under a tornado watch, so your threat for tornadoes isn't quite knocked out yet, but you guys are starting to see some improving conditions, particularly as the storm does move more north. And just zooming in a little bit, you can see here that eye moving onto shore, and it's as it does move onto shore, you can see it start to shrink. It goes from about 30 miles wide to, I'm not exactly sure how wide that eye is, but it is definitely shrinking. This is because it's not interacting with that warm water anymore. It's over land, it's going to start dying, and we are going to see the storm weaken pretty quickly, but that north part of the storm here, you can see this northern part of that eye wall. Right now it looks like it's in roughly the Venice area. You guys are really getting hit hard right now, and this storm, as it moves, is going to bring a lot of rain through the I-4 corridor. Again, upwards of 1.5 feet of rain in many parts of the state. And taking a look at the track in the next few days, it is expected to go out through the state of Florida, back over the Atlantic Ocean, and then curl back over maybe around Georgia, or South Carolina border, particularly around Savannah, Charleston area. You guys could be seeing a tropical storm conditions in that area as it goes back over land. We could see a second landfall, so you guys need to be making your preparations now. And taking another look at our spaghetti model. So this is kind of like a collection of possible tracks that the storm could take. We can see there is a pretty decent agreement, which means that we're fairly confident this is the path the storm will take through the I-4 corridor, going out maybe around Daytona into the Atlantic Ocean, then going back into the southeastern United States. And these are some more wind speeds that we can see. Very, very high wind speeds, possible tropical storm conditions, and maybe even some hurricane level gusts as the storm moves through the central part of the state of Florida, Tampa Bay area, Orlando area. You guys are going to be seeing some deteriorating conditions as the day moves forward. And looking at our rainfall, so this is how much rainfall we can expect to see in the next 24 hours. Like I said, right through that I-4 corridor, lots of rain, looking at upwards of maybe 20 inches, 15 to 20 inches of rain throughout much of this area. So you guys need to definitely be aware for floodwaters and flooding in your structures. All right, so taking one last look at our rainfall, you can see down here in Miami, it's not too bad. Most of their rain has actually passed at this point. So just some residual rain, more of a wind threat at this point. So if you are in this area, though, around the I-4 corridor, you need to be indoors. You need to stay away from the roads. There could be wildlife, live wires, chemicals, debris. These are all things that we really, really want you guys to be avoiding as well. Power is going to be out. We could have some more live wires. And this is kind of the main story that we're looking at right now. But I think, I don't think we have any more active warnings, but we're going to actually go ahead and pass things back off to Aaron at the wall, and he's going to give us some more updates about power outages and what's happening with the storm moving forward and throughout later in the day.
That's right, Spencer. First, we'll start off with the power outages across Southwest Florida. We are starting to see an increase in the amount of power outages and people being affected by power outages. We'll see Collier County has about 50% or so of houses there without power. Over towards Lee County, they're seeing the most severe in terms of the amount of people overall in the county without power. We're seeing about 75% or so of folks over in Lee County without power, unfortunately. Upwards in the Charlotte County, we're seeing also probably around 75% or so of folks without power. And I have noticed, so it looks like it's starting to expand inland too, over to Henry and Glades County, there south of Lake Okeechobee. And there we'll expect to see more in the way of power outages expand northeastward. But moving back up north, we'll see Charlotte County about also 3/4 of residents without power. Sarasota County, 50%. That's growing, and the reason why is because we have the northern eye wall that is over the southern portions of the county, and that is the reason why we're starting to see those numbers start to really climb up in Sarasota County. And over in Manatee County, we're seeing about 1/4 or so of the population without power here south of Tampa Bay. They might get potentially into the eye wall for the southern portion of the county, potentially. We'll have to watch over the next hour or so to see what happens there. And lastly, further north over towards the Tampa Bay region, Hillsborough County seeing about 31,000 folks without power, and Pinellas County around 77,000 or 77,000, I should say, of folks not having any power. But now we'll go on to our social media to see what is going on with some of the impacts with Hurricane Ian. This is from Matthew Carlins here on Twitter, showing actually the Weather Channel, the Weather Channel's Jim Cantori. They're being blown around in Punta Gorda with those storms, with that eye wall there, in the northern eye wall moving through Punta Gorda there. So not great. You can see the street sign is being blown around right now. That's not great over into Punta Gorda. As we make our way over to Alexis Santa on Twitter as well, showing those really hurricane conditions over Port Charlotte as well, over in the northern eye wall over into Charlotte County. Those very strong winds persisting. Those winds really very much blowing those palm trees and swaying a lot. And as lastly, we're seeing potentially a tornado, courtesy of Alex Albaugh here on Twitter, near St. Cloud, Florida, potentially. Look, I'm not exactly sure what road this is, but although this is what's showing, he's showing potentially a tornado crossing the road there in St. Cloud. But we'll go over some live cameras now. We'll go back to our friend here, Jason Steinbach, over at University of South Florida, showing us that those breezy conditions persisting across the northern portions of the Tampa Bay region, and those will unfortunately go downhill as we go throughout the overnight hours. We'll see those tropical storm conditions worsen and potentially even hurricane conditions across the Tampa Bay region. Over at FDOT, we'll see those cameras are showing nobody on the road, which is a good sign because it shows that nobody is traveling through this dangerous weather. And actually, this is I-75 northbound, seeing a little bit of perhaps maybe clearing. That may perhaps be the eye potentially going through Charlotte County there. Not confirmed at all, but again, very dangerous situation. Although I'm not really noticing too much in the way of debris along the roadways there, but something that's certainly to keep in mind still as we progress throughout the rest of this evening with the storms. Now, the storm is forecasted to go over central Florida, so we expect those conditions to continue to deteriorate as we move our ways north into DeSoto, into Hardy County, DeSoto County, and over lastly into Polk County. One thing to watch, though, is this northern eye wall here that is over Sarasota County, so near Northport over to Venice. We have a flash flood warning here over in effect for just about the entire county in Sarasota County. And if we follow the trajectory of this over to the northeast, we could potentially see the eye wall get kind of close to Sarasota here proper, all over the northern part of the county, and then making its way, perhaps getting kind of close to Manatee County and over into southeastern Hillsborough County as well. And then again, we'll have to watch into the early morning hours tonight, into tomorrow morning, approaching the Orlando area. It may even still be a hurricane by that point, but it will certainly be a weakening hurricane. But again, the biggest thing we want to hammer out is the flood threat. We're going to see almost potentially up to 20 inches of rain across the I-4 corridor. We're going to see winds still being pretty impactful across much of the central Florida there. But we'll continue on. As we see here, looks like it's actually taking perhaps the southern route of the cone there, of the latest cone from the National Hurricane Center, of the 11 a.m. advisory. So perhaps it might follow I should say the right-hand side of the cone. So this might actually be better news for Tampa potentially. I don't want to call it yet, but it's looking like it's going to stay over the eastern portions of the cone. But now we'll take things back over to the wall with Robert.
Right, thank you, Aaron. So again, we are looking at, of course, towards the future here. Those in southwestern Florida are going to need a lot of help here. And we do have several resources we are looking at. So Cajun Navy, Red Cross, but many other resources out there also available to you. So just important to keep in mind, even if you're not able to go down to southwestern Florida, there are a lot of donation opportunities out there, a lot of ways that you can help, and the people down there are going to need quite a lot of it. So again, keep in mind, help your fellow neighbors out, donate if you can, money, time, resources, whatever you can do, they will need it. But again, some status updates here, Fort Myers. We do have an extreme wind warning in effect. So This has been extended 3 counties inland. That was back a few hours ago. This one's in effect until 6 hours. This is the eye wall right here. This storm is still very strong. It is still hurricane force, and it is moving towards the northeast. We're expecting these wide areas of tropical storm force gusts and high wind gusts up to hurricane force to be extending throughout this entire area. This is the storm right here. It is still churning throughout the Fort Myers all the way up to Tampa area. Tampa starting to see these tropical storm force gusts here, but that is the eye wall just north of Fort Myers into Charlotte Harbor right there. That's where we have a flash flood warning in effect for Charlotte, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. This is gauge indicated, radar indicated, because there's so much flooding in there because of how much rain we've received. This is the eye wall right here, breaking down just a little bit, but still a very powerful storm with a lot of storm surge. So if we could just zoom out a little bit and just take stock of the whole situation here, just to see if we have any warnings in effect outside of that extreme wind warning, that's already in effect. No tornado warnings at the moment, so we'll just go back into Fort Myers and we'll take a look right here. So again, the eye is entirely inland now. So the eye has made landfall. There is a little bit of the harbor right there, but it made landfall on the barrier islands right here just about 30 minutes ago. It is moving off towards the northeast at a very slow crawl. So those of you in this area are going to have these very damaging conditions continuing for the next few hours at a very slow clip here. And that's sort of, this eye might be a little bit deceiving to you because if you're inside the middle of the eye, you have calm conditions, not much going on. It feels like it did before the hurricane came, but you're surrounded on all sides by this very powerful eye wall that has very high rain rates, hurricane force winds, very damaging conditions. So I know some earlier were saying, take a breather, but just be mindful that this eye will come back in. So it's important that you're sheltered in place for when this eye comes back through, because it will be just as damaging as it was when it came through the first time. These damaging winds here, seeing up to 100 miles per hour, in some cases sustained far more than that. In some other cases, gusts up to 160, 70, reported 112 in Naples, and that's not right next to the site of the landfall. So we saw gusts all the way up there, and an extreme wind warning still in effect. They only issue that for sustained winds of 150 miles per hour or more. So this is a very serious situation we're continuing to watch with this storm as it continues to make landfall. Tropical storm and hurricane warnings are still in effect for the entire peninsula here. This is our hurricane warning extent all the way inland until 11:21 a.m. Eastern time. We do have tropical storm warnings also in effect, and this will be this is until hurricane warnings are going to be lasting several days here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see these significantly extended throughout the day. But these are our hurricane warnings, tropical storm warnings all the way throughout South Florida, and we do even have a tropical storm watch up here in Gainesville, all the way up here in northern Florida. That's just a hurricane local statement here in the Tallahassee area for our local viewers. We're not expecting severe conditions here, fortunately enough, but sadly that means that other parts of Florida are seeing those damaging conditions. So keep them in your thoughts, keep them in your prayers, and please do as much as you can to help them. They will need it. Here are some outer rain bands going towards Daytona Beach and Orlando. Conditions are going to deteriorate for those of you on the I-4 corridor over the next few hours. We're expecting this rain bands to continue. Heavier rainfall rates start to set up as this storm gets closer to you. And don't be surprised if you start seeing sustained hurricane force wind gusts. We're seeing this storm moving off towards the northeast. That's why you're under a hurricane warning. You might think some areas to your south are only under a tropical storm force warning. Why is this storm going to be a hurricane warning when I get here? It's because this storm's continuing to remain at a high strength. It'll weaken, but it's still going to be at a hurricane level. So that's why we need you to be sheltering in place when the storm gets to you in Orlando or Daytona Beach, because this is not something to play around with. Just because you're inland does not mean it will be a very, very easy storm to get through. This will be a bad storm even for you. Tampa also under a hurricane warning here as this storm starts to really make it close to you. Bradenton already seeing those higher rainfall rates of that really center of the storm here. That's going to make its way across the Sunshine Skyway into the Tampa Bay here over the next roughly hour or so. We'll expect to see that there. Winter Haven, into those of you, that's where the beginning of the I-4 corridor starts. But now, as we track closer back towards the storm, Venice, Port Charlotte, this is where you start seeing the highest, the heaviest rainfall rates, that lightning, that hurricane force winds above 100 miles per hour. This is where we're really concerned. Charlotte Harbor, Port Charlotte, this is where we're really concerned about those heavy conditions, heavy wind, heavy rain, storm surge. That's why you have this extreme wind warning in effect. 421, we're seeing this continue to move inland. Conditions will not improve for a while for you there in Charlotte Harbor. So that's why we need you guys to be staying indoors and keeping tuned to your local media just until this passes, because for right now, it is not time for you to head outside. It is still too early for you to do so. You need the storm to pass. Storm surge is likely still very high in that entire area, so it is not safe to venture out when you have even as little as 6 inches on the ground with a truck or a moving van or a car. Little even more than that. There's significantly more than that on the ground in some places. Don't go out and drive through that. You need to shelter in place. It's too late to go away at this point. We do have another bit of the eye wall down here towards Captiva, but west of Boca Grande. This is this eye wall just sort of going all the way throughout the area, and you're going to see it as it moves towards the east. This is what I mean by this is the first eye wall passage. You went through the eye, and now this is going to be what you get on the other side. It's going to be just as heavy, just as strong as when you first went through it at the beginning of the day here. So it's going to come back through, and it's going to be heavy rain and strong winds. We're here to get you through it, and you will get through it. You just need to be prepared for it. Don't be outside when this comes through. You want to be inside. And if you are in a heavy storm surge area, as was mentioned earlier, be prepared. You may need to cut through your roof. You may need to have inflatable, something to keep you afloat, because in some areas in this area by Charlotte Harbor into the Caloosahatchee River, we are seeing storm surge up to 12 to 18 feet. That eclipses some one-story homes. So you need to be prepared and ready to make the decisions that will save your life. That's why we're trying to keep you informed here, because this is a dangerous situation that's developing with all the storm surge. Again, extreme wind warning as well. I want to make sure that we're going over the main threats. Extreme wind warning and storm surge. So 100-mile-per-hour sustained winds until 6 p.m. Dangerous conditions that we're continuing to see here as well. So now I'm going to pass things off back to Aaron to continue to talk about some of this storm.
That's right, and the reason why we have that extreme wind warning is because we have the eye wall over land right now. We have those extreme windy conditions across portions of Charlotte County into southern Sarasota County. So Englewood over to Northport, they're seeing the bulk of the winds, unfortunately, for this eye wall. And this will probably persist over the next few hours or so. But it looks like the strongest part of the eye wall appears to be the northern and western portions of the eye. Although you probably do notice it looks like the eye might be actually getting a little bit smaller, or at least on radar. But we'll see, because the eye wall is supposed to go over the western eye wall should be going over Captiva and Sanibel over to Cape Coral here in the next hour or so. And as we all mentioned here plenty of times, this will continue off to the northeast and potentially cause problems over towards central Florida into Orlando, and even all the way up to the East Coast too. It could still be a tropical storm by that point, a strong tropical storm. And then, of course, we're also talking about potentially even having it re-strengthen over the Atlantic and go back into Georgia and the Carolinas. So, as I was mentioning before, it looks like this might be on the taking the right or the right side of the forecast cone here, which would mean less impacts for Tampa, at least specifically, but perhaps more for Melbourne and Palm Bay. It's simply by observing the position where it's at now, and it's taking perhaps more of an easterly track as opposed to extremely due northeast. But we'll have to see over the next coming hours what it does, because it can also wobble too back and forth, north or south, and that could potentially bring more or less impacts for Tampa, or even south towards Naples and down towards Immokalee inland. So again, storm surge threat, we're still showing that 12 to 18 foot storm surge still possible, even as the eye has made landfall and is inland for portions in Charlotte Harbor. So from about Englewood down south to about Bonita Beach, north of Naples, and north of that we'll have that offshore wind near Tampa, and over towards the Suwannee River into Citrus County, Pasco, Hernando, and south as we make our way towards Collier County and Monroe County down to the Keys. And even all the way to Miami-Dade, we're also going to be experiencing some of those that onshore wind of the storm with that counterclockwise flow around the eye. So again, we're talking about that rainfall threat, still very high across central and into South Florida, even all the way up to North Florida too. Orlando, Jacksonville, seeing that extreme rainfall potentially across the area. We also can't stress enough too about the severe weather threat. We also have actually an enhanced risk of severe weather potentially across the Space Coast there, around Cape Canaveral and over into the East Coast. So also a slight risk for the places further south towards West Palm Beach and all the way up to St. Augustine, and then a marginal risk for just about the entire eastern portion of the Florida Peninsula. So again, here's that rainfall totals. We're seeing potentially 10 to 15 inches of rain widespread, up to 20 and 2 feet potentially for portions along the I-4 corridor. Surface maps, we see that we get the counterclockwise flow around Ian. So we have that northerly flow north of the low, and we have that southwesterly flow over along the southern part of the low pressure there. So as we go through some of the airports here, we're seeing that these winds are starting to get worse, almost gusting up to 100 miles per hour in Fort Myers with 62 mile per hour sustained winds. Over to Charlotte County, we're seeing 86 mile per hour sustained winds up to 123 miles per hour gusts. And for Tampa International Airport, we're seeing almost tropical storm sustained winds about 30 miles per hour with gusts up to 64 miles per hour. And for near the Tampa suburbs, we're seeing the winds still pretty breezy, up to tropical storm force possible. We've seen the high gusting up to about 51.4 miles per hour, and the pressure is still continuing to lower at around 29.50 inches of mercury, which is about 999 millibars or so. So, or I should say, about 998 millibars across at least the eastern portions of the Tampa area. So flood risk, we're starting to see the minor flooding across some of the rivers in inland Tampa, over towards inland portions of Sarasota County, Polk County, Hardy, DeSoto counties, and probably making their way eastward as the storm continues off towards the east. So again, the reason why we have this is because of that stalled out frontal boundary over central parts of Florida, and what that's going to do is it's going to rise the air. It's going to condense and fall right over central Florida. So Orlando, Tampa, we'll probably see those 20 inches plus for the rainfall. And again, Ian will continue off towards the north and east, probably off the Atlantic coast, and perhaps even making another landfall over Georgia and South Carolina. So again, storm is starting to weaken as we make our way across much of the southwestern part of Florida, and that will continue to weaken or so. Again, we'll stay tuned to those power outages because it looks like they'll probably continue off to the northeast. But now we'll turn things back over to the wall with Ian.
Thank you so much, Aaron. We're here for one final look at our tropical overview of Hurricane Ian before we shut down for the day. We appreciate everyone who's stuck with us as we've tracked the landfall of major Hurricane Ian into the southwest Florida Peninsula. It's been a journey, but we've made it through it. So visible satellite, as we can see, we've got that Hurricane Ian pushing northeast through the Florida Peninsula. We had landfall here just about an hour ago here, just west of Fort Myers, a little bit north of Sanibel Island, but certainly some really horrifying images that we're seeing coming out of those areas. This has been a truly once-in-a-lifetime storm, and I don't use that lightly. This has been an awful storm, and we pray for anyone who has been affected by this storm. We're going to look at that water vapor imagery. As we can see, there's that dry air here that's starting to maybe wrap around a little bit. This is what some of the models were trying to show us last week. Didn't really come to fruition. We were hoping that it was going to weaken it as it approached towards the north, but the storm ended up staying more south and to the east. So that dry air really hasn't had a chance to entrain into the circulation, and that's why it's been able to remain so strong even as it pushes inland here. But that's what's giving us our cooler and drier weather up here in the northern peninsula, and that will be what's replacing the storm as it pushes up into the northeast. So at least we've got some dry conditions behind it. Again, the storm has made landfall now, and it's beginning to push northeast. It will be weakening as it crosses the peninsula, so the worst of it does appear to be over as of now. But again, still impacts here, especially for those in central Florida, especially as that western eye wall begins to come on shore as well. Some reports that may actually be a little bit stronger than the eastern eye wall, so we'll have to watch that as that progresses through the next couple hours. Again, Ian has been a very slow-moving storm. We started streaming about 5 hours ago, and it was just about right here. So in 5 hours, it's moved just about this. So it has been quite a slow-moving storm, and that obviously amplifies the impacts that we're seeing from the storm. And again, the reason why this storm has been able to strengthen so much on its approach, even after making landfall in Cuba and having its core a little bit disrupted, these sea surface temperatures are so hot. And with hurricanes, anything over 80 degrees Fahrenheit is going to be enough for development. So boiling temperatures here, especially in that passage between western Cuba and the southwest peninsula. So again, that's one of the many reasons why the storm has been able to keep its strength as it continues. As for our current advisory, it looks like Ian has weakened down to 145 miles per hour. Obviously still a very dangerous storm. Pressure's up to 942 millibars. And again, the storm has made landfall and has begun to move northeast across the peninsula. You can see that land has really started to disrupt that eye. We see it starting to clear here towards the end of that loop. Not as well defined, and that's sort of what we expect as it begins to travel over land. So again, thankfully, the worst of it does appear to be over. This was our last reconnaissance pass. They got the lowest pressure at 934 millibars before landfall, so obviously very low pressure. And it looks like that reconnaissance plan's going to head in after what's been a busy couple days for them. As for our current radar here, we can see the storm has made landfall. That western eye wall is beginning to impact areas of the west coast of Florida. And again, I'm hearing that we do have a new tornado watch for portions of the Space Coast up here. So again, as the storm pushes northeast, we're going to get these training storms that could have potentially tornadic spin-ups. So we'll have to watch as that situation develops. Obviously, another impact here from Hurricane Ian. Oh, too far. Let's go back. So here we go. Zoomed in look at Fort Myers here. Obviously, that western eye wall is beginning to come on shore, impacting here down by Sanibel Island right here. We can especially see that build in towards the end. There you go. So obviously, thoughts out to anyone who's still on Sanibel Island, because we're about to get round 2 of those strong winds. All right. So again, those 145 miles per hour, that's where we're going to see it in that eye wall as it begins to come back on shore. So we had a brief lull for about hour and a half as that eye was pushing through. And now we're getting that second half of the eye wall. So unfortunately, not quite over yet. That northern eye wall is really built in as the hours have progressed. So certainly anyone who's up here just south of Sarasota will have to be watching out for them. There'll be some strong winds in there and potentially some flooding rains. Obviously, very large rain rates here. As for the track here, we'll take a look at the cone. Hurricane Ian is expected to weaken as it crosses the peninsula, which makes sense due to the land interaction. Potentially some impacts here up into the Friday days in South Carolina, Georgia, maybe even some impacts up in North Carolina, so we'll have to watch for that. Thankfully, it won't be as strong as it was when it made landfall here in Southwest Florida. And as for the spaghetti model, it's in pretty good agreement that it's going to take a general northeastern track and into somewhere along the southeast coast. After that, it gets a little wonky, but general agreement northeast and towards the southeast coast, Carolina and Georgia. Again, those forecast wind speeds, obviously we've seen winds push in. They're going to remain moderately strong as we cross the peninsula, not as strong at landfall, but obviously still something we'll have to take a look at, especially if you're up in central Florida or the Space Coast here. And as for our rainfall forecast, this is going to be a big factor in the next couple days as we see that storm will be slowly pushing through, dropping upwards of 20 inches of rain through the Florida Peninsula. So we'll have to watch that. One last thing before we close off for the day. Post-Ian recovery, we have the Cajun Navy Relief for requesting rescue supplies or donations. If you want to volunteer during recovery efforts, you can sign up on this website here or on the Red Cross. They both offer opportunities to volunteer and help out those who have been affected by this storm. And we ask you, please do not self-deploy to the site of any kind of landfall. Please try to go through these organizations. Anyways, thank you so much for tuning in. This has been a special edition of FSU Weather. Our socials are displayed up here. You can follow us here. We'll be live every single night at 6 o'clock, Monday through Friday. And you can watch us live on YouTube or the local channels here. So again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. It has been an excellent show. And we hope that everyone who has been affected by this storm is okay. Thank you so much.